Imagine waking up inside your favorite game, except you don't become the hero. You become the final boss that every player is destined to kill. That is exactly what happened to Chu Zi. After dying unexpectedly, he opens his eyes inside the world of great rivers and lakes as the future leader of the infamous Kunlun demon sect. According to the game's story, his fate is already sealed. No matter how powerful he becomes, countless protagonists will eventually unite to hunt him down until he dies. But Chu Zi knows something they don't. He remembers every hidden opportunity, every secret technique, and every future event in the game. So instead of waiting for fate to destroy him, he decides to rewrite the entire story. This time, the so-called final boss won't be defeated. He'll become the greatest legend the martial world has ever feared. A sudden, sharp gasp for air breaks the silence. The man's eyes fly open, vision blurry, chest heaving like he's been drowning. Each breath feels like a desperate struggle against some invisible weight pressing down on him. His mind is a chaotic storm of panic. Clutching his head, he feels a phantom sting, a memory of violence that doesn't match his current surrounding. Who exactly is trying to kill me? He hisses through gritted teeth, his pulse drumming a frantic rhythm in his ear. His voice trembled. Just 1 minute earlier, the world was a far louder and more decadent place. The sharp clink of crystal echoed through a dimly lit high-end lounge as several hands brought wine glasses together. "Come, let's toast to our friendship," someone cheered. At the center sat a relaxed young man flanked by two beautiful women leaning into him with practiced ease. Young Master Lin looking every bit the comfortable social. "You know me. I've been a martial arts fan since I was a kid," he replied casually, swirling red wine in his glass. "It's rare to find such an epic, immersive martial arts game. Definitely worth trying," he noted, though a hint of boredom touched his tone. "The only problem is the updates are too slow. I've already cleared all the available storylines." The young man in a tailored vest stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. "Holy crap," as expected of young Master Lin. "To clear the second storyline, you must have logged at least 1,000 hours." Another guest chimed in, voice hushed with awe. "A Dazone power. Terrifying indeed." Young Master Lin leaned back, a casual knowing smirk on his lips. Sensing the envy in the room, the man in the vest tried to offer some consoling news. "But young Master Lin, don't worry. The official website announced the third storyline will update next month, and they'll also release a full immersion game helmet." He leaned in closer, voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "There are rumors this game helmet doesn't seem like a product of this era. It can make users feel like they're entering another virtual world. Right now, just a pre-order slot is being scalped for over 20 million. A collective gasp rippled through the lounge. 20 million, one guest cried out. "That's half a year of my allowance," another muttered, shoulders slumping. "Looks like we won't be able to experience it right away." Suddenly, a sharp snap of fingers cut through the chatter. All eyes turned toward the head of the table. Young Master Lin didn't say a word, just gestured with a flick of his wrist. A maid stepped forward smoothly, carrying a heavy wooden tray. Centered on the tray was a sleek metallic device with a glowing visor technology that looked dangerously advanced. "The full immersion game helmet you're talking about. Is this it?" Lin asked, his tone impossibly casual. The room fell into stunned silence. The man in the vest pointed a shaking finger at the tray, jaw hitting the floor. This. As reality set in, the guests could only stare in shock. While they were lamenting, young Master Lin already had the future sitting on his coffee table. The crowd erupted in a frenzy of astonishment. "Isn't this the full immersion game helmet that hasn't been released yet?" Someone shouted, voice cracking with disbelief. The air grew heavy with envy as they realized the sheer scale of the Lin family's influence. As expected of the Lin family, the wealthiest in the South. "The resources you can mobilize aren't something small families can compare to," another guest exclaimed. One man, overcome with longing, sighed deep. "I'm truly envious. If I could be reborn into the Lin family in my next life, I'd have no worries at all." Young Master Lin let out a soft, knowing breath. "You're only half right about that," he countered calmly. His mind drifted to his older brothers, men trapped in the relentless cycle of corporate duty. "My older brothers are so busy with the family business, their feet barely touch the ground. Where would they have time to enjoy life?" He understood the irony of his freedom. "It's only because I'm the youngest illegitimate son with no right to compete for power that I can choose to be a useless playboy," he admitted to himself with a smirk. Shaking off the heavy thoughts, he grabbed the advanced helmet. "Enough talk, let's log in. Let me show you all the martial arts secret manual I just learned." The metallic click of the helmet locking into place echoed in the quiet room. As the visor lowered, a sinister red glow flickered across the interface. He didn't notice the malice behind the machine. He only heard the chilling thought lingering in the air. "Dear little brother, your existence is still a hidden threat after all. So I hope you can have fun in another world." Data began to stream across his vision in a whirlwind of light and code. To the onlookers, it seemed like a state-of-the-art demonstration. "Wow, look at these visual effects. They're absolutely awesome." Someone cheered, oblivious to the lethal surge of energy building within the device. Sudden violent sparks erupted from the helmet, and in a blinding flash of red and black light, the boy was consumed. When his eyes finally opened, he found himself staring at the wooden beams of an ancient ceiling. The air was heavy with the scent of old paper and incense. "I must have transmigrated," he whispered, his voice sounding foreign to his own ear. Panic and confusion warred in his chest as he slumped against the wooden railing of a balcony. Damn it, I already made myself seem so harmless, so useless. Why would my brother still want to kill me? A bitter realization took root. Could it be that from the very beginning, my decision not to compete or fight was a mistake? Chu Shio's head throbbed as a flood of unfamiliar memories surged through his mind. An elderly man cradled a wailing infant, his face etched with sorrow. "Master, something terrible has happened," a servant cried out. The old man looked down at the baby, sighing heavily. Poor child born without a mother. In this life, his name was Chu Shio, an illegitimate son of the Chu family in Tonga Prefecture, within the Wei commander of the Yan Kingdom. Though the family had 4 sons, Chu Shio was ranked second. His mother had been a mere concubine who died in childbirth, leaving him with no status or value within the clan. His predecessor had possessed a weak personality and a penchant for acting rashly. Early on, he'd unwisely chosen a side in the family succession battle, throwing his support behind the eldest brother, Chu Kai. This move directly provoked the third brother, who also harbored ambitions for the position of family head. In retaliation, the third brother schemed against him, resulting in Chu Shio being exiled to manage the family's mining district in South Mountain. Originally sentenced to remain at the grueling mining district for 3 years, a sudden shift in family politics changed everything. The Chu family decided to select a formal heir ahead of schedule, and despite his status as an illegitimate son who'd fallen from grace, he was still technically qualified to participate. Now he found himself traveling in a horse-drawn carriage, leaving the dust of the mines behind as he made his way back to the heart of the family power struggle. Chu Shio stared at the bronze mirror, his reflection shimmering under the dim light. A sense of displacement washed over him until his eyes widened in sudden, jarring recognition. "Why does this name sound so familiar?" he whispered, the syllables tasting like iron on his tongue. Then the realization struck him like a physical blow. "Wait, I think I know who I am." Before the transmigration, he'd been a witness to the unfolding lore of great rivers and lakes, a popular story whirled on the verge of a massive update. He remembered the descriptions clearly. The most pivotal element of the upcoming plot was the introduction of the final villain boss, a monster of a man destined to bathe the world in blood. He was that man, the demon lord Chu Shio. His mind raced through the established history of his new identity. Born into the Chu family of Donghua Prefecture within the Yan Kingdom, Chu Shio was not always a monster. However, after enduring crippling hardships and a devastating family crisis, his soul had fractured. His personality shifted into something cold and unrecognizable, ultimately leading him to walk the demonic path. The lore grew darker from there. According to the storyline's conclusion, Chu Shio would eventually reestablish the heavenly demon cult, a terrifying organization dormant for 1,000 years. Under his iron-fisted rule, he would lead his demon followers to dominate the martial world, his demonic flames reaching the very heavens themselves. Standing in the quiet room, the weight of his future, a path of fire, infamy, and ultimate villainy, settled over him. A bitter, hysterical edge crept into his expression. Should I cry or should I laugh? The young master sat in silence, fingers tracing the cold steel of the blade resting on the table before him. A heavy realization weighed on his mind. He was destined to become a big shot in this martial world, yet haunted by the looming shadow of a tragic end. Aren't all final villain bosses in games meant to be defeated? He mused, flicking the edge of the blade with a sharp twang. Destined to fail. A dark, sharp grin spread across his face as his eyes took on a manic, determined glint. In his past life, he'd refused to compete or fight, and that passivity led to a miserable death. Fate had granted him a second chance, and he wouldn't waste it on mercy. From now on, he'd fight, compete, and kill. Better to be the predator than the prey. The sound of rustling fabric broke his concentration as a woman in elegant red and pink robes stepped through the curtain. "Young master, the carriage is ready," she announced, her expression seemingly pleasant. The protagonist watched her with cold, calculating eye. According to his memories of the original story, this woman was Nanny Yu, a servant sent by his third brother's mother. On the surface, she was assigned to care for his family, but in reality, she was a spy. She'd leveraged her position to abuse her authority in his name, tarnishing his reputation while secretly sabotaging his prospects to ensure his eventual downfall. "It's nothing," he said smoothly, his voice devoid of the warmth she expected. He gripped his sword, a chilling smile hidden in the shadow of his hair. "I just dropped my knife on the ground." Nanny paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. "What's wrong with him? He's usually so easy to fool. Why does he look like someone else entirely?" She quickly masked her suspicion with a practiced smile. "Young master, the mountain road is difficult to travel because of the heavy rain. I suggest taking the small road through Yuanbao town." He acknowledged the risk. Those narrow paths ran through wilderness and old forests, skirting Shangdong Mountain, a place where bandits were said to lurk. From his understanding, it was an unnecessary danger. She dismissed the concern at once. "Those are only rumors," she insisted, adding that many merchant caravans heading to Tonga Prefecture chose the small roads without incident. Leaning closer, her tone turned coaxing as she reminded him who she was, speaking of her long days on the road, her exhaustion, and her wish to return to the manor early so she could bathe and serve him properly. Before he could respond, something in his gaze sharpened. In a sudden blur of motion, he reached out and seized her chin, forcing her face up. Power crackled around him, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light as a cold smile curved his lips. She stiffened when he leaned in, his fingers lifting toward her hair as if the decision had already been made. Her eyes widened in surprise, lips parting as he spoke lightly, declaring that they would take Yuan Bao Town. The words caught her off guard, and for a heartbeat, she could only stare at him, flustered by both his closeness and the certainty in his tone. A moment later, she tried to compose herself, smoothing her expression as she spoke again, reminding him that, as usual, her arrangements were already prepared. Though she answered calmly, unease lingered beneath her composure. Turning slightly away, she frowned, fingers resting against her chin as doubt surfaced. She admitted she thought Chu Shio had discovered something, that perhaps she was overthinking the situation. He observed her reaction without interrupting, his expression thoughtful rather than alarmed. Inwardly, he reasoned that Yuan Bao Town lay along the road to the small town, and nothing unusual had occurred there that should raise suspicion. Even so, he chose not to abandon the plan. He'd already decided to go, convinced that Yuan Bao Town still held a great opportunity waiting. In this reborn life, that conviction came from knowledge she couldn't see. His real advantage lay in his identity as the future demon lord, and with it, familiarity with the storylines of the game's first two versions. As the scene shifted to the open road, his thoughts continued measured and precise. Based on the timeline, he calculated that the delay between the first storyline ending and the second would last about 3 years until the third storyline began. During that span, he recalled major and minor historical events of the world would unfold, events he knew well, watching the distant path stretch ahead and the figures moving along it. His certainty solidified. If his memory was correct, then Yuan Bao Town was not a detour or a risk. It was exactly where he needed to be. Right now in that town, a great opportunity was waiting for him. Standing amidst the bustling streets of Yuan Bao Town, the young master adjusted his gaze. Though the town was far less prosperous than the Grand Tonga Prefect, its air was thick with the scent of opportunity. "Young master, this Yuan Bao Town is the least prosperous in Tonga Prefect. What is there to look around for?" He didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed on a specific structure ahead. While the common folk saw only a simple market, he saw the thread of history. His gaze sharpened, locking onto a weathered sign hanging from a traditional storefront, Fang's secret box shop. "That's the one," he thought, a quiet intensity settling over him. Legend whispered of a time 10,000 years ago when the world was nearly unmade, a great catastrophe of heaven and earth that saw countless martial arts sects swallowed by fire and ruin. Yet before the final destruction, a visionary formation grandmaster had developed a failsafe, the secret box. These vessels were crafted to store supreme treasures and sacred classic, ensuring that the heritage of the sects would not be severed by the heavenly tribulation. Now in the modern age, these boxes remain the most significant feature of the Grand Jianghu world. The legend was a tale of high stakes and ancient mystery. These artifacts varied wildly in shape and size, though one truth remained constant: the finer the material, the more formidable the formation power, and the more exquisite the treasures sealed within. Following the heavenly tribulation, a surge of these boxes had been handed down to the mortal realm. However, because the methods of their creation had long since been lost to time, each box was a finite relic. Once unsealed, its formation shattered, rendering the vessel completely scrapped. They'd become the ultimate limited edition blind boxes, drawing the people of the Jianghu to flock toward them in a frantic, desperate rush. Yet for every tale of a miraculous find, there were countless more of despair. Opening a secret box didn't guarantee wealth. Many were discovered empty or contained nothing but useless junk. It was a cruel game of chance, where success or failure rested entirely on the whims of luck. A man stepped into a quiet shop, his boots thumping against the floor. He looked around the empty room and toward the man behind the counter. "Shopkeeper, is yours the only shop selling secret boxes in Yuan Bao Town? Why is business so desolate?" The shopkeeper, back to the visitor, didn't look up, of course, but even the thinnest of these secret boxes costs 10 taels of silver each. Those coming to Yuan Bao Town are poor ghosts escorting goods. They don't even earn 10 taels for one trip. How many would dare to gamble their luck? The shopkeeper's eyes widened, a sharp glint of greed flashing across his face as he gestured toward his wares with practiced oily enthusiasm. "Those poor ghosts can't afford them, but surely young master can." He leaned over the counter, pointing to several ornate containers. These secret boxes were all found in ruins within the southern Shirwanda Mountain. The price is absolutely affordable and fair. Across from him, the young man remained silent, his gaze fixed on the merchandise, though his mind was far from the shopkeeper's sales pitch. "I just arrived in this world and urgently need a powerful cultivation technique. he thought grimly. He was a transplant in a body that had been dealt a poor hand. Although the Yan family was a major clan in Yunzhou with inherited techniques, the original owner of this body had been neglected since childhood, no resources, no guidance, and didn't even enter the gate. His fingers brushed against the cold surface of a box. The weight of his situation settled heavily in his chest. As a result of that lifelong neglect, he was still only at the body tempering realm, the lowest rung of the martial arts cultivation ladder. In the path of martial arts, to truly enter the gate, one first had to experience the 3 realms of body refining. The first was the body tempering realm, a grueling stage of tempering muscles and bones, refining the physical form until the body became robust and strength superior. It was the foundation, yet also a plateau. 99% of martial artists in the Jianghu never progressed past this state, as it could be reached simply by cultivating crude external hard skill. However, true power lay beyond the physical, above the tempering of flesh were the blood condensation realm and the preheaven realm. Only those who reached these heights could be considered true experts, leaving the common martial artists of the Jianghu far behind. Standing before the dusty shelves of the shop in Yuanbao town, the young man in blue narrowed his eyes at the unassuming secret boxes. His mind drifted to a local legend, a mere servant who'd once purchased a similar ordinary box, only to find a supreme martial technique inside. That stroke of luck had allowed the man to found his own sect and rise to the status of a grandmaster. However, reality pulled him back. These secret boxes looked like cheap, low-quality goods. He mused silently, wondering if such meager containers could truly yield a life-changing lucky chance. The sudden, frantic arrival of another man in a red-patterned robe interrupted his thoughts. This was Li Jing, a servant of the Leaf family from Donghua Prefect. "Shopkeeper, give me 2 secret boxes," he commanded. The shopkeeper, a stout man in a brown cap, sighed with genuine concern. "Li Jing, it's not easy for you to earn money as a servant. Take my advice, don't play anymore. The third young master appreciates you. He even moved you from the kitchen to the merchant caravan. If you save your money to befriend the stewards, you might even become a steward yourself." Li Jing, however, was undeterred, a desperate glint in his eyes as he tossed a glowing gold ingot onto the counter. He gave a weary, hopeful smile. "Even if I become a steward, I'm still just a servant of the Li family. But if I open a peerless divine skill from a secret box, wouldn't I rise to prominence?" The merchant looked at him with a mix of pity and pragmatism. "How could peerless divine skills be obtained so easily?" he muttered, gesturing toward the items on the table. He presented a curious golden cube and a shimmering purple orb, offering them to the young man in the red-patterned robe. Before Li Jing could finalize the trade, a cold, commanding voice cut through the air. "Wait, I want all the secret boxes." A young master in blue silk stepped forward, his hand slamming down firmly onto the golden box just as Li Jing reached. The sudden intrusion left Li Jing startled, his eyes wide with shock. His gaze was sharp, his mind racing with calculation. He knew that Li Jing was a servant of the Li family, a martial artist who'd supposedly stumbled upon a massive stroke of luck in Yuanbao town. In other words, he thought, a confident smirk playing on his lips, one of the ancient boxes in this shop definitely contains the strongest cultivation technique. It's even highly probable that it's within these 2. Li Jing's expression shifted from shock to indignation. "This young master, I wanted to buy them first," he stammered, gesturing toward the merchant, who looked on with nervous uncertainty. The man in blue didn't flinch. His expression hardened into an icy glare, radiating an aura of absolute authority. "Now I say I want them all. Do you have an objection?" The scene unfolds with Li Jing, a servant of the prestigious Li family from Donghua Prefect, attempting to assert his authority through intimidation. Despite his lowly status, he tries to hide behind the power of his clan, demanding to know if the young master thinks he's easy to bully. The young master, however, meets this bluster with a cold, knowing smile. He points out the hypocrisy in Li Jing's words. The servant had claimed he didn't want to be a servant for a life, yet the moment he felt threatened, he immediately relied on the Li family's name to suppress others. As tension peaks, the young master's men draw their blades. The sharp metallic ring of swords leaving their scabbards cuts through Li Jing's bravado. Panic instantly replaces his arrogance. Collapsing to the floor, Li Jing raises his hands in a desperate plea for mercy. Not good, he thinks frantically, realizing he's only at the body tempering realm and stands no chance against so many opponents. "Let's talk this over." The young master looks down at him with a mix of disdain and triumph. In another life, this man was a villain who became drunk on success after becoming an overlord, committing unspeakable evils. He notes that with such a cowardly temperament, it's no wonder he turned out the way he did. "You won't have the chance this time," the young master declared. Turning away from the trembling servant, he orders his men to clear the room. "Move them all away." A woman nearby watches the scene unfold, her expression a mix of concern and uncertainty as the boxes and supplies are hauled out. After his confrontation with the young master, Li Jing remains on the ground, clutching his chest as a strange, overwhelming sensation washes over him. Beyond the crushing weight of humiliation, he's struck by a profound sense of heartache, as if something vital, something that was meant for him, has been cold-bloodedly snatched away. Watching the young master's group depart, Li Jing seethes with resentment, hissing a vow of vengeance that this matter is far from over. Meanwhile, back in a more secure location, the young master focuses his attention on a rough purple stone he's acquired. As he works, a sudden surge of violet energy erupts from the stone, bathing the room in an ethereal glow. His eyes widen in realization as the stone cracks open. Nested within the purple exterior is a brilliant, glowing green treasure. This is it, he exclaims, his suspicions confirmed as the radiant object pulses with power. Chu Shio stared at the glowing green jade slip hovering before him. This was the Preheaven Power, an ancient secret cultivation technique of the fourth transformation. Its value was immeasurable. It could cultivate Preheaven True Kai, cleanse the meridians, and reshape one's very foundation. He realized now why Li Jing had been able to advance with such terrifying speed in the original plot. This technique was a shortcut to reaching the peak. He reflected on the hierarchy of cultivation. In this world, the 9 transformations of mortal cultivation were standard. The first through third transformations were considered low-level, common enough that any minor family could possess them. The middle 3, the 4th through 6th, were true treasure, capable of allowing a practitioner to found their own sect. The final 3 were the stuff of legends, held only by the great sects of the donghua. Yet as Chu Shio read further, his eyes widened. Above the 9th transformation, there existed 2 supreme levels, supreme and peerless. Even if he were handed those techniques now, his current body wouldn't be able to withstand the strain of practicing. However, this Preheaven Power was different, designed to wash and refine the body regardless of age or current talent. It was in every sense custom-made for his current situation. With Preheaven Power, I finally have a foundation to settle down, Chu Shio murmured, his grip tightening on the jade slip. A faint, determined smile played on his lips. I can finally navigate the internal strife of the Chu family with confidence. He looked around the room, cluttered with ancient boxes and artifacts. A sense of anticipation swelled within him. If this was just the beginning, he wondered how many more surprises were hidden away in these secret boxes, waiting for him to uncover them. In a dimly lit chamber, Li Jing approached the bed with a deep, respectful bow. "Greetings, 7th Lord," he said, his voice cautious. The 7th Lord, Li Tong, the boisterous leader of the Li family merchant caravan, sat comfortably amid silk robes in the company of a young woman. He waved a hand toward Li Jing with a hearty laugh. "It's Li Jing. Come sit down and drink. I'll ask the shopkeeper to call a girl up for you." Despite the offer, Li Jing remained tense, his expression pained. "7th Lord, just now I was robbed in town. I announced my name, but the other party actually didn't put the Li family in their eyes." Li Tong's jovial mood shifted instantly. He paused, a cup of wine midair. "Someone actually dares to rob my Li family's people. What happened?" As Li Jing explained the details of the encounter, the room fell silent. Li Tong stroked his mustache, his gaze darkening as he processed the insult to his clan's reputation. Finally, the 7th Lord pointed a finger firmly into the air, his voice low and dangerous. "Don't worry. Even a servant of my Li family is not someone those small families can afford to provoke. I'll send someone to inquire who exactly is so arrogant." Relief washed over Li Jing as he bowed once more. "Many thanks, 7th Lord." The scout rushed into the chamber, his breath coming in short gasps as he bowed before the man in green robes. "7th Lord, we found out. The other party is from the Chu family." The 7th Lord's expression shifted instantly to one of shock. He leaned back, the gravity of the news weighing heavily on it. "Li Jing, this matter is a bit troublesome. Hanging out in the world depends on background. You know it too, among the 3 major families in Tonga, the Shen family is first, the Chu family is second, and our Li family is the weakest, not to mention me, a mere leader. Even if 3rd young Master Li came personally, he couldn't help you. It's better to provoke less trouble." Li Jing's face contorted with suppressed rage, his teeth clenched as he squeezed out a single bitter word. "Yes. Wait, why would a young master of the Chu family come to this poor remote place? Which young master of the Chu family is he?" "Second young master, Chu Shio," the scout clarified. Upon hearing the name, the 7th Lord's demeanor flipped entirely. A wide mocking grin spread across his face, and he erupted into a boisterous laugh. "Haha, Li Jing, I will take charge of this matter." Li Jing stared at him, bewildered by the sudden change in heart. "Isn't that the 2nd young master of the Chu family? He's not a steward. Can we afford to offend him?" The 7th Lord waved a hand dismissively, his confidence restored. "If it were a Chu family steward, I really wouldn't dare to provoke, but Chu Shio is an exception. In the Chu family, grandma doesn't love him and his uncle doesn't like. He's constantly afraid of trouble. His status in the Chu family is even lower than a steward." One man, clad in a patterned crimson robe, gestured toward the interior with a dismissive air. "Let's go meet this trash 2nd young master of the Chu family," he sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. But his brow furrowed in deep confusion. He recalled the 2nd young master differently, not as the trash they described, but as the figure that now haunted his mind's eye. Cowardly and fearful of trouble, he wondered, a cold sweat breaking across his skin. That person was obviously domineering and ruthless. Are these two really the same person? Inside the quiet of his own space, the second young master Chu ignored the whispers of the outside world. He moved with sudden fluid grace, his body a blur as he practiced a new technique. Vibrant ethereal green energy swirled around him, trailing from his fingertips like dragon fire as he pivoted through the air. He came to a halt, looking down at the small blade held tightly in his grip. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed the skill he'd just unlocked. Blade technique, blue dragon hide the blade, he mewed. The concept was elegant. The blade's edge remained hidden within the sleeve, its intent suppressed until the very last second. When it finally struck, it was meant to be as sudden and overwhelming as a blue dragon leaping from the depths of the sea. The level is at least second transformation, Chu whispered to himself, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lip. I didn't expect to open this kind of martial skill. It's truly an unexpected surprise. Chu Shio's quiet contemplation was shattered by a booming roar that echoed through the building. Where is Chu Shio? A voice demanded, dripping with hostility. The intruder's shout continued to escalate, accusing him of bold theft. You dare to rob my Li family people's stuff. Come out and admit your crime. Chu Shio remained silent, his expression unreadable as he glanced toward the source of the commotion, still clutching the small blade in his hand. The peace of the inn was completely dismantled as a group of men burst into the lower floor, overturning furniture and sending patrons scrambling. The man in a patterned red robe pointed a trembling finger upward, confirming his identity to the other. That person upstairs is Chu Shio, he cried out. The leader mocked Chu Shio's calm demeanor. Chu Shio, what an imposing air you have. You dare to rob my Li family's thing. Hand over the secret box you robbed from Li Jing and apologize. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Chu Shio didn't move from his vantage point, his presence casting a long shadow over the men below. He looked down at them with cool indifference, his voice steady as. He issued a simple, provocative challenge. What if I don't hand it over? The tall, dark-haired man stood with his back turned, his silence a stark contrast to the sneering arrogance of the thugs before him. The lead antagonist gestured aggressively, his face twisted in a mocking grin. Seventh Lord, asking you to hand over the things and apologize is giving you face. Otherwise, with just these few people of yours, don't dream of leaving Yuan Bao Town alive today. A low, cold chuckle vibrated in the man's chest. He tilted his head slightly, eyes shadowed. Make me unable to walk out of Yuan Bao Town, he murmured. Heh. In a flash of movement too fast for the naked eye to follow, the atmosphere shifted. Green ethereal energy erupted from his silhouette, swirling with the intensity of a hurricane. The air crackled as he invoked a hidden power, blue dragon inside the sleeve. From the depths of his flowing robes, a massive spectral dragon forged of emerald light surged forward. Its glowing eyes narrowed. Its maw opened in a silent, terrifying roar that filled the space between them. The thug's bravado vanished instantly. Their eyes widened, faces pale and glistening with sweat as the sheer pressure of the technique pinned them where they stood. They could only stare in paralyzed shock as the dragon's head loomed over them. Before the light could even fade, the man stepped forward, his expression cold and indifferent. He moved like a shadow through the dissipating energy, a simple dagger in his hand, its blade gleaming with dangerous silver light. He looked at the trembling men with eyes that promised no mercy. I hate being threatened the most, he said, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. He raised the blade, the tip pointed directly at his remaining opposition. Who else? A young woman peered from behind a pillar, her hands trembling as she gripped the wood for support. Her eyes were wide with shock. Chu Shio actually killed someone, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hammering of her own heart. Chu Shio didn't look back. He stood over the fallen man, his posture indifferent, his shadow stretching long across the floorboard. The man in green gasped out his stuttering words. Why, you actually dare to, but the sentence remained unfinished. The heavy thud of a boot against the floorboards echoed through the ornate hall as Chu Shio closed the distance. The man in green, once boastful, now scrambled backward, his face pale with a sudden bone-deep realization of his own mortality. He was far too slow. With a blur of movement, Chu Shio lunged forward. His expression remained cold and detached, eyes narrowed with a lethal focus that paralyzed his opponent. With trash like you think you can come looking for trouble with. His voice was like ice, cutting through the man's frantic gasp. You really don't know your place. Chu Shio looked down at the man, the sharp edge of his blade pressed firmly against the side of his neck. His gaze was cold and unwavering as he reminded the trembling side-branch nobody of the hierarchy they both lived under. Even if the Chu family looks down on me, I'm still the second young master of the Chu family. Where do you, a side-branch nobody, get the confidence to mess with? He leaned in slightly, the threat clear in his eyes as he added that even if he killed the man right then, the family would likely only give him a light punishment. Terror finally took root in the man's mind as the reality of his situation set in. The realization hit the man like a ton of bricks. Chu Shio was right. As Chu Guanzong's own son, his status far outranked a mere side-branch nobody. Hitting him wasn't just a personal insult. It was slapping the entire Chu family across the face. He cursed his own stupidity for forgetting that. Suddenly, the tension shifted. With a swift motion, Chu Shio reversed his grip and thrust the handle of the weapon toward the man. "Take the knife," Chu Shio commanded. The man blinked, completely caught off guard. "Huh," he stammered, staring at the offered hilt. Chu Shio's expression darkened, his patience wearing thin. "I said take it, take the knife." Trembling, the man reached out and grasped the weapon, nodding frantically. He stood there clutching the knife with both hands, looking more confused than ever. Chu Shio towered over him, a mocking glint in his eyes. "Weren't you just trying to cause trouble for me? Now the knife is in your hand. I'll give you a chance, kill me." The man stood frozen, the knife shaking in his grip, surrounded by a chorus of silent, confused question marks from the onlooker. Nobody could figure out what Chu Shio was planning next. His eyes remained cold, fixed on the trembling blade held against his own throat. He didn't flinch. Instead, he leaned into the steel, his voice a low, dangerous rasp. "I said kill me." The man in green stammered, his confidence shattering as he realized Chu Shio wasn't bluffing. His hands began to shake violently, the dagger rattling against Chu Shio's skin. Under that suffocating gaze, the man's resolve broke completely. He threw himself backward, cowering on the floor. This lowly one wouldn't dare, I was wrong." Chu Shio looked down at the pathetic figure with pure disdain. "I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Even with a knife in your hand, you don't dare to kill. Who gave you the courage to come make trouble for me?" Without waiting for an answer, Chu Shio delivered a sharp, dismissive backhand that sent the man reeling. "Take the body and get out of my sight." Nearby, a young woman watched from the shadows of a wooden banister, her hand pressed to her lips in disbelief. Is this really the same Chu Shio as before? She wondered, her heart racing. The man standing in the center of the room possessed a terrifying authority that felt entirely new. As the man in green scrambled away, dragging his failed pride with his companions rushed to his side. They whispered frantically as they hurried to exit the hall, leaving the transformed Chu Shio behind in the silence of the flickering lantern. The man in green fumed as he was forced to retreat, his face contorted with rage. "Screw your mother. It's all because of this stupid ass why such trouble came upon us." He promised revenge. Even with the third young master backing him, he'd still make him suffer. As night fell over the estate, the moon hung high over the distant mountain. Inside a quiet room, Chu Shio summoned a man named Gao. The subordinate bowed deeply, his hands clasped in respect. "Young master, may I ask why you called for me so late at night?" Chu Shio observed him with a calculating gaze, recalling what he knew of the man. Gao Bei had joined the Chu family as a teenager and had spent years performing obscure menial tasks. Despite nearly 10 years of practice, his martial arts talent was mediocre, having only just reached the body-tempering state. However, Chu Shio valued his honesty. "Gao Bei, I was framed and sent down to the Nanshan mine, and you were dragged into it and assigned here with. Do you have any complaints?" Gao Bei didn't hesitate. "Young master, I've never thought that way. Being able to serve as second young master's guard already makes me very happy." Chu Shio pressed further, testing the man's resolve. He pointed out that despite 10 years of hard work, Gao Bei remained a mere servant, earning only 2 taels of silver a month, while others who started with him had risen to become stewards or shopkeepers. "Do you feel unwilling?" Gao Bei looked down, his expression humble. "I'm clumsy with words and dull by nature. Being where I am today is already enough." The young master's gaze was cold, his voice carrying a weight that felt heavier than the ornate silken robes he wore. "No, you're not satisfied. Even a mongrel, after being fed prime meat for a year, won't be willing to go back to leftovers over rice. If even a dog is like that, then there's no need to mention people. People never truly feel satisfied." He stepped closer, closing the distance until he could see the flicker of uncertainty in the other man's eye. "You followed me for so long. When I lose, you lose. And when I rise, you rise. Do you understand?" "This lowly one understands," Gao Bei replied quickly, his voice tight with a mix of fear and desperation. "No, you don't." The young master countered instantly, his tone dropping to a low, intense whisper. He spoke of the harsh reality they lived in, the world of those abandoned by the heavens. Silver, gold, high positions, and power, all within reach, but only for those willing to risk their life to seize them. People like them could only fight with their lives if they wanted to climb up. He paused, letting the silence hang between them before offering a path forward. "Before, you didn't even have the chance to risk your life. Now I'm giving you one." He leaned in, the mission finally laid bare. "Go to Mount Shangming outside Yin Mao and find the bandit leader there. Deliver a letter from me to him. When it's done, the reward is 100 taels of silver, and from then on, you, Gao Bei, will be one of my trusted men." Gao Bei stared at the young master, his mind racing. In the past, he would have refused such a dangerous gamble without a second thought. But today, the man standing before him felt different, commanding, dangerous, possessed of a newfound clarity. It was as if he'd become an entirely different person. "I'll believe you and gamble once," Gao thought, his jaw setting with determination. "Otherwise, I'll never see any hope of turning my life around." He straightened his back, his voice ringing out with newfound resolve. I'll do as young master said. The young master handed over the sealed envelope, his expression stern and unyielding. Good, take this letter and set out immediately. Remember, there must not be the slightest mistake in this matter. Gao Bei bowed deeply, his hands cupped in respect as he accepted the task. Yes. As Gao departed, a dark predatory smile spread across the young master's face. His eyes glinted with a sharp, vengeful light. Mother, since you dared to target me, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. The scene shifted to the bright dappled sunlight of a mountain path. A carriage rolled steadily along the forest road, escorted by several armed guards in purple tunics who marched with practiced discipline. Inside, the atmosphere was far more relaxed. A beautiful woman dressed in elegant red and white robes sat across from the young master, who lounged back comfortably. She looked at him with a mix of curiosity and mild concern. Young master, where is Gao? Gao has gone back to Tonga Prefecture ahead of us to report the news. He's almost there. The woman Nanny Yu let out a soft mocking laugh, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. Her eyes narrowed, flashing with hidden cruel intent. Almost, she thought private. Sweet boy, you'll never make it back in this life. The young master leaned forward slightly, a playful yet sharp grin on his face as he caught her gaze. Nanny Yu, do you think you'll run into any bandits? The young woman's face paled as she looked at him. Young master, don't say such unlucky things. Besides, you're a young master of the Chu family. Who would dare lay a hand on you? The young master leaned back, his expression unreadable as he stared out toward the road ahead. You never know. Heaven changes without warning, and disaster strikes without notice. You can hide from natural disasters, but man-made calamity is hard to guard against. The woman forced a small, nervous laugh, trying to brush off his grim outlook. Young master, you're joking again. Suddenly, a booming voice cut through the air, shattering the peace of the journey. Stop right there. The young master didn't look surprised. Instead, he pulled back the carriage curtain with a calm, almost knowing smirk. He glanced back at the startled woman. See, the man-made calamity is here. Outside, the path was blocked by a group of rugged men. At their head stood a massive scarred warrior leaning on a heavy broadsword. He looked up at the carriage with a predatory grin. Hurry up and get down here now. The young master stepped out of the carriage, his movements fluid and relaxed despite the blades pointed his way. He looked at the leader and spoke with a tone of polite negotiation. Heroes, if you're here for money, I have a few thousand taels of silver. You can take it all. As for anything else, we're not a trade caravan. We don't have much of value. The bandit leader's grin widened, revealing a jagged line of teeth. He wasn't moved by the offer of silver. A few thousand taels is quite a bit, but your life is worth more than that. He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. Your life. The young master maintained his composure, a sharp, knowing smile playing on his lips. Lives can be bought with money. Since someone paid to take my life, I can also pay to buy it back. You know who I am. If you step aside now, in the future, you can ask for as much silver as you want. The bandit leader let out a mocking laugh, his hand resting on the hilt of his weapon. They say the Chu family's second young master is a coward, but you've got some guts. Too bad your big brother here values keeping his word. You'd better head on your way. Watching from the safety of the carriage, the young woman's fearful expression had vanished, replaced by a dark, triumphant smirk. Asking Lion Laosin to do this was definitely the right move, with him making a move Chu Shio definitely won't survive today. Chu Shio's smile widened, turning into a chilling grin. Since I can't buy mine, I'll just have to buy yours instead. Before the bandit could react, Chu Shio lunged forward with explosive speed. The leader's eyes widened in shock. You're looking for death, he roared, swinging his massive blade in a wide horizontal arc. Watch me chop you in half. The heavy blade whistled through the air, but Chu Shio was no longer there. He moved with a fluidity that defied the bandit's expectations, his body twisting and ducking beneath the lethal steel. I can't feel any inner power from the bandit leader's moves, he realized, his brow furrowing in confusion as he adjusted his stance. Lion Laosin is all raw brute strength. He swung again, a powerful vertical strike. But Chu Shio parried the blow with his forearm, the impact ringing out like a hammer on an anvil. The bandit grunted, his shock turning into frustration. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, his blade a blur of silver. But Chu Shio continued to evade and block with uncanny precision. From the sidelines, the other bandits laughed and jeered, watching the lopsided struggle. Look at that useless young master quaking and cowering, one of them mocked. Lion Laosin's aura really flustered, another added, haha, trash will always be trash. Their laughter echoed through the forest as they waited for the inevitable end. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he watched his opponent move with frustrating ease. Damn, this brat is really hard to hit. He looks pathetic, but he keeps dodging every time. A darker thought crept in, fueled by desperation. If he couldn't take down someone he considered trash, what did that make? His frustration finally boiled over into a roar. You little punk, you really piss me off. If you've got guts, stop dodging. He threw his head back and let out a primal, lung-bursting scream. Across from him, the young man in blue remained eerily calm. A thin, confident smile played on his lips as he watched the outburst. He's lost his cool. This is my chance. Energy began to swirl around the young man, glowing with a vibrant green hue. He lunged forward, his movements no longer just defensive. In a flash of steel and speed, he closed the distance. The red-haired man barely had time to react before the blade found its mark, slicing across his chest and drawing a spray of crimson. A voice cried out from the sidelines as the red-haired man stumbled back, clutching his wound. His subordinates rushed toward him, panic clear in their voices. "Boss, are you okay?" The red-haired man leaned heavily on one of his men, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he stared at the youth in disbelief. The realization of how close he'd come to death chilled him to the bone. How is this possible? If I hadn't dodged in time, that slash just now would have taken my life." The young man in blue looked down at his blade, a trace of dissatisfaction crossing his feature. He reflected that he'd barely practiced the Azure Dragon in the sleeve technique. Otherwise, his opponent would never have been able to avoid that strike. Seeing his leader wounded, the red-haired man's fury peaked. "All together, kill them all," he barked, his face contorted with rage. His men didn't hesitate, surging forward with a collective roar. "Kill!" They brandished their weapons and charged toward the fray. However, a new authoritative voice cut through the chaos, bringing the charging bandits to a sudden halt. "You want to kill people? Did you ask me first?" The bandits froze, their expressions shifting to shock and confusion as they looked toward the source of the interruption. Emerging from the shadows was an imposing figure silhouetted against the light, carrying a massive blade. The newcomer, identified as Bandit Makuo, stepped into the clearing with a confident smirk. "I heard there was a big job going on here. Looks like it's true," he remarked, his eyes gleaming with greed. He adjusted his grip on his weapon, adding with a chuckle, "Let me have a share of the pie too." A young woman peered through the foliage, her breath hitching as she spotted a second group of armed men emerging from the shadow. Confusion and fear clouded her eyes. Why were more bandits appearing now? Below, the clearing swarmed with activity. Blades glinted under the dappled sunlight as a large contingent of reinforcements marched in. Amidst the chaos, a dark-haired man watched the unfolding scene with calculating intensity. His gaze locked onto a specific figure leading the charge. Could this person be? He murmured to himself. Across the dirt path, the leader of the local group bared his teeth. He recognized the intruder immediately. "Makuo," he spat, his voice trembling with a mix of recognition and rage. "This is my turf. What the hell do you want?" Makuo didn't offer a polite greeting. A cruel, jagged smile stretched across his face, his eyes burning with malice. "What do I want? To expletive you up, of course." His voice boomed, dripping with predatory intent. "You've snatched my business not just once or twice. This time I'm sending you to meet the King of Hell." Without another word, Makuo blurred into motion. He leaped into the air, his massive blade glowing with a faint, menacing light. He swung with a ferocious downward arc, the steel singing a deadly tune as it sliced through the air. The local boss barely had time to raise his own weapon. The impact was deafening. A sharp clang echoed through the trees as sparks flew. But Makuo's strength was overwhelming. The force of the blow shattered the defense, and a spray of blood erupted as the blade found its mark. Stumbling back, the boss clutched his mangled hand, his face contorting in agony. His subordinates cried out in shock. Breathless and bleeding, the boss realized the tide had turned irrevocably. He wasn't just outmatched, he was defeated. "Bad luck. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Run, boys. Too late." Makuo roared, his eyes wide with a manic glint. The local bandit leader barely had time to register the shadow looming over him before a silver flash cleaved through the air. With a sickening spray of crimson, Makuo's blade tore through the man's torso, leaving a trail of blood across the grass. The fallen leader let out a final strangled cry as he collapsed, his body broken and bloody. The momentum of the kill surged through Makuo's veins as he turned his attention to the rest of the scattering host. "Brothers, kill." He commanded, his voice a thunderous decree that sent his men charging forward into the fray. Nearby, the dark-haired observer watched the slaughter with a cold, analytical eye. Looking at this yellow-haired man's moves, he's completely different from that bandit leader with the unremarkable background. Is he actually a martial artist with an orthodox heritage? Once the dust settled, the dark-haired man stepped forward, offering a respectful bow. "Thank you for the help, good sir." Makuo wiped the blood from his blade, a sharp, testing grin appearing on his face. "Kid, aren't you afraid I'll double-cross you?" he challenged, his gaze heavy with suspicion. Before a response could be given, a servant rushed through the trees, his face alight with relief. "Young master, glad we made it. This is Chief Ma of Liangmeng Mountain, whom you ordered this servant to find." The dark-haired man smiled, his expression shifting into one of quiet confidence. "Chief Ma is a smart man. Since you received my letter, you should know killing me would get you a few thousand taels of silver at most. But if you don't kill me, you can get that batch of refined ore I promised in the letter, and replace all that scrap copper and rotten iron your subordinates are using." He leaned in slightly, his eyes locking onto Makuo. "Isn't it obvious how to choose?" Makuo remained silent, his hand coming to his chin as he carefully weighed the value of the young master's life against the promise of superior steel. The dark-haired young master looked down at the lifeless body of the rival bandit leader, his mind churning with the cold reality of his family's politics. He knew his father's second concubine was vicious and would show no mercy, even to an illegitimate son like him, who had no hope of inheriting the family head position. From the moment she suggested taking this small path, He'd guessed her intent. She'd hired bandits to borrow a knife to kill him. If she can spend money to have bandits kill me, I can use bandits to protect, he thought, a sharp glint entering his eyes. Ma Qiu admitted the young man hadn't lied. He knew those ores were vital to the Chu family and was surprised the young master was willing to part with them. The young man's response was stinging and direct. Someone in the Chu family wanted him dead, so he had no reason to care about the supplies meant for them. The young master reached into his robes and produced a formal document, handing it over to the bandit chief. This is my warrant. Use it to get a batch of ore at a low price. Be quick while I am still the steward. Ma Qiu took the paper, a bark of rough laughter escaping. He remarked that while big families usually dealt in dirty laundry, the kid was surprisingly decisive. The giant of a man grinned, his predatory aura shifting into something almost like professional respect. He invited the young man, whom he addressed as young Master Chu, to find him again if more good things like this appeared in the future. I, Ma Qiu, am very efficient at killing. I can give you a discount for acquaintances. As Ma Qiu's boisterous laughter echoed through the forest, the young master watched him depart with his men. He stood still, his analytical mind already categorizing his new ally. He knew exactly who Ma Qiu was now, a bandit with a legitimate martial arts heritage. It seemed his brother, Gao Bei, had good luck to have hired someone with such a significant background. Chu Xiu approached the carriage, his expression unreadable as he returned from the fray. Inside, a maid peered through the curtains, her eyes wide with a mix of shock and mounting dread. Her mind raced with frantic questions. Why is it like this? Isn't Chu Xiu trash? How did he easily seriously injure that bandit leader? She bit her lip, sweat beading on her forehead as she recalled the mysterious group that had appeared to assist. Sensing her gaze, Chu Xiu pulled back the curtain. The maid immediately shifted gears, forcing a high-pitched, feigned cry of relief. Young master, were those bandits all repelled? She whimpered, clutching her face in a desperate show of fragile concern. Of course they were all repelled, Chu Xiu answered smoothly. His smile was pleasant, but his internal monologue was ice cold. This expletive is still pretending. He stepped closer, the air between them turning frigid. I didn't die. You are very disappointed, aren't you? The maid's smile faltered, her voice trembling as she tried to maintain the charade. Yo, young master is joking. It's a good thing the bandits were repelled. How could this servant be disappointed? Otherwise, Before she could finish her lie, Chu Xiu's hand shot forward, gripping her throat with iron strength. The mask of the trash young master vanished, replaced by a terrifying intensity. Do you really take me for an idiot? Speak. Exactly how much silver did my good second mother spend to hire those bandits? The maid gasped for air, her face contorting in agony as the pressure increased under the weight of his murderous intent. Her resolve shattered instantly. I'll speak, young master. I'll say everything. Second concubine spent 10,000 taels of silver. Chu Xiu released his grip, his eyes narrowing as he processed the confession. 10,000 taels of silver. What a generous hand. Does my second mother hate me that much? The maid, trembling on the floor, spilled every detail to save herself. She explained that the second concubine believed Chu Xiu's presence was an eyesore to her eldest son and a scourge that would eventually ruin the family. Furthermore, she'd recently given birth to the fourth young master, fueling her desire to eliminate any future trouble for her own bloodline. Chu Xiu's mind drifted to the complex hierarchy of the Chu family. The master, Chu Jianwang, had 3 wives and 4 sons. The first wife's son, Chu Yun, the third wife's son, Chu Fan, the second concubine's son, Chu Yang, and himself, Chu Xiu, the illegitimate son of a 4th-ranked concubine. In his previous life, his status was so low that he never even stood a chance at inheriting the family headship. He'd been framed by his third brother, leading to a life of misery where he was eventually treated like a dog. But this life was different. A fire burned in his eyes as he clenched his fist. Having lived through it once, he knew the plot well. He would no longer be a victim. He intended to fight for the position of family head, using the family's vast resources to reach the peak of power. He turned his attention back to the trembling servant. Do you have any evidence of her colluding with the bandits? The maid shook her head frantically. Second concubine sent a confidant strictly to find the bandits. The bandits took the money and did the job without asking much, so no evidence was left. Desperate, she grabbed his robes. Young master, I've said everything. Can you spare my life? Don't worry, Chu Xiu said, his voice deceptively gentle. I don't kill women. The maid's eyes closed in a moment of pure relief, whispering a quiet thank you for the mercy. Chu Xiu's hand moved with lethal precision, snapping her neck before she could even scream. As her lifeless body slumped to the floor, Chu Xiu looked down at her with a chilling, shadowed expression. I lied. You actually believe that. You're so naive, yet you try to learn from others to be a spy. The Chu mansion stood imposing and grand, a sprawling complex that signaled the family's status within the Yangzhou prefect. Waiting for him was Liang Chuanxia, the eldest daughter of the Liang family. As the daughter of a master of martial arts and a prominent figure in her own right, She stood with a cold, regal air, flanked by her attendants. "Greetings, second mother," Chu Shio called out, his tone carrying a hint of practiced charm. "I haven't seen you for a year. You have become even younger." Liang Chuensha narrowed her eyes, her expression taut with a mixture of suspicion and disdain. "How did you come back alive? That stupid girl, did she not find you down that Hangtan Great Pit?" Her gaze grew even colder as she looked past him. "Where is your maid, Yor?" Chu Shio let out a casual, almost bored sigh. "Yor's body was too weak. I accidentally played her to death. Why doesn't second mother gift me another one?" Liang Chuensha remained silent, her mind racing. "Yor died. Does he know about her appearing earlier to kill Chu Shio?" She studied him closely, sensing a disturbing shift in his demeanor. "Besides, this kid seems like a different person than a year ago. He shouldn't speak like this." Despite her inner turmoil, she maintained her icy composure. "Since you're back, then go in. The master and the others are all waiting." Chu Shio entered the great hall and offered a respectful bow to the gathered assembly, acknowledging his father, uncles, and his three mothers. At the far end sat Chu Jianwang, the family head, a man who'd built the Chu family from the ground up. In just 20 years, he'd transformed them into one of the three major families of Yangzhou Prefecture, surpassing even the long-established Li family. "You're back," Chu Jian remarked, his voice steady. He looked remarkably young for someone over 50, hardly older than 40, due to his reached stage of bone transformation and blood condensation. Despite his impressive vitality, it was a known pity among the family that his martial arts realm hadn't advanced a single step in 2 decades, largely because he remained distant from family affairs, focusing solely on secluded cultivation. "Sit." As Chu Shio took his place, his father continued, noting that the younger generation of the Chu family had grown up. "It is time to decide the position of the family heir." The room grew tense at the mention of succession. The first wife was the first to speak, her voice sharp. "Decide what? Yun'er is the mother's eldest child. He is fairly and squarely the successor. It should be him." Liang Chuensha, the second mother, leaned back with a mocking smile. "Big sister, what you said isn't right. We aren't royalty where the eldest son must inherit. Naturally, the ablest should be the position of the heir. Don't you agree?" The third wife, watching the exchange with a quiet, observant air, demurred. "This servant is just a woman and doesn't understand anything. Naturally, whatever the master says, go." Chu Jianwang's gaze remained cold and calculated. "Enough, I have my own plans for the heir position. The one who can win over the Liang and Li families will hold 50% of the family business. In 1 year's time, whoever makes the greatest progress, the heir position will be there. Do you all agree?" Chu Shio surveyed the grand hall, his gaze sweeping over the assembled Chu family. At the head of the room sat the Chu family elder. Though they were technically mere servants, their arrogance was palpable. They bore the title of elder with a pride that bordered on defiance, often daring to challenge Chu Jianwang's very will. His attention shifted to the first wife and her son. Both exuded a chilling arrogance, looking down on everyone with blatant disdain. They were the type to openly contradict Chu Jianwang's decision, a trait that only served to make them more detestable in his eye. Nearby, the second wife stood with calculated poise. She was ruthless and scheming, her eyes constantly fixed on the position of heir for her son. However, her son lacked her subtlety. His clumsiness was poorly hidden, making his ambition seem almost pathetic. In contrast, the third wife appeared to be the smartest of the group. On the surface, she remained peaceful, avoiding conflict and competition. Yet it was this very facade that had earned her Chu Jianwang's favor. Her son, Chu Shang, the fourth son of the family, was clearly the patriarch's favorite as well. Then there was Chu Jianwang himself, the strangest of them all. Though he constantly insisted he was choosing an heir, he acted with a bizarre indifference, appearing as though he didn't care about the outcome at all. "I disagree." A voice cut through the air. "My Chu family is a martial family. The heir to the family head must naturally rely on strength. Chu Yue, don't you agree?" Chu Shao watched the proceedings with a cold, calculating eye. As long as he disagrees, it will be 2 against 2. Even if Chu Jianwang favors Chu Shang, he can't be too blatant about it. The tension in the hall reached a boiling point as Chu Shio stepped forward, his expression unreadable. He offered a respectful cupped fist salute, his voice calm yet firm. "Father naturally has his reasons for doing this. This child has no objection." Shock rippled through the room. Chu Shao stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. "He actually dares to defy me." She thought, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Just moments ago, she'd been confident in her control, reflecting on how she'd ordered people killed in the past. Yet here he was, standing his ground. Chu Shio, the eldest brother, snapped, his voice trembling with suppressed rage. "Do you actually know what you're saying? I will give you one more chance. Dare you say it again?" Chu Shio didn't flint. He turned his gaze toward the eldest brother, his tone dripping with sharp irony. "Big brother, could it be wrong for me to listen to father's words?" He let the question hang in the air before twisting the knife. "You aren't the family head yet you manage things so bold. If you really became family head, wouldn't the rest of us have to beg for food?" "You," the eldest brother bristled, his face contorting in fury as the elders and family members looked on. Before the argument could escalate further, Chu Jianwang's authoritative voice cut through the chaos. "Enough. I'm not dead yet. This matter is settled." No one is allowed to argue anymore. Chu Shio bowed slightly, but he wasn't finished. Since father has set the rules, shouldn't you share some of the family business with me as well? He gestured toward the room, his eyes meeting his father. The Nanshan mining area I'm in charge of is only so big. There is no way to improve it all. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other too much, right? Chu Jianwang narrowed his eyes, studying his son with newfound interest. This child has actually developed ambition, he noted internally. Across the hall, the wives exchanged startled looks, the realization dawning on them. Chu Shio also wanted to vie for the position of family head. The silence was broken by Chief Steward Luo, who stepped forward with a condescending air. The mining area is also part of the family business. Second young master, don't push your luck, all right. The tension in the hall snapped like a dry twig. Chu Shio stood with a calm, almost icy composure, his gaze fixed on the man before him. Steward Luo, come here for a moment. I have something to say to you. The steward approached, his posture stiff with a blend of arrogance and hesitation. If the second young master has something to say, just say it direct. Are you afraid I'm too far away to hear? He didn't have to wait long for his answer. In a blur of motion that defied the steward's expectations, Chu Shio lunged. Before the man could even register the threat, a heavy blow connected with his midsection. A guttural sound escaped Luo as the force of the strike folded him like paper. He crashed into the floor, his eyes rolling back into his head, consciousness fleeing before he even settled against the wood. But Chu Shio wasn't finished. With cold efficiency, he brought his heel down, pinning the unconscious man to the floor as the onlookers gasped in collective shock. The room fell into a stunned silence. Several people watched with wide eyes and trembling hands, their faces pale as they witnessed the sudden eruption of violence. How can he be Chu Shio? One whispered, unable to reconcile this ruthless figure with the person they thought they knew. The heavy silence was shattered by a thunderous slam as a table groaned under the weight of a furious hand. Chu Shio, father stood, his face contorted with rage. Enough, Chu Shio, who do you think you are? Striking someone in public? Do you have any respect for me, your father? Chu Shio didn't flint. He remained standing over the fallen steward, his expression neutral. Father, please. Quell your anger. This child just couldn't control himself for a moment. A servant interrupted when the master was speaking. It's only been a year or so. Has the Chu family become so unruly? Father, you are simply too kind. The tension in the grand hall was thick enough to stifle a breath. Chu Shio stood tall, his gaze cold as he looked down at the crumpled form of the steward on the floor. If a piece of trash like you were in the Nanshan mining area, I would have had you thrown out to be lit as a sky lantern long ago. He turned his attention toward the elevated seat where the family head sat. Father is benevolent, but I, Chu Shio, am not so easy to talk to. The family head watched him, his expression unreadable behind a trimmed beard. Internally, he sighed. The steward, though a relative of the first wife, was still just a servant. But Chu Shio's blatant disregard for decorum was problematic. It seemed that while he'd been in seclusion, these subordinates had become remarkably outrageous. Forget it. The family head finally spoke, his voice booming through the chamber. Remember this next time. This is the Chu family, not the Nanshan mining area. He leveled a stern look at his son. I'll fine you 3 months of your monthly allowance to pay for Steward Luo's medical recovery. Chu Shio offered a shallow, respectful bow, though his eyes remained sharp. This child obeys the order. However, father, surely you can't let me keep guarding just the Nanshan mining area as my business. Otherwise, what is the significance of calling me the heir to the family head back? The family head stroked his chin, lost in thought. While he had no desire to lecture Chu Shio too harsh lest he undermine his own heir's position, he couldn't allow the boy to be too excessive in front of the clan. Beside him, the first wife's face contorted with indignation. Master, are we just letting this matter go? She hissed, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. Chu Shio committed violence in public. He simply has no respect for you. The family head didn't even look at her. What else do you want me to do? Make him pay with his life? I said this matter is settled. He turned back to Chu Shio, his decision made. Wait until the trade caravan heading to the Yan Kingdom return. Chu Shio will take over it. Much thanks, father. Chu Shio replied, bowing deeply this time, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As he walked away, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of disdain for the woman and her son. Internally, his thoughts were biting. He viewed the first wife and her son Chu Yun as nothing more than a pair of fools. Despite being born into a prestigious clan, they lacked the foresight to understand their own standing. To him, Chu Yun was particularly pathetic. Though 7 or 8 years older than Chu Shio, the man was still desperately scrambling to fight his younger brothers for the position of heir. All right, the matter is settled. The family head's voice echoed, signaling the end of the audience. Everyone dispersed. As the crowd filtered out, Chu Shio caught sight of a woman in vibrant red robes, the second wife. She hadn't expected Chu Shio to develop such wild ambition within just a single year. She'd originally believed his primary adversaries were the first wife and Chu Yun, but the political landscape of the family was clearly shifting. Away from the prying eyes of the main hall, A heated conversation took place within the second wife's quarter. Her son stood before her, his voice tight with frustration and disbelief. "Mother, didn't you arrange for people to finish off that Chu Shio? How is he able to come back alive now?" The second wife sat composed, though a flicker of annoyance crossed her feature. "I miscalculate. Who would have thought that after 1 year in the Nanshan mining area, Chu Shio would change so much?" Her son paced the room, his anxiety mounted, but his mother remained confident. She reminded him that Chu Shio's reckless behavior, striking someone directly in front of the master, was a sign of madness. "The Chu family will not let a madman be the heir," she assured him. In her eyes, Chu Shio possessed great ambition but little talent, while their other rival, Chu Shang, was still a mere teenager. "Only you are the best candidate." However, the son was still wary. "By the way, mother, the steward's father assigned to Chu Shio's trade caravan are all your people. Why not throw a wrench in his works?" A sharp, cunning smile spread across the second wife's face as she leaned forward, her eyes narrow. "Don't worry. Those people cost me a lot of money. I guarantee that even if Chu Shio gets the trade caravan, he won't be able to command a single person." The pharmacy courtyard was bustling with the mundane tasks of disciples until the second young master arrived, trailing an air of quiet defiance. Behind him, a loyal attendant voiced the concern weighing on both their minds. According to the old rules, the second young master's cultivation resources were always diverted to his elder brother. "Remember," the young master replied, his voice cold and steady. "Those are the old rules. Now some rules need to change." They were met at the entrance by Steward Zhao, a man whose rounded features were twisted into a mask of smug condescension. He didn't hide his amusement at their arrival. "Oh, the second young master is a guest who has lost his way. The pharmacy is no place for someone whose share has already been signed away. Is the second young master making fun of me?" Zhao sneered, his eyes narrow. "Your cultivation resources have always been collected by the eldest young master. Why are you asking me?" The second young master didn't flint. He stepped into the steward's space, his gaze pierced. "Then why did you give my cultivation resources to the eldest young master? Did I say so, or did father give the word?" Steward Zhao let out a dismissive huff, turning his head as if the conversation were beneath. He told the young master that if he were dissatisfied, he should take it up with his brother directly, ending with a stinging jab, mocking the young master for trying to vent his anger on a mere steward. A dangerous glint, a flash of crimson intent, ignited in the second young master's eyes. "Very good." Before Zhao could register the shift in the atmosphere, a blur of motion cut through the air. A sharp, resounding crack echoed across the courtyard as a powerful slap sent the steward spiraling toward the ground. Zhao clutched his swollen face, gasping in pure shock. He looked up not at the young master, but at the man who had delivered the blow on his master's behalf. "Audacious," the attendant barked, pointing a finger at the fallen man. "You dare speak to the second young master like that? Is there no respect for seniority anymore?" Steward Zhao could only stutter in disbelief. His authority shattered in a single violent instant. Before he could utter another word of protest, a sharp command cut him off. "Shut up. There is no place for you to speak here." The chief steward stepped forward, his expression severe as he silenced his subordinate. Turning to the second young master with a respectful bow, the chief steward's demeanor shifted entirely. "My subordinate was senseless. Second young master, please forgive him. The cultivation resources are all stored here, not a bit missing." Seeking to further appease the young man, he added that he'd also prepared a bottle of excellent blood condensation pills to be delivered immediately. The second young master accepted the peace offering with a cold, singular warning. "Let this not happen again." With that, he and his attendant turned their backs on the pharmacy, their footsteps echoing as they departed. The chief steward watched them go, letting out a heavy sigh of relief once they were out of sight. Finally gone. Behind him, Steward Zhao nursed his bruised face, his confusion turning to resentment. "Chief Steward, why did you hit me just now? And you were so polite to that Chu Shio." The chief steward's eyes remained fixed on the gateway where the young master had vanished. "That was for your own good. Otherwise, you would have been in big trouble." He revealed the source of his caution, a rumor that Chu Shio had recently beaten another high-ranking servant, Chief Steward Luo, half to death. "Remember, from now on, be even more polite to the second young master than the other young master. He is not the same second young master he once was." The sun hung high over Chu Shio's estate, casting a serene glow over the traditional tiled roofs and neatly paved court. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with a different kind of weight, the weight of calculation. "Young master, you were truly imposing just now," his attendant remarked, pouring tea with genuine awe. Even the grand steward of the pharmacy was so polite. Chu Shio sat rigidly in his chair, his gaze cold and distant. He didn't share his servant's enthusiasm. That wasn't politeness, that was fear. He set his cup down, his expression hardening into a mask of ruthless pragmatism. "Evil cuts both ways. If you cannot be so kind that everyone respects you, then you must be so evil that everyone fears you." The attendant scratched his head, utterly confused. "I don't understand." Chu Shio offered a thin, mirthless smile. "Of course you don't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have muddled along for so many years without even becoming a steward." He stood up, dismissing the philosophy for action. "Go find some wooden stakes and set them up in the courtyard. I want to practice my blade." "Yes," the attendant chirped, scurrying off. Left to his own thoughts, Chu Xiao's mind turned inward toward the grueling reality of his path. To him, the path of martial Tao was a simple, brutal equation: talent, perseverance, opportunity, and comprehension. My talent is average, comprehension is unknown, and opportunities require strength to see. He knew he wasn't a chosen prodigy. He was a man who had to carve his own destiny out of stone. Therefore, for now, I can only put effort into perseverance. As he prepared for training, he calculated the resources he'd managed to squeeze from his surroundings. The Grand Steward had been thorough: 2 packs of body powder per month, 30 pieces of silver, and 3 blood condensation pills per year. Chu Xiao gripped his sleeve, resolve tightened. The steward knew how to handle things, but Chu Xiao knew how to use them. In this world, fear was a better currency than kindness, and he intended to spend it well. Chu Xiao lifted the small cup to his lips, the scent of medicinal herbs rising in the steam. The body powder was simple to collect, yet its effects were indispensable. It could replenish Kai and strengthen the physical frame, aiding his cultivation significantly. For his current goals, it was the perfect catalyst for cultivating the Jinghe Gong. He settled into a cross-legged position on his meditation platform. As he closed his eyes, a faint ethereal blue light began to emanate from his body, flickering like cold flames in the dim room. Taoist cultivation methods were moderate and peaceful by nature. The more one cultivated, the more abundant their energy became. In this regard, it far surpassed other more volatile cultivation methods. By the next day, the blue aura around him had grown more stable and vibrant. Chu Xiao opened his eyes, feeling newfound clarity surging through his limbs. After a full night of concentrated effort, his miraculous meridians ran automatically, and his 8 veins were all connected. His body had successfully processed the marrow bone true qi, and the results were far from bad. Next, he murmured, his voice tight with focus, is practicing the blade. He stepped out into the cool morning air of the courtyard where the wooden stakes had been prepared. He drew his weapon, the steel catching the early light. His current technique, the blue dragon under the sleeve, possessed the proper blade form, but lacked the essential blade intent to bridge that gap. There was no shortcut, only repetition. Chu Xiao moved with sudden explosive speed. The courtyard filled with the rhythmic smack of steel meeting wood as he practiced the most basic blade swings repeatedly. Each strike was a blur of motion, his body twisting and lunging as he sought to infuse every movement with the lethality required to survive the path he'd chosen. The rhythmic sound of steel was interrupted by his attendant Gao Bei, who approached with a tray. Young master, I heard some news. The stewards leading the caravan assigned to you are all the second concubines. They say that when the caravan returns, they intend to give you a display of severity to humble. Chu Xiao didn't break his stance immediately. Did the other side spread this matter so blatant? Yes, it was spread by one of the second concubine's maidservants, Gao Bei confirmed. A cold, mocking smile touched Chu Xiao's lips. That mother and son really don't take me seriously. It's a pity you all judged wrong with people who do not listen are no different from dead people. He turned to his attendant, his eyes glinting. With a dangerous light, Gao Bei, come with me to Sha Mang Mountain tomorrow morning. We are going to find that bandit leader Ma. Gao Bei flinched, nearly dropping his tray. Ah, seeing the terror on the man's face, Chu Xiao's smile widened into something predatory. What are you afraid of? Bandits don't eat people. Moreover, he will become our greatest assistance. The young man in blue sat calmly behind the desk, his gaze steady as he addressed the rugged leader before him. Chieftain Ma, the matter I wish to discuss with you is somewhat significant. Could you ask your men to withdraw? Ma, leaning back with a cocky grin, didn't budge. He gestured to the 2 guards flanking him. No need. These are brothers with whom I have life and death friendships. There is nothing to hide. The young man didn't blink. He leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Chieftain Ma, then I will speak frankly. I want to talk to the person behind you. I know that you are not bandits. The room went silent for a heartbeat before Ma burst into mocking laughter. What a joke. If I don't look like a bandit with this appearance, what else could I be? You are Guan Jian, the young man stated, his voice cutting through the laughter like a chill wind. The remnants of the Northern Lake's 36 giant bandits. The shift was instantaneous. The air turned frigid as the guards' faces twisted in shock. Before the words could even settle, the bandit lunged. A massive broadsword whistled through the air, aimed directly at the young man's head. With fluid, practiced grace, the man in blue didn't retreat, he surged forward. He closed the distance before the heavy blade could complete its arc, his movements a blur of calculated precision. In a flash, he was inside Ma's guard. The 2 men stood locked in a test of strength, the sheer force of the encounter kicking up a gust of wind that ruffled their hair. Chieftain Ma, tell them not to be restless. The young man warned, his face inches from the other. If I really wanted to make an enemy of you, even if the fight happened in Northern Lake once, you would have been dead long ago. Ma stared at him, sweat beading on his brow as he realized his strength was being completely neutralized. How did you know our background? He hissed. The young man in blue maintained his poise, his hands still firmly keeping the chieftain's blade at bay. I guessed. Chieftain Ma's kung fu is orthodox and the troops' discipline is strict. Added to that, you mentioned the word Guan. Therefore, aside from the Chilean Iron Cavalry among the Northern Lake's 36 giant bandits, I really can't think of anything else. A look of begrudging respect crossed the bandit leader's face. He lowered his weapon, the murderous tension evaporating into a rough, sheepish laugh. Damn it. Turns out it was me who didn't watch my mouth, Ma muttered, acknowledging the slip that had revealed their true identity. As the immediate threat subsided, the young man's mind drifted to the history that truly allowed him to confirm their origin. Decades ago, the Northern Yen was a land of chaos. Out of that turmoil emerged the 36 giant bandits, a force so bold they dared to plunder the Northern Yen imperial line. Their reign of defiance, however, met a brutal end when Northern Yen rose again, joining forces with the major martial arts sects to crush the bandits in a single decisive sweep. The various leaders were either killed or crippled, and the group was thought to have vanished from history, never to become a significant force again. Yet standing before him was proof that the remnants survived. Bringing his focus back to the present, the young man addressed the chieftain once more. "Our chieftain Ma should know my sincerity, right?" Ma, now leaning his heavy blade over his shoulder, remained cautious. "What exactly do you want to trade with my boss? Telling me first is the same." The young man's expression turned solemn, his eyes piercing. "I know the whereabouts of your Chilean Iron Cavalry's great chieftain, the red-faced heavenly king, Panghu." He paused, allowing the gravity of the name to hang in the air. "Is this information enough to trade?" The revelation hit Ma like a physical blow. His composure shattered, and he stepped forward, eyes wide with a mix of hope and suspicion. "You really know the great chieftain's whereabouts. You aren't lying to me. Once you see the one behind you, the truth will naturally be revealed. Besides, once we are there, I wouldn't dare to lie either." Chieftain Ma signaled for his men to stand down. "Fine, then follow me. My boss is in North Shangmang Mount. It will take a few days to get there." 5 days later, they arrived at a hidden mountain stronghold tucked away in the peaks of North Shangmang. Ma explained that his boss had established this secondary base just in case, building a small stronghold outside the main territory. He led the visitor into a spacious hall and told him to wait while he went to report. Soon Ma returned with a burly, orange-clad man, Boss Han, a former personal guard to the great chief. The young man in blue sat calmly, sipping tea. "Is it you who says you know the great chieftain's whereabouts?" Han asked, his voice booming. He noted silently that Boss Han's cultivation seemed even stronger than Ma's. "Correct," the young man replied without looking up. Han didn't appreciate the calm demeanor. "Cut the crap, speak. What exactly do you want?" He stepped closer, his shadow looming over the table. "If you demand an exorbitant price, don't blame me for getting tough." Unfazed, the visitor offered the news as a greeting gift for Boss Han. "According to what I know, after great chieftain Pang, who was heavily injured by the people of the Northern Yan Imperial Court, he is currently recovering his strength in the desolate mountains of Liaodong Commander in the north." Boss Han froze, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and hope. "Is that true?" The smirk on the young man's face widened, a glint of calculated triumph in his eyes. He knew he had the upper hand. The information he held was a bridge between two worlds. "If Boss Han doesn't believe it, you can send someone to Broken Soul Valley in Liaodong Commander to check. There are secret codes left by great chieftain Pang." Internally, he couldn't help but marvel at his own luck. Those small details from the game settings were proving to be a huge help. Han Bao, a massive man with a presence as heavy as the stone walls of his stronghold, didn't hesitate. He gestured toward a seat, his initial skepticism replaced by burning curiosity. "Sit, I will send someone. If we can really find the great chieftain, I, Han Bao, owe you this favor. Speak. What do you want?" As the young man settled in, he watched the boss pace before him. The atmosphere in the room shifted from a tense interrogation to a formal negotiation. "After finding great chieftain Pang Hu, what does Boss Han plan to do?" the young man asked, testing the water. Han Bao lowered himself onto his throne, his muscles rippling under his vest. "Naturally, take the men of the stronghold to seek refuge with the great chief." The young man shook his head, his expression turning grave. "That is incorrect. Great chieftain Pang is currently resting and recuperating. Not only would that be useless, but it would also increase the risk of exposure." He leaned forward, emphasizing his point. "He wouldn't let you go either. What you should do is accumulate money, provisions, and cultivation resources to prepare for his ride." Han Bao's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowing as he processed the advice. The logic was sound, yet he remained focused on his immediate priority. "These matters will be decided once the great chieftain is found. Speak. What is your intention?" The young man didn't blink. He met the chieftain's gaze with sharp, business-like focus. "I want to cooperate with you guys to make money." A slow, predatory grin spread across Han Bao's face. The prospect of wealth was a language he understood perfectly. "Such a good thing. Explain it in detail." The young man leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. "There are many bandits in Shangmang Mountain who frequently rob caravans and kill for money. Therefore, more and more caravans are switching to the time-consuming and laborious main roads or arranging large numbers of guards. Your business is getting scarcer, right? Hanbao grunted, leaning back in his chair with a resigned look. Correct, so what should be done? Nothing can be accomplished without rules. If there are no rules, we will set the rule. As long as caravans hand over a portion of their wealth, they can be escorted across the mountain. This way, it benefits both the caravans and Boss Han. Hanbao's expression darkened slightly as he weighed the proposal. Then wouldn't I be making enemies of all the bandits in Shangmeng Mountain? One voice in the entire Shangmeng Mountain is enough. Does Boss Han lack the confidence to deal with those disorganized mobs? Hanbao's face split into a fierce, prideful grin. Of course, I have it. If not for my injuries remaining unhealed, I would have subdued that bunch of trash long ago. Unexpectedly, this guy was actually a Xianshan expert before I misjudged, the young man thought, his gaze momentarily distant as he adjusted his internal strategy. By the way, Hanbao said, his tone shifting back to business, you gave me such a good deal. What exactly do you want? The young man didn't hesitate. Very simple. I just have a caravan in the Chu family. I hope they can enter and exit Shangmeng Mountain without obstruction. Additionally, I hope Boss Han, you can help me kill people. Hanbao let out a sharp laugh. The first condition is no problem, but for the second one, wanting me, Hanbao, to be a hired thug, just this piece of news isn't enough. The young man's smile remained unwavering. Of course, what I can give Boss Han is more than just this. I will tell you the information about passing caravans in advance. This way, you won't have to worry about a wasted trip. Hanbao nodded, his tension finally easing as he rested his chin on his hand. That does sound pretty good. The young man then added a final hook to secure the deal. By the way, I will soon transmit news of a Chu family caravan to you, Boss Han. Consider it a greeting gift. Hanbao's eyes widened, a flash of confusion and suspicion crossing his face. Rob your own caravan. What is the meaning of this? The young man narrowed his eyes, his expression cold and detached as he placed a hand over his heart. That is the Chu family's caravan, not my caravan. The muscular, red-haired man smirked, his expression dripping with a mix of disdain and calculation. When it comes to deviousness, he can't compare to those disciples of aristocratic family. They are actually so ruthless as to harm their own people. He leaned back, satisfied with the deal struck. Pleasure doing business. If there is news, I will send a carrier pigeon to. Outside, the air was thick with the dust of activity. Workers hurried to load heavy wooden crates onto horse-drawn wagons. A shout rang out over the courtyard, signaling the urgency of their departure. Amidst the chaos, the second young master approached, his stride purposeful and his face a mask of cold authority. He was flanked by an attendant in purple as he stepped toward the center of the loading area. A man bowed low, his hands clasped in respectful greeting. This servant is Zhang Quan, the caravan steward. Greetings, second young master. The young master didn't waste time with pleasantry. Who is in charge of this caravan right now? Of course, it is under your charge, second young master, Steward Zhang replied with a forced, oily smile. Since it is under my charge, then who allowed you to load the cargo and set off just now? He stepped closer, looming over the steward. How much silver did the last batch of goods sell for? What was brought back? What is being transported in this batch? Have you ever discussed these with? Steward Zhang's smile didn't falter, though a bead of sweat threatened to break. Second young master, please forgive me. Because you were not present, I asked for instructions from the family head before acting. Time waits for no one. Rest assured, second young master. There will be absolutely no problems with this. If there are any mishaps, I am at your disposal. The second young master reached out, placing a firm, almost patronizing hand on the steward's shoulder. A thin, sharp smile touched his lips. Steward Zhang, what you've done is very well. I just hope you won't regret it. Zhang Quan bowed even deeper, his eyes gleaming with hidden intent. Thank you for the praise, second young master. Working for the Chu family, this servant will never regret it. Steward Zhang's face remained a mask of polite indifference, but inwardly he scoffed at the young master's parting words. I have gone back and forth with the caravan countless times. What problem could there be? What is there to regret? The second young master turned his back on the steward, his voice cold and final. Then I wish you good luck. As he walked away, he didn't look back at the line of wagons beginning their journey. Instead, he signaled to his trusted subordinate in purple. Notify Hanbao and his men of the caravan's route and schedule. Yes, the man replied, bowing before hurrying off to execute the order. Soon, the caravan was well on its way, the heavy wooden carts creaking along a winding dirt road lined with lush green trees. Riding at the head of the line, a guard looked over Zhang with concern. Old Zhang, you've offended the second young master to death. I heard that after returning from the mining area, the second young master is different. Zhang Quan let out a dismissive chuckle, leaning back in his saddle. Of course I know, but don't forget, we are the third young master's people. The guard wasn't so easily swayed. Aren't you afraid the second young master will deal with us? The Chu family is a great clan and must follow rules. We haven't broken any rules, so Chu Shio can't touch us. While Zhang remained smug, the guard fell into a pensive silence, his hand moving to his chin. I just feel like this matter isn't that simple. His brow furrowed as he scanned the dense foliage ahead. Aware of the potential dangers of the road, Zhang Quan raised his hand to signal the rest of the crew. His voice turned stern as he issued a final warning. Everyone, remember, if we really encounter bandits, drop the goods immediately. Lives are more important than anything. Yes, the men shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the quiet forest as the caravan moved deeper into the shadow. Hours bled into night, and a full moon hung high over the jagged silhouettes of the mountain. Zhang Quan led the group through the shadows, his eyes scanning the path ahead. Walk a bit further. There's a decent-sized cave ahead. We'll rest there. Suddenly, a booming voice tore through the silence of the woods. No need to walk anymore. If you want to hurry there, rest here to your heart's content. Torches flared to life in the darkness, illuminating the terrifying silhouettes of armed men blocking the path. Zhang Quan's heart hammered against his ribs as he stared into the flickering light. It's bandits. Run! The discipline of the caravan shattered instantly. Men scrambled off their horses and fled into the trees, leaving the cargo behind. Zhang Quan tried to scramble away, but a group of shirtless, muscular men, swords resting casually on their shoulders, stepped into his path. "Steward Zhang, where did you think you're going?" One of them sneered. Zhang's breath hitched in his throat as he realized these weren't ordinary highwaymen. You were prepared. The man leading the group, Han Bao, stepped forward with a lethal grin. Zhang Quan, right. Young Master Chu Shio asked me to pass you a message, Steward Zhang. Have a safe journey to the afterlife. The blood drained from Zhang's face. The memory of the second young master's cold gaze flashed through his mind. It was the second young master. Before he could even beg for mercy, the massive blade of a broadsword caught the moonlight, swinging toward him with a terrifying whistle. The cold gleam of a blade was the last thing Steward Zhang saw. Panic contorted his features. His teeth bared in a final futile grimace as the steel descended. With a swift, decisive strike, the intruder ended his life. Go open the cargo. Let's see how the greeting gift young Master Chu gave us. When the heavy gates of the compound creaked open, the news of the massacre spread like wildfire through the night air. An announcement rang out, cold and official. The caravan had been robbed and all members killed. The survivors were ordered to return to the guards' hall immediately to discuss the gravity of the situation. Amidst the chaos, two figures walked through the moonlit court. The young man looked toward his mother, his brow furrowed in suspicion. "Mother, do you think this matter has anything to do with Chu Shio? Steward Zhang and the others just offended Chu Shio, and then something like this happened." His mother kept her gaze fixed forward, her expression unreadable. "I don't know. Logically speaking, Chu Shio shouldn't have the guts. Besides, he shouldn't have the ability to hire the Shangmang Mountain bandits." She paused, her eyes narrowing as they approached the main hall. "Before we have evidence, don't speak carelessly. Otherwise, it will make the master unhappy." Yes, they entered the grand hall where the atmosphere was thick with tension. At the far end, seated upon a high throne, the master of the house looked down upon his subjects. The room was filled with murmurs and the hushed rustle of robes as the survivors recounted the horror. "That is the situation. They killed everyone on sight. We don't know anything else." The master remained silent for a long moment, his presence looming over the room like a dark cloud. Finally, he spoke, his voice echoing with chilling finality. "Since that's the case, dismissed. Remember this lesson, be more careful next time. I'm going back into seclusion." As the master rose to leave, young man in blue robes stepped forward, his back to the room but his resolve clear. "Father, right now the caravan has no leader. I am willing to lead the caravan through Shangmang Mountain once again." A ripple of shock passed through the hall as Chu Shio's declaration hung in the air. Eyes widened and whispers ceased. The idea of the family's young master taking on such a perilous task was unthinkable. The master turned, his gaze sharpening as he looked at his son. "Caravan transport has always been the most dangerous. Family disciples have never led the team before. What kind of trouble are you adding? You have no experience at all. Do you want to die?" Chu Shio didn't flinch. He bowed deeply, his hands clasped in utmost respect. "Right now, the caravan is in a state of panic. If there isn't someone of sufficient weight to lead, it will be difficult to set out, especially the pharmacy goods. They cannot be delayed. As a direct descendant of the Chu family, I should lead the charge and boost morale. I ask Father for permission." The master fell silent, his hand going to his chin as he weighed the request. He hadn't expected Chu Shio to possess such a high level of awareness or responsibility. Yet the logic was sound. The caravan indeed could not afford a delay. "Then you go, be careful." "Thank you for your concern, Father," Chu Shio replied, his expression remaining composed as he secured his objective. As Chu Shio prepared to depart, the other disciples watched him with a mixture of disbelief and calculation. One young man watched his back, a sneer tugging at his lip. To actually snatch up this thankless and dangerous task, is Chu Shio's brain broke. Outside, the atmosphere remained heavy. Servants and guards huddled in the moonlight, their faces pale as they discussed the tragedy. Can't blame them for pointing and discussing it. This time, the goods weren't saved, and quite a few people died. Yeah, this time was too scary. Their somber reflection was shattered by Chu Shio's arrival in the court. "Pack up, everyone. The caravan is setting off again. We're going to the state of Yen." The guards recoiled in disbelief. "Second young master, we just had an incident. We should rest for a period of time, no matter what." "Yeah, let's think of a countermeasure. What if we enter the mountain and get robbed by bandits again?" Chu Shio's expression hardened into a mask of cold fury. "Rest for a while, think of a countermeasure. It's simply a joke. The ones who died weren't you. You didn't even suffer a scratch. What are you resting for?" He stepped forward, his presence looming over the hesitant men. Thought you could just stay silent in the Chu family business. The caravan treatment is the best, 10 times that of general labor, or even more. He turned his back on them, his voice dropping to a dangerous chill. Since you are afraid of death and don't want to go, there are plenty of people who do. He looked toward a nearby attendant. Go tell the general laborers, those who dare to risk their lives, come to the caravan. Monthly pay is at least 10 taels. If they return smoothly, 0.5% of the profit will be the reward. As for these people, go find Steward Lin for reassignment. The reality of losing their lucrative positions hit the guards instantly. Second young master, just now I was blinded by folly. Please give me a chance, one pleaded, bowing low in a desperate attempt to salvage his status. Chu Shio didn't even look back. There is only one opportunity. Those who want to stay, follow me. Moments later, the heavy wheels of the caravan creaked into motion, rolling out of the compound under the pale moonlight, headed toward a dangerous and uncertain horizon. The night air hung heavy with the threat of violence as a group of bandits blocked the path. At the head of the mob stood a hulking man identified as Feng Mang, a subordinate of Han Bao. He brandished a heavy blade, his voice booming with ruthless intent. Little ones, come out. Business is here. Kill the people, leave the goods. Behind the safety of their defenses, the travelers felt the cold prickle of dread. One man, sweat beading on his brow, gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, again. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have stayed. Beside him, his companion offered a grim nod, his eyes wide with realization. Yeah, I'm regretting it a bit too. Hope we can survive and go back this time. However, amidst the rising panic of the caravan, a lone figure remained. Shaken, clad in blue robes with his hair pulled back in a high ponytail, he watched the bandits with chilling calm. A sharp, confident smirk played on his lips as his eyes narrowed. Standing before his transport wagons, the second young master gestured toward the cargo with a calm that defied the surrounding chaos. He issued a sharp command to his companion, Gao Bei, to prepare the fire. If the bandits wanted the goods, they would have to settle for ashes. Everyone, I will not let myself be slaughtered. If you dare to use force, I will burn the goods and fight to the death. Don't dream of getting anything. Behind him, his men exchanged frantic, whispered looks. While they were impressed by his sudden display of backbone, cold reality nodded. What if they decide to kill us even without the goods? One muttered, sweat beading on his forehead. Their adversary, a massive, barrel-chested man wielding a heavy blade, let out a mocking laugh. He stepped forward, his shadow stretching over the young master. You're still a bit too tender to play this game with your grandpa. Do you believe that I would rather kill you all than have these things? The young master didn't flinch. Instead, he offered a reckless alternative. Why go through all this trouble? How about you compete with me in a duel? If I lose, I am at your disposal. If I win, let us leave. How about it? The bandit leader's face contorted into a mask of pure murderous glee. A weakling who couldn't even crush a chicken was challenging. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish, he roared, charging forward with a speed that belied his size. His subordinates watched in horror, certain they were about to witness a slaughter. Only the eldest master of the family had reached the blood condensation realm. How could that useless second young master possibly survive this? But the young master moved like a shadow. With a fluid, low sweep, he slipped past the massive weapon. Excuse me, he murmured. The sound of clashing steel echoed through the trees as he parried a follow-up strike with effortless precision. Standing his ground, he offered a cool, mocking appraisal of the brute's strength. The clash of steel rang through the forest as the young master's blade moved with blinding speed, meeting the bandits' heavy strikes head-on. Each collision sent a shower of sparks into the night air, the light reflecting in the young master's focused eyes as he parried with effortless grace. He moved like a specter, his blue robes fluttering as he redirected the brute force of his opponent's massive blade. Behind them, his men watched with dropped jaws and wide, disbelieving eyes. Holy shit. The second young master is amazing, one gasped, his previous fear replaced by sheer awe. His companion nodded fervently, adding, wow, I really didn't expect it. The second young master was truly hiding his light under a bushel. With one final decisive movement, the young master disarmed his opponent. The bandit's heavy sword spun through the air before burying itself deep into the dirt path with a dull thud. The brute stood frozen, his hands empty and his chest heaving as he stared at the weapon he'd just lost. You let me win, the young master said calmly, sheathing his own blade as he looked at the defeated man. The bandit leader let out a gruff, begrudging laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. All right, you guys go. I didn't expect a young master like you to really have some skills. Your granddad underestimated the enemy. As the bandit began to walk away, the young master's voice cut through the darkness once more. Hero, please wait. The big man paused, looking back over his shoulder with a mix of annoyance and curiosity. What else do you want, kid? Raising a finger to emphasize his point, the young master wore a faint, knowing smile. I don't know how many more bandits lie ahead. Therefore, I would like to offer 1,000 taels to hire you here to escort us through the mountain. The bandit leader's face broke into a broad, toothy grin as the sheer audacity of the offer registered. Haha, that's a pretty good idea. Interesting, I agree. As the caravan resumed its journey under this unlikely protection, the young master's men were left reeling from the tactical shift. They realized that by taking this shortcut, risky as it was, they had bypassed the main road. Had they stayed the traditional course, the journey would have taken an extra month and the costs would have been significantly higher. This move by the second young master is brilliant, one whispered, watching the bandit now serve as their vanguard. 10 days later, the news reached the capital of the Xia Kingdom. In a grand study, an advisor bowed before a stern-faced official, reporting the impossible. The second young master had made a round trip from the Xia Kingdom in 10 days. Despite the success, the official remained skeptical, his brow furrowed. He worried the move was too adventurous. What if the bandits hadn't responded to soft tactics or lacked the actual strength to protect the cargo? The advisor, however, was more optimistic. He explained that the second young master's luck was remarkably good. Not only were the bandits strong, but a new precedent had been established. The caravan was now being escorted through the mountains by the very men who used to haunt. He mused that if the young master were to give up his current research and focus on family affairs, the family could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the powerful Qin clan. The official's eyes darkened at the mention of the young master's mysterious pursuits. Old Chen, do not speak nonsense. You know exactly how much of a price I paid. I will absolutely not give up. Meanwhile, back in the quiet courtyard of the family estate, the second young master was already back at his training. Under the bright afternoon sun, his blade blurred through the air, his movements even more refined than they had been on the mountain pass. The atmosphere within the Chu estate had shifted, a quiet tension replacing the usual bustle of daily life. Servants and family members alike whispered about the second young master who had returned from the Yan Kingdom, a changed man. He practiced with his blade with a desperate intensity, often forgetting to eat or sleep. It was a jarring departure from the person he once was, and those around him couldn't help but notice the newfound fire in his eyes. In the training courtyard, Chu Shio moved with sharp, disciplined grace. According to the original plot, he recalled, a catastrophic family incident would eventually force him to flee Tonga Prefect and enter the Jianghu, a transition that would harden his temperament drastically. However, the nature of that looming disaster remained a mystery. He knew he couldn't wait for the storm to hit. He had to reach the blood condensation realm as soon as possible to gain the power necessary to protect his own life. Watching from the shadows of a nearby doorway, Chu Yang's expression was a mask of simmering resentment. He had observed Chu Shio rise as a new authority within the caravan. Not only was the youth managing profits with surprising skill, but he had also established a level of prestige that Chu Yang found intolerable. If this trajectory continued, Chu Yang knew his own influence would soon vanish. "Chu Yang, what are you doing?" He jumped slightly as his mother approached, her voice cutting through his dark thoughts. "Mother, the caravan cannot remain in Chu Shio's hands," he insisted, his voice low and urgent. His mother looked at him with a cold, realistic gaze. "You want this caravan? It's not that easy. The master will not simply hand it over to you." Chu Yang leaned in, a shadow crossing his face as a cunning plan took root. "I know father won't give it to me, but what if fourth brother wants it? Would he give it to Chu Shio then?" A slow, predatory smile spread across his mother's lips as the implication sank in. The master's favoritism for Chu Sheng was well known. "That's right. The one the master spoils most nowadays is Chu Sheng. That is actually quite possible. I will go try." The midday sun beat down on the high walls of the third wife's estate, where the air inside the receiving hall remained heavy with the scent of expensive incense. The second concubine, striking in her vibrant red and gold silks, stood at the center of the room. Her presence was a bold statement, her sharp gaze fixed on her host. "Sister came to my place today. Why didn't you say something in advance?" The third wife didn't miss the underlying jab. "Well, Shanger's shops don't have much silver, but Shanger didn't plan to fight for the inheritance anyway, so this little money is just right." She reached out, taking the second concubine's hand in a gesture that looked sisterly, but felt like a tactical maneuver. "Sister has misunderstood. I know Shanger doesn't want to fight for the position of family master, but it's still better to have some business with large return," the second concubine countered, her smile never quite reaching her eye. The third wife's son shifted slightly. He knew the Chu family's business was a finite pie. The shops had already been divided. To ask for more now would be a dangerous display of ingratitude. But the second concubine wasn't finished. "Don't ask for more, but we can swap. Right now, the profits of Chu Shio's caravan have more than doubled. More than doubled." The son's eyes widened. He knew that beneath the surface of this familial unity, the harmony his father demanded was nothing more than a thin veil over a simmering rivalry. If those profits were real, the stakes of this conversation had just escalated significantly. The next day, the Chu family patriarch sat behind his desk, his expression authoritative as he addressed his son. "Daishu, your caravan has developed well during this period. Even if you cannot become the heir, you will definitely be a pillar of the Chu family." He looked from one son to the other, his tone softening slightly into a paternal lecture. "So between you brothers, brothers, you must be harmonious and help each other. What father says is correct. Yes, the brothers replied in unison, bowing their heads. However, beneath the polite exterior, the second young master's mind was far from harmony. What does he mean by this? He knows so clearly about the situation between us brothers. To the world, they were a picture of familial unity. But beneath the surface, the harmony his father demanded was nothing more than a thin veil over a simmering rival. The father continued, "It is good that you can think this way. I want to give Chu Shang some experience, so I prepared to swap your caravan with the shops under Chu Shang's name. Do you agree?" The second young master's breath hitched. This, he. When the caravan was dangerous, Chu Shang didn't go. Now that I've opened up the trade route, only now are you preparing to let Chu Shang go? He looked at his father's calm face, feeling a surge of resentment. This greedy, selfish appearance is a bit too much. Realizing the decision was already set in stone, the second young master bowed his head again. Since father has already made the decision, then fine. I will yield the caravan to fourth brother. I am very glad that you are willing to agree. How about this? I will give you another weapon shop. The father then turned his attention to his younger son, Chu Shang. You are still young and lack experience. I will let Lin Chen go with you. Many thanks, father, Chu Shang replied, his eyes bright with victory. The second young master watched the exchange, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the name Lin Chen, one of the two strongest guest elders of the Chu family blood condensation. His fists clenched at his side. This bias is too obvious. We are both sons, I'll just say be careful, this gap isn't just a tiny bit. As they left the study, Chu Shang turned to his older brother with a gloating smile. Many thanks, second brother. It's nothing, however the trade route is rugged. Fourth brother, you had better be careful. He watched Chu Shang walk away, his gaze icy. You asked for this. I hate it when people grab my things the most. Outside in the caravan courtyard, the news spread quickly among the work. Brotherly, I heard that our caravan will be under the fourth young master's management from now on. What do you think? One man asked, his face etched with worry. His companion sighed, looking toward the main house. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. The second young master is good to us, but can we go against the fourth young master? The following day, the air in the caravan courtyard was thick with apprehension as the workers gathered to face their new master. The fourth young master, Chu Shang, descended the stone steps with a swagger, his eyes sweeping over the assembled men. Is everyone from the caravan here? A subordinate stepped forward, bowing deeply. Answering fourth young master, everyone is here. Good, tell everyone to pack up. We will prepare to depart tomorrow, Chu Shang commanded, his voice ringing with unearned authority. The courtyard fell into a stunned silence before one of the senior caravan members spoke up, his hands clasped in a nervous salute. Fourth young master, we only came back yesterday. According to the rules, we rest for 3 days before leaving again. Chu Shang's expression soured instantly. Resting every time delays things too much. We could have made another trip to the Yan Kingdom. Listen to my orders, depart tomorrow. The worker tried once more, his voice desperate. But fourth young master, the trade route beyond Shangmeng Mountain is difficult to travel. Without rest, we really can't hold up. The second young master, shut up, mention his management again and you're finished. By the way, did you members stay behind? I will arrange for new people. As Chu Shang turned away, the veteran caravan workers exchanged weary, defeated looks. One man's face paled as he muttered to himself, his spirit crushed by the arrogance of their new leader. This fourth young master's way of doing things is too domineering, he thought, realizing the dangerous path ahead. The next morning, under a wide cloud-streaked sky, the second young master was busy loading his own belongings. He held a heavy wooden crate, his face a mask of calm determination. Second brother, what are you going to do? Chu Shang asked, sitting atop his horse as his caravan prepared to move out. Moving to a restaurant to live. Second brother is really capable. I wonder, do you have any experience to pass on to? The second young master finally looked up, a faint knowing smile playing on his lips. The trade route is rugged. Be careful of those bandits. Once out of Yongo Prefecture, the Chu family's face isn't very useful. Chu Shang let out a sharp, arrogant laugh and turned his horse toward the gates. With Uncle Lin by my side, am I afraid of those petty thieves? He thought, his confidence bolstered by the presence of the powerful elder. As the dust from the departing caravan settled, the second young master turned to a loyal attendant standing nearby. The sunlight caught the sharpness in his eyes, revealing a man who was far from defeated. Come with me to Shangmeng Mountain later. Okay, the attendant replied, nodding firmly. Under a full moon so bright it looked like a render setting, Shangmeng Mountain Camp sat there looking all ominous and fortress-like. Torches flickered on the lookout tower, throwing long, dramatic shadows everywhere like a budget Game of Thrones set. Inside the main hall, Boss Han was doing his best final boss of the first arc impression, lounging on his throne. He gestured at our guy Chu Shio like they were old drinking buddies. Kid, your idea slapped. Shangmeng Mountain is basically mine now, and profits are up tenfold. Let's get absolutely hammered. Chu Shio, draped in deep blue robes and radiating main character energy, didn't even blink. Hold that thought, Boss Han. I came here for a favor. Boss Han's grin turned feral. Oh, who's getting the rob and murder special today? My fourth brother, Chu Shan. The silence that followed was deaf. Boss Han's smirk froze mid-snarl. This kid is cold, he thought, a bead of sweat betraying. Twice he's had me gut his own people, and now he's sending me after his biological brother. That's not just ruthless, that's a whole new tier of touch grass, my guy. Recovering his composure, Boss Hand crossed his arm. Same deal, kill the leader, spare the rest. Chu Shio's eyes went frosty, the temperature in the room dropping a few degrees. Kill all the leader. There's a blood condensation realm martial artist in the mix. You'll need to handle that personally. He paused and his voice got that chilling, specific tone that makes you want to check your back. Oh, and my fourth brother. Can't kill him. He's family after all. Boss Hand squinted, genuinely baffled. He's your blood brother and you want me to rob him blind and leave him a broken mess. Chu Shio's smirk was pure venom. He makes me unhappy, just cripple him. Damn, that's brutal. The bandit leader looked almost impressed in a horrified kind of way. You might as well kill him. In a martial Dao family, being crippled is worse than death. Chu Shio leaned in, all calculated charm. Boss Hand, my fourth brother, is my father's golden child. If he dies, the entire North Shangmang Mountain turns into a war zone. Trust me, you don't want that smoke. Boss Hand scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. Kid, no offense, but your old man's strength is like a wet noodle compared to what I'm cooking. He flexed, his eyes flaring with a predatory red glow. Once my injuries heal, I'd even throw hands with Shen Bai himself. Chu Shio, ever the pragmatist, poured cold water on that ego trip. Let's maybe not poke the bear while you're still healing, yeah. He pivoted smoothly, sliding the conversation toward his own long-term plans. Besides, I want to hire you and your crew to come to Tonga Prefect. Silver won't be an issue. Internally, Chu Shio was doing the math. Gao Bei is loyal, but has the spine of a jelly. Ma Kui, though. That guy's meticulous, rough around the edges, but he'll be a solid piece on the board. Boss Hand raised an eyebrow. Aren't you worried about people finding out you're chummy with bandits? Chu Shio waved it off like it was nothing. Brother Ma's only made moves in South Shangmang Mountain a few times. No one in Tonga Prefecture knows his face. I'll fold them into my crew gradually. No one will suspect a thing. Boss Hand turned to his right-hand man, Ma Kui. You in? Ma Kui slammed his fists together, his grin stretching ear to ear. Hell yeah, I've been sitting on my ass in this stronghold so long I'm getting rusty. Time to stretch these limbs. The planning session wrapped up with a handshake and a promise of a banquet. The next morning, Chu Shio and his entourage hit the mountain path, flanked by lush greenery. They ran into Chief Feng, a burly, bare-chested brute who looked like he'd just walked off the set of a Primal episode. Ma Kui, the hell are you dressed up? Feng asked, squinting at their crew. Chu Shio's companion gestured toward him. Young Master Chu needs extra hands, hired us to help out. Feng looked confused. Didn't you guys already open for business? We got early intel, Chu Shio cut in smoothly. A Luo family caravan is coming back from the state of Yan. Figured we'd beat the rush. Feng's eyes lit up. The small Luo family from Xiongfeng town. The same, Chu Shio confirmed, lying through his teeth with the grace of a politician. My subordinates gathered the intel. I didn't vet it all myself. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Chief Feng, I've got my eyes on some item. In that caravan, help me seize them, yeah. Just keep it classy. Don't go full murder hobo. Feng laughed, slapping his chest like a gorilla. Leave it to me, young master. As Feng ambled off, Chu Shio's expression darkened. He already knew how this played out in the original timeline. In the source material, this Luo family cracked open a batch of secret boxes from the state of Yan and pulled 2 legendary tier items. The news leaked faster than a broken dam, and the Luo family got wiped out by neighboring vultures. I guess this counts as a good deed, Chu Shio mused, his smirk cold and hollow. Without the treasures they live, maybe. Later that day, the Luo family caravan trundled down the forest road, completely unaware they were about to get hit with a plot twist. Move it, the leader barked. We rest after we clear Shangmang Mountain and hit Tonga Prefecture. Suddenly, Chief Feng and his boys burst from the trees like they were in a Naruto filler episode. Halt! Oh no, it's bandits. A merchant shrieked, scrambling. The Luo family steward rushed forward, clutching a heavy pouch of silver like a holy relic. Heroes of Shangmang Mountain, here's a 10% toll. Please take it for drinks. Feng's eyes went wide with mock fury, and he drew a massive blade that glinted ominously in the sunlight. 10%. You think that's enough to make me wait all morning? Leave everything behind. The steward stammered, trembling like a leaf. Heroes, what? You got a problem with that? Feng roared. The caravan scattered like roaches, abandoning their wagons and horses in a full-blown panic. Chief Feng turned to Chu Shio with a satisfied grin. Young master, take whatever you want. Chu Shio stepped forward, his gaze locked on the wooden container. I only want those secret boxes. The rest is yours. He could practically hear the gacha pull sounds in his head. Let's see what I draw this time. Back at his estate, Chu Shio sat alone at a desk piled with the spoil. He cracked open a worn, dark red book and his eyes went wide. Not bad, I actually pulled this. He started reading, and his expression shifted from oh neat to holy crap. The blade technique was rated as 3rd transformation in the original world, not top tier, but definitely nothing to sneeze at. The angles were bizarre, almost impossible to predict. Every move was a killing stroke. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. This is some demonic Dao cultivation technique straight out of a villain origin story, and it just so happens to be my exact vibe. He reached for the next item, a sleek metallic cylinder, 1000 light plume, a hidden weapon forged by the 1000 mechanism sect, second only to the Tang sect of Shu. One-time use. Kills a Xianshan martial artist. Yeah, I'm keeping this. Tucking the cylinder away, he grabbed the manual again. All right, he muttered, rolling up his sleeve. Let's practice the first part. 10 days later, North Shangmeng Mount, a different caravan rolled along the pass, led by a smug, self-satisfied fourth brother, Chu Shan. He'd convinced his father to swap out Chu Shio's caravan for his own, and he was riding that high like it was a personal victory. His celebration was cut short by a familiar voice. Cough, cough. Chief Feng and his bandits were back, blocking the road like an unpaid toll booth. A nervous servant scurried forward, bowing deep. Chief Feng, here's 400 taels. Please let us pass. Feng took the silver, looked at it, and scoffed. Only 400, that's it, boys, search the wagons. The caravan guard stepped forward, trying to keep things diplomatic. Chief Feng, the Chu family knows the rules. The toll fee won't be short. Feng's eyes glowed with predatory hunger. You don't make the rules. Let me search, or are you hiding something? Chu Shan's purple eyes flashed with indignation, his hand twitching toward his weapon. Beside him, an older attendant reached out, grabbing his arm. Fourth young master, don't be impulsive. This is Shangmeng Mountain. Let them search. We've got nothing to hide. Chu Shan's face fell into shadow, his jaw tight. Fine, let them search. The bandits swarmed the wagons, tearing through crates and silks like a pack of gremlins. A few minutes later, Feng returned, his grin so wide it looked painful. You said there was nothing fishy, huh? Your goods are worth 6,000 taels. Toll fee is 600. That was the breaking point. Chu Shan snapped. You are clearly finding fault on purpose. What do you bandits know about prices? If you can sell it for 6,000 taels, it's all yours. Oh no. Fourth young master's too reckless. A follower wailed, clutching his head. Another guard muttered under his breath. We could have just paid the extra 200 taels and avoided this. Why does he always have to be like this? Feng's face twisted into a mask of pure murderous fury. He drew his massive blade, the steel catching the afternoon light like a boss weapon in Elden Ring. You little brat, you're courting death. Does your grandfather need you to teach him how to do things? He leveled his sword at the group. Goods stay, people stay, everyone stays. The tension hit a fever pitch. Chu Shan backed away, his bravado crumbling. Uncle Lin, I'll leave this to... Uncle Lin rode forward, calm and composed. He didn't even draw his weapon. Making things convenient for others makes things convenient for oneself, he said, his voice cutting through the tension. Let us pass. Otherwise, blades have no eyes and you won't get a chance to regret it. From the sidelines, Chu Shan's eyes lit up like a kid watching his favorite super. Did you see that? That's the demeanor of an expert, he crowed. Why should the Chu family bow to bandits? Chu Shio's such a coward. Even when he wins, he's a coward. The guards behind him weren't sharing his enthusiasm. This is Shangmeng Mountain territory, one murmured. Even if Uncle Lin saves us this time, what about next time? Another sighed. Fourth young master's too arrogant. Uncle Lin's not invincible. A third chimed in. Second young master's way better, uses grace and might. This is just reckless. Uncle Lin, apparently satisfied with his stand, declared, well said. Feng had heard enough. His patience snapped, his eyes blazing with murderous red light. Blades and swords have no eyes indeed, he roared, charging forward. If you die here today, don't blame me for being ruthless. The battle erupted in a blur of steel and fury. Uncle Lin was good, really good, but Feng was a blood condensation realm monster with military combat skill. The clash was brutal, a symphony of screeching metal and grunting effort. Then with a sickening squelch, Feng's blade found its mark. Uncle Lin collapsed, his lifeblood staining the dirt. Watching from the carriage, Chu Shan's face went pale as milk. If the steward dies, so be it, as long as I'm fine. He scrambled out of the carriage, hands raised in desperate surrender. Good heroes, please hold your hands. I'm from the Chu family of Tonga Prefect. Feng paused, his grin turning cruel. All right, I'll give the Chu family some face and spare your life. Go back and deliver a message. Break the rules of Shangmeng Mountain, and this is the out. Chu Shan's heart soared with relief. Phew, I'm alive, that's all that mattered. But as he turned to flee, a heavy hand clamped onto his shoulder. He spun around, his relief instantly replaced by pure terror. W, what are you going to do? Feng's eyes glinted with sadistic glee. I said I wouldn't kill you. I never said I wouldn't break your limbs. He raised his leg. Hope you reincarnate better in your next life. Crunch. Chu Shan's scream echoed through the mount. 3 days later, the Chu Manor court. Chu Shio swung a heavy blade with terrifying precision, splintering a training post like it was made of balsa wood. An observer watched, his brow furrowed. Young Master Chu, where did you get such a wicked technique? It's definitely not righteous. Chu Shio didn't stop swinging. Martial arts were made for killing. Who cares if it's righteous or wicked as long as it kills? The observer's internal thoughts were a mix of awe and dread. Chu Shio's strength has skyrocketed. The first time I saw him, he could barely wound Lin Lao. Now, I'm no match, truly terrifying. Inside the main hall, the atmosphere was thick with grief and tension. A messenger knelt before the family head. Young Master, the fourth young master has been carried back, completely crippled. Lin Kaian and several stewards are dead. Chu Shio walked in, his expression cold and distant. My dear father must be heartbroken right now. Let's see the show. The fourth young master lay on a stretcher, his limbs twisted at unnatural angles, blood staining his robe. The family physician bowed low, his voice trembling. Family head, your noble son's limbs are shattered. With the delay, I'm afraid he'll be bedridden for life. Damn it, the family head roared, his fist tightening on the armrest. One of the brothers turned toward Chu Shio with pure disdain. Second brother, fourth brother's reduced to this and you're drinking tea. Are you happy about this? Chu Shio lowered his cup, his eyes half-lidded. Happy, I'm on the verge of tears. His tone was drier than the desert. But will crying make him better? He turned to his father, his voice shifting to cold pragmatism. Father, now's not the time for tears. If we don't handle this right, it's not just fourth brother, the entire Chu family might be crying together. The family head exhaled heavily. Tell me your thoughts. Chu Shio stepped forward. We've got a blood feud with the bandits. Do we fight or not? If we fight, we need full preparations. They killed Lin Kaian, so we can't underestimate. If we don't, how do our caravans pass through Shangmeng Mountain? A detour. That's your call. The family head's expression dark. If we really fight, the Chu family has few fighters besides me and the bandit leader's strength is unknown. It's not wise. The eldest brother nodded. Father, let's discuss this. Even the government troops can't handle those bandits. Another brother chimed in, deflecting blame. Eldest brother's right. Besides, fourth brother was reckless. For a mere 200 taels, we lost a blood condensation realm expert. A chorus of voices rose. Indeed, master, please think twice. Chu Shio's smirk was almost imperceptible. The Chu family's a mess. Everyone's looking out for their own interests. No one's thinking about the bigger picture. A woman in purple robes fell to her knees, her face streaked with tears. Master, you must seek justice for Shanger. The family head's patience snapped. Shut up. Do you think I don't want to? But I can't gamble the entire Chu family for one reckless son. The granduncle stroked his beard, speaking with false wisdom. Family head, revenge is unwise. When under low eaves, you bow your head. If we detour around Shangmeng Mountain, losses will be huge. He turned his calculating gaze to Chu Shio. Among the brothers, only you, Chu Shio, are bold and capable. Why don't you go? Chu Shio's expression remained unreadable, but his inner thoughts were screaming. Ha, only think of me when there's danger. Classic. The family head seized the suggestion. Chu Shio, since your granduncle said so, you'll go. Chu Shio didn't move. Instead, he leveled a calm, piercing look at his father. May I ask, father, does the Chu family still have rules? The family head blinked. What kind of question is that? Of course we do. Then things can't be handled like this, Chu Shio declared, his voice ringing through the silent hall. The caravan's profits doubled in my hands and you gave it to fourth brother with a single word. Now he's messed it up and you want me to fix it. Whose caravan is it anyway? He crossed his arm. I refuse to accept this. A collective gasp rippled through the room. Chu Shio's actually defying Chu Jiayuan. Has he lost his mind? The family head's face contorted with rage. Damn it. You dare disobey me. I'll strip your authority and make you kneel in the ancestral hall. But as the anger flared, a cold realization settled in. He looked at his other sons, Chu Kai and the rest, and saw only fear. None of them have the ability or the courage. Only Chu Shio can handle this. Fourth brother's mother wailed from beside the stretcher. Shanger's been mutilated and you're taking away his caravan. Chu Shio didn't even glance at. His injury has nothing to do with. Finally, the family head exhaled, the fire replaced by grim tactical surrender. Carry Shanger out. He'll recover proper. From now on, he won't handle any Chu family business. He turned to Chu Shio. From now on, the caravan is yours. No one will take it away. Go to the accounting room, take the silver, spend it as you see fit, but don't let our family suffer too great a loss. Chu Shio bowed deeply, a victorious glint in his eyes. Rest assured, father, I'll handle it. The Chu family won't suffer any losses. Leaving the chaos behind, Chu Shio strode into the accounting office. The sunlight filtered through the ornate gate, but the brightness did nothing to warm his cold, calculating gaze. Per my father's instructions, fetch 10,000 tael. The steward didn't hesitate. Right away. He counted out the heavy stacks of banknotes like he was handing over the keys to a kingdom. As Chu Shio gripped the silver, his mind raced with the true scale of his ambition. I originally thought my enemies were those three idiots, but now it seems Chu Jiayuan is the greatest enemy. His father held the power of veto. As long as he was alive, Chu Shio's path to the head of the family was blocked. But if Chu Kai and the others were to have an accident, his eyes glinted with ruthless predatory light. The heir can only be me. He looked down at the money in his hand. 10,000 taels, a war chest, a means to an end. With this, my cooperation with Boss Han will be even more pleasant. An opportunity will come sooner or later. And with that, he stepped out into the sun, the weight of silver, and the weight of a family's worth of schemes, resting comfortably in his grasp. A month had passed since the tides of fortune shifted, and the morning sun was doing its best hero's return impression, breaking through the clouds to cast dramatic rays over the estate. Inside the central hall, though, pure mood lighting for regret. The man in purple robes paced the ornate rug like a caged tiger. I miscalculated. We dumped a fortune into Chu Kai and now he's completely useless. Should have hedged my bets and won over Chu Shio too. He paused, his expression dark. Now he's a bigger threat than Chu Kai ever was. The woman in red sat stiffly, her face a mirror of his anxiety. You're right, Chu Kai's got more raw ability, but Chu Shio's the one in the spotlight right now. She swallowed hard. What do we do? The weight of failure pressed down on her like a bad hangover. She knew their master had zero tolerance for people who brought problems to his door. I have no choice. The master hates troublemaking. If we want to deal with Chu Kai, we have to do it from the outside. Her eyes lit up with a desperate idea. I'll go see your maternal grandfather, Ding Kaishan. The suggestion hit like a Dark Souls parry. The man's eyes went wide, and a sharp, predatory grin replaced his scowl. He slammed a fist into his palm. That's it. How could I forget the old man? He's at the peak of the blood condensation realm. He's run a martial arts hall for over a decade. His disciples are everywhere. He'll have a way. The Kaishan Martial Arts Hall loomed like a fortress, its heavy wooden doors guarded by disciples who looked like they'd stepped out of a kung fu hustle audition. Inside, Ding Kaishan didn't waste time with pleasantry. He looked at his daughter with a mix of disappointment and lingering bitterness that could curdle milk. Daughter, I told you back then, you should have married Chen Fan, the illegitimate son of the Chen family in Ludong Prefect. He gestured broadly, his resentment as fresh as if it had happened yesterday. He got accepted by an elder of the Kanglin sword sect. Dudes already surpassed the Xianshan realm and hit the third stage of the Qi control realm. He sighed heavily, casting a sharp look at her. Instead, you married Chu Zongguang. Over 20 years and he's still stuck in the Xianshan realm. The stinging criticism hit like a slap. Her eyes flashed with desperation and impatience. Dad, I came here for help, not a lecture. If Shenner inherits the Chu family, your martial arts hall prospers too. Simple math. Ding Kaishan scoffed, waving a dismissive hand. Forget it. Chu Zong was only in his 50s. I won't live to see that day. He paused, his expression shifting from annoyance to cold calculation. But I did hear something interesting. A wealthy merchant from the state of Yan wants to make a major deal with the Chu family caravan, buying ore from the Nanshan mine. They've already paid a deposit. The news hit her like a truck, or in this world, a spiritual beast stampede. Her brow furrowed in a dark scowl, her teeth grinding with envy. Damn it. How does Chu Shio get all the good breaks? Seeing her frustration, Ding Kaishan stroked his beard, a slow, cunning smile spreading across his face like a cat who just spotted a canary. This might not be a bad thing. If Chu Shio can't produce the ore, the caravan's reputation tanks and Shenner gets his opening. The woman's hand went to her chin, considering the logistics. The Nanshan mining area is under my control right now, but if I suppress it and don't hand it over and it affects the family business, Chu Zongwu definitely won't let me off. Ding Kaishan turned to her, spreading his arms like he was about to reveal the secret to infinite wealth. Daughter, stop staring at the Chu family's little plot of land. Broaden your horizons. Who said anything about suppressing? Sell it to someone else first, best of both worlds. She blinked, stunned by the sheer audacity. That ore is worth tens of thousands of taels. Who can swallow that much in one bite, and the price can't be too low or Chu Zongwu won't agree. Ding Kaishan waved off her concerns like they were gnats. No need to sell it cheap. I'll have the Li family buy it. Profit guaranteed, and Chu Zongwu won't have a leg to stand on. Her eyes widened in alarm. The Li family, they're the Chu family's mortal enemies. No one in the Chu family will agree to that. Fearing the wolf in front and the tiger behind, how will you ever accomplish anything? Ding Kaishan countered, his voice booming with authority. Don't worry. You sell the ore to me first and I'll resell it. He leaned in, his gaze sharp and businesslike. How much ore do you have in a month? Relief washed over her like a cool wave. Then I'll have to trouble you, Dad. I'm not sure, probably around 50,000 caddies. A greedy glint flickered in Ding Kaishan's eyes as he stroked his mustache. Tomorrow, have someone deliver it. I'll pay above market price, 50,000 tael. As his daughter turned to leave, a dark, mocking thought crossed his mind. This silly girl doesn't know anything at all. Time for this old master to make a fortune. The next morning, the sun rose over the Kaishan Martial Arts Hall as a worker pulled a heavy cart laden with raw ore toward the gates. Hall Master Ding, the ore's here, the man called out. Ding Kaishan stepped out into the courtyard, his hands tucked into his sleeves like a discount mafia boss. How many caddies? 57,000. Ding Kaishan leaned in close, his voice dropping to a low, intimidating whisper. Change it, make it 52,000. The worker's face paled, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Master Ding, 5,000 caddies short. I won't know how to explain that when I get back. Ding Kaishan's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with cold, threatening intensity. You know my status. Who's going to make you explain? He growled, his aura pressing down like a physical weight. Just alter the accounts. And remember, don't say a word when you go back. Terrified, the worker bowed his head quick, his voice trembling. Understood, understood. A cold, calculating smirk played across Ding Kaishan's lips as he watched the worker depart. Perfect. Now for the next piece on the board. The Li family estate gleamed under the afternoon sun, but the warmth did nothing to thaw the ancient rivalry simmering behind its gates. Ding Kaishan was ushered into a private receiving room to meet Li Zio, the third young master. The hall master leaned back in his chair, adopting a tone of practiced grace. After the old patriarch passed away, although your Li family has no Xianshan martial artists under the management of the 3 young masters, you're thriving. Li Xiao, dressed in fine teal robes, offered a polite but wary salute. Hall Master Ding flatters us. What brings you to our door? Ding Kaishan's expression shifted, becoming more somber as he prepared his bait. Does the 3rd young master know of the Chu family's 2nd son, Chu Xia? The mere mention of the name caused Li Xiao's composure to fracture. He gripped his fan tightly, his face contorting with sudden, sharp anger. HMPH. That bastard killed my subordinate Li Jing in Xunwu town. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Seeing he'd struck a nerve, Ding Kaishan continued smoothly. Such a thing happened, yes. My purpose today is related to, recently, the few sons of the Chu family. He laid out the internal strife and the opportunity it presented. Finally, he delivered the killing blow. That's how things are. Do you want that or? Li Xiao's anger vanished, replaced by the sharp instincts of a merchant noble. He crossed his arms, a confident smile returning. The Li family is exactly in need of refined ore. For those 65,000 caddies, I'll offer 70,000 tael. He paused, his gaze meeting Ding Kaishan's with shared understanding. As for the Chu family, I'm certainly not afraid of them. Then it's settled, Ding Kaishan declared, a triumphant grin stretching his face. To avoid complications, come take the ore within 2 days. As he walked away, his mind whirred with the math of his betrayal. 70,000 taels. I'll give the Chu family 61,000, enough for my daughter to explain, and a nice profit from. Inside the Li estate, footsteps echoed through the hall. Li Sheng, the eldest young master, entered with his brother Li Yun trailing behind him. Both looked at their younger brother with suspicion. I just saw Ding Kaishan, Li Sheng noted, his voice flat. What did that old fox want? Li Yun nodded in agreement. That guy wouldn't get up early unless there was profit to be made. You won't gain anything dealing with it. Li Xiao gestured for them to stay, a smug look on his face. Eldest brother, second brother. This time he really came bearing gifts. He beckoned them closer. It's like this. As the details of the illicit deal spilled out, Li Sheng's expression darkened. Third brother, you acted too recklessly. Without father, our Li family has stayed safe only because of the Shen family's internal strife, and because the Chu family head's been too busy cultivating to make a move. He leaned in, his voice dropping an octave. If the Chu family finds out about this, we're in big trouble. Li Xiao shrugged, his confidence unshaken. Don't worry. Old man Ding's doing this to help his grandson seize power. Someone on the Chu family's side is covering for us. Li Sheng sighed, realizing his brother was blinded by the potential gain. Better to be careful, he conceded reluctant. Tomorrow, lead a team to deliver the ore to Qinyuan town and forge weapons there. As his brothers turned to leave, Li Xiao watched them go, a dismissive smirk playing on his lips. Eldest brothers being overly cautious. What could possibly go wrong? The next day, a subordinate hurried toward the second young master, his face etched with worry. The ore for which a deposit had already been paid was suddenly seized by a member of the family. Chu Xia looked up from his training, his expression calm. What are you panicking for? Be specific, the servant explained. The ore had been sold out from under them by the second madam to her father, Ding Kaishan. Without it, the caravan's trade in Qinyuan town was dead in the water. Worse, Ding Kaishan had already used half the ore to settle a debt with the Li family, who were currently hauling the goods away. Sharp, knowing smile crossed Chu Xiao's face. The Li family, perfect. He turned to his guard with cold determination. Ma Kui, gather the men. We're heading to the Kaishan Martial Arts Hall. At the hall, the scene was one of hurried theft. Men loaded crates and moved ore under Li Xiao's watchful, arrogant eye. Move faster, Li Xiao barked. A sharp, mocking voice cut through the air. Taking my things and wanting to walk away like that. Third young master, aren't you taking things a bit too lightly? Li Xiao turned to see Chu Xio approaching with a small group of warriors. His expression shifted to a sneer. Chu Xio, you're entirely too arrogant. I bought this ore from Hall Master Ding. What's it to you? Chu Xio didn't flinch. Some things you simply can't touch. Are you sure you want to start a feud over a single batch of ore? Li Xiao's face twisted with glee and malice. A feud? We already have one. Back in Xunwu town, you killed my subordinate and slapped my face. Have you forgot? Chu Xio's gaze remained icy. Li Jing, I really did forget. The nonchalance only fueled Li Xiao's irritation. Chu Xio gave a final ultimatum. They were just unruly servants. I'll ask you one last time. Are you not giving me that ore? Li Xiao's face contorted with defiance. I won't. What can you do about it? That was a mistake. The air shifted instantly. Chu Xio's hand blurred toward his sword hilt. A sharp sheen echoed through the courtyard as the blade was drawn in a flash of cold light. Before Li Xiao could even process the threat, the steel was already swinging toward him. Panic seized Li Xiao. He barely managed to draw his own weapon to parry, but the sheer force of the impact rattled his bones. Sparks flew as his eyes went wide with terror. How is his strength so immense? Chu Xio didn't give him a moment to breathe, pressing the advantage with a relentless flurry of strikes that would make a soul's boss jealous. Li Xiao stumbled back, his defense crumbling. Unbelievable, Li Xiao hissed through gritted teeth, his breath ragged. After a short disappearance, you've gone mad. Chu Shio didn't offer a rebuttal. Instead, his blade glowed with lethal, icy energy, slicing through the air with terrifying precision. Each swing pushed Li Xiao further toward the brink. Please, please, Li Xiao stammered, his arrogance completely evaporated, replaced by the raw look of a man facing his end. Chu Shio's expression remained stony, his eyes reflecting cold, murderous intent as he raised his sword for the final blow. Die! The air crackled with sudden hostility as Hall Master Ding lunged from above, his voice a thunderous roar. Audacious, he descended like a bird of prey, his hand glowing with lethal golden light as he unleashed his signature technique, the gold splitting hand. The strike was aimed directly at Chu Shio, who barely managed to parry with his blade. The impact sent a shockwave through the court, injuring people right in front of my hall. Do you have any regard for me? Ding Kaishan snarled, his eyes burning with indignation. Chu Shio adjusted his stance, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed his opponent. This Ding Kaishan's been in the blood condensation realm for so long, he's probably at its peak. Killing him will take some effort. Hall Master Ding, you certainly took a lot of pains for that grandson of yours, Chu said aloud, his voice dripping with icy calm. He knew he was treading on dangerous ground, but he was past caring for social nicety. As the tension plateaued into a cold standoff, Ding's subordinates gathered behind him, whispering in unsettled tone. Hall Master Ding, what kind of cultivation technique is that? It's so violent, so wicked and bizarre. Ding Kaishan frowned, his gaze fixed on Chu's retreat. I don't know, but it's definitely not Chu family martial arts. Sinister and bizarre, not orthodox at all. As Chu walked away, his companion caught up to him, his brow furrowed. Young Master Chu, why didn't you fight that old geezer? He's probably 60 or 70. His chi and blood must have decayed. You could have cleaved him in two with a single blade strike. Chu didn't slow his pace. Don't underestimate Ding Kaishan. He hasn't been in any death matches these years, so his chi and blood haven't declined much. He cast a glance back at the crowded hall entrance. Besides, there are too many people at the martial arts hall. He wouldn't give up his advantage. A dark resolve settled over Chu's feature. He wasn't finished, not by a long shot. I'll deal with Ding Kaishan later, he muttered, his eyes flashing with cold, vengeful light. You guys go back first. I'm taking a trip to the Chu family. Chu Shan and his mother bit the hand that fed. I'll make them pay dearly. The grandeur of the Chu family's main hall felt suffocating as Chu Shio stood before the gathered leadership. His voice echoed against the high, ornate ceiling. Father elders, that's how the matter stands, he declared, his posture rigid. Our Chu family withstood the Li family's suppression to establish a foothold in Tonga Prefect. Selling ore to the Li family is forgetting our roots. In the shadows of the hall, the second madam and her son shared a silent, predatory look. Right, best if both sides suffer, she thought, a faint, sinister smirk playing on her lip. The patriarch, seated upon his golden throne, looked down with a heavy gaze. His voice was low, laced with a brewing storm. Did you really do this? The second madam stepped forward with practiced grace, her expression a mask of wounded innocence. Of course not. Others might not believe me, but master, don't you believe me? She pleaded, her voice soft and persuasive. I sold that batch of ore, yes, but I sold it to my father. The patriarch's brow furrowed. Then how did it end up with the Li family? She sighed, playing the victim perfect. My father's martial arts hall needed weapons. Because I'm in the Chu family, the Li family refused to forge them. So my father had no choice but to sell the ore to them. She moved closer, presenting a stack of banknotes with a triumphant glint in her eyes. I wouldn't dare let the Chu family suffer a loss. Here are banknotes for 55,000 tael, for 52,000 caddies of ore, 3,000 more than market price. She pressed her advantage. I sold the ore to my father, which not only made money but saved a round trip to the state of Yan. Besides, when the Chu family first came to Tonga Prefect, my father helped out quite a bit. Even if there's no merit, there's at least hard work, right? The patriarch stared at the banknotes in his hand, the tension in his shoulders bleeding away. The logic is sound and the profit is undeniable. Besides, Ding Kaishan really did help back then. His eyes remained hard as he looked at the second madam. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting, he warned, his voice a low vibration of authority. If you're ever involved with the Li family again, I will absolutely not spare you. He turned his gaze toward Chu Shio, his expression shifting to dismissive finality. Let's drop this matter. Chu Shio, you don't need to dwell on it either. Everyone dismissed. Chu Shio stood in the center of the hall, the weight of the injustice settling in his chest. Behind him, he could practically feel the mocking sneers of the second madam and her son. Chu Zongwu actually turned a blind eye to this. It's as if the Chu family isn't even his. Outside the manor, Chu's companion hurried to his side, his face etched with disbelief. Young Master Chu, you didn't severely punish that mother and son. No, Chu replied, his voice flat. The companion gasped. Your father actually ignores this kind of thing. What on earth is he thinking? Chu Shio's jaw tightened. The time for seeking internal justice had passed. No matter what he's thinking, this matter is absolutely not over. Have people get ready. I'm going to make a move on Li Xiao. He looked toward the horizon, his gaze turning predatory. This time we do it ourselves. I want to force the Chu family's hand and make them understand who the best candidate for heir is. Do you want Boss Hand's help? I can send him a message, the companion offered. Chu Shio shook his head, a cold smirk touching his lips. No need. Li Zio just reminded me of a very suitable person who can help me wipe out the Li family. The afternoon sun bathed a quiet tavern in warm golden light, but inside, Li Jing was drowning his sorrows in wine. He stared dejectedly into his cup, his thoughts a bitter swirl of resentment. I finally gained third young Master Li's appreciation, and Chu Shio ruined it all. A hand clamped firmly onto his shoulder. Li Jing, my young master, invites you to come over, a voice whispered harshly in his ear. Li Jing jumped, nearly spilling his drink. Keep your voice down, the messenger warned with a sharp, intimidating grin. Don't shout. Terrified and with no way out, Li Jing stammered weakly, all right. He was led through the tavern to a secluded private room. The messenger stepped aside. Young master, the person's here. Li Jing froze in the doorway, his eyes widening in shock. Chu Shio, it's actually you. Chu Shio sat calmly at the table, gracefully sipping tea like they were old friends rather than bitter rivals. He didn't even look up as he spoke, his voice cool and conversational. Sit. Do you hate me very much right now? Li Jing sat down tentatively, his heart hammering against his ribs. What exactly is he trying to do? He wouldn't kill me, would he? Chu Shio finally set his cup down and looked Li Jing in the eye. I can tell you're not someone willing to live an ordinary life. He reached into his robes and pulled out a manual, sliding it across the table. This is the Chu family's secretly transmitted cultivation technique, Barbarian Bull Might. Excellent for tempering muscles, bones, qi, and blood, lets you enter the martial Tao. Li Jing stared at the book, breathless. But Chu Shio wasn't finished. He began placing various pouches and containers on the table with dull thuds. 10 portions of blue powder. With your monthly allowance in the Li family, you couldn't afford one portion in a year. He produced a small, ornate vial. 3 blood condensation pills. Good things you couldn't buy even if you had the money. Li Jing looked from the treasures to Chu Shio, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and sudden desperate hope. Young master, what is this? Chu Shio leaned forward, his shadow looming over the table. The warmth of the tavern's tea provided no comfort against the cold steel in his voice. I want Li Zio's route the next time he travels for business and the strength of his team. The more detailed, the better. Tell me the day before he sets off. Li Jing's face drained of color, sweat beading on his forehead. Are you? No buts, Chu Shio interrupted, his hand slamming his blade onto the table with a sharp clack that made Li Jing flint. There's only one chance. You only have one opportunity to choose. Left with the choice between subservience and the dangerous path to power, Li Jing clutched the bag to his chest, his eyes darting around the room in panic. He eventually scurried out, the weight of the bribes heavy in his arm. Watching him disappear, Chu Shio's companion stepped out from the shadows, his brow furrowed with doubt. Young Master Chu, how do you know he'll comply? What if he leaks this to the Li family? Chu Shio stood up, his expression unreadable as he stared at the doorway. Human ambition is a terrifying thing. Li Jing is absolutely not the type to subordinate himself to others. I merely gave him a reason to betray the Li family. The companion sighed, a bitter smile touching his lips as they walked out into the bright afternoon sun. The human heart is truly complex. I was just a cowherd boy back then. My biggest wish was to eat beef. Then those soldier ruffians killed my ox, forcing me to flee into the wild and become a bandit. He looked up at the vast clear sky above the manor gates, the sunlight masking the dark schemes unfolding within the city. Within the Li family's private study, the air was thick with the scent of ink and the weight of recent defeat. Li Zio sat across from his brothers, his expression sour. Third brother, I heard you exchanged blows with Chu Shio and lost. One of them asked, his tone bordering on a taunt. Li Zio let out a frustrated breath. Yeah, that Chu Shio's a bit bizarre. He's only at the peak of the body tempering realm, but his strength is frighteningly high. His blade technique is incredibly weird, fierce, ruthless, and I feel like he hasn't even used his full strength. His eldest brother narrowed his eyes, sensing a genuine threat. When you set off for the state of Yan tomorrow, have Uncle Jiang go with you. He's close to great completion in the blood condensation realm, more secure. Li Zio frowned, hesitant to appear weak. There's no need, right? Shangmang Mountain already has rules now. What do we need, Uncle Jiang? Listen to me, his brother replied, his voice brooking no further argument. Just to be safe. The next day, a small caravan wound its way through the dense, sun-dappled woods of the mountain path. Leading the group was Li Zio, accompanied by a towering bald man with a massive blade strapped to his back, Uncle Jiang. Rest assured, third young master, Jiang rumbled, his presence solid as a mount. With me here, nothing will happen. Many thanks, Uncle Jiang, Li Zio replied, feeling a measure of his confidence return. The peace of the forest was abruptly shattered. A group of men stepped out from the shadows of the trees, blocking the path. At their head stood Chu Shio, his hand resting casually on the hilt of his sword. Third young Master Lei, planning to just leave after taking my thing, Chu Shio called out, a mocking glint in his eye. Li Zio's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the man in blue. Chu Shio, he hissed, his eyes darting around to gauge the situation. However, why are there only 12 people? His confusion quickly soured into arrogance. Chu Zongwu already said this matter was dropped and told you not to cause trouble. he shouted, his voice echoing through the mountain pass. Yet you still dare to find trouble with. Are you deliberately asking for a hard time? Chu Shio didn't flinch. He drew his blade in a single fluid motion, the cold steel gleaming under the forest canopy. Chu Zongwu said to drop it. I cannot let it go like this. Doing this, you're courting death, Li Zio snarled, drawing his own sword. Looked at his guards and back at the small band of 12. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Everyone get them. Annihilate these guys who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The command acted like a spark in a powder keg. Kill, the Li family guards roared, charging forward with weapons raised. Chu Shio's companion bared his teeth in a savage grin, rallying his men. Boys, we've been living off young Master Chu for too long. Time to put in some effort. Let young Master Chu see how we kill. Leave your lives behind. The two groups clashed in a chaotic spray of steel and dirt. Chu Shio moved like a blue ghost through the fray, his blade a blur of lethal precision as he aimed a vertical strike directly at Li Zio. Leave your lives behind, he echoed, his voice a death knell. But before his blade could find its mark, a massive shadow intercepted the blow. The heavy clang of metal on metal rang out as Li Jiang, the bald-headed steward, blocked the strike with his own colossal weapon. Your opponent is me, Li Jiang rumbled, his muscles bulging as he forced Chu Shio's blade back, standing as an immovable wall between the young master and his fate. The clash of steel rang out across the forest path, sharp and final. Chu Shio stood his ground, his blade locked against the massive weapon of his opponent. The air hummed with sheer pressure, a weight that screamed blood condensation realm gap, louder than any system notification. Such intense power, one of the observers noted, his voice tight with disbelief. One in the blood condensation realm really cannot be underestimated. Li Jiang, the former monk, narrowed his eyes, a mix of caution and lingering respect for the boy's lineage in his gaze. Young Master Chu, I know family head Chu's character. He definitely doesn't know about your actions today. Retreat now and I can pretend nothing happened. Chu didn't flinch. His grip tightened, his resolve hardening into something cold and unbreakable. Retreat, absolutely impossible. Without breaking eye contact with his primary foe, Chu barked an order to his companion. Ma Kui, the third son of the Li family, is handed over to you. Ma Kui's grin was pure predatory glare. All right, young master, just leave it to me. The skirmish intensified. Li Jiang grunted as he pressed his advantage, trying to crush Chu under the weight of his superior cultivation. The gap between body tempering and blood condensation is from the inside out. Even if your strength exceeds other body-tempering martial artists, it's useless if you don't condense your chi and blood. Chu felt the truth of those words in the vibration of his bone, but he didn't falter. With a sudden explosive burst, he parried the heavy blow and spun away, boots skidding across the dirt. He didn't retreat to flee, he retreated to strike. Li Jiang leapt into the air, bringing his weapon down in a crushing overhead strike that shattered the earth where Chu had stood a second before. The ground cratered, dust and debris spraying everywhere like a Naruto fight scene. Chu's eyes tracked the man's trajectory with lethal precision. Watch closely, he murmured, calm amidst the chaos. The forest air shattered under the weight of the monk's assault. A barrage of staff strikes descended like a torrential rain, each blow whistling with lethal intent. Chu moved with desperate fluidity, his blade a silver blur as he deflected the onslaught. The ground beneath him groaned, dirt and gravel kicking up as the sheer force of the tiger taming demon subduing staff technique threatened to overwhelm his guard. Li Jiang vaulted high into the air, coming down with a thunderous strike that Chu barely managed to sidestep. The staff cratered the earth, sending a shockwave through the clearing. Chu slid back, chest heaving, a thin trail of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite the exhaustion, his eyes burned with cold, analytical light. Tiger taming demon subduing staff, Chu spat, his voice laced with pain and mock. To think you, Steward Lei, came from the Great Illumination Temple, the northern sect of the northern and southern Buddhist sects. Why would you be a servant of the Li family? The monk straightened, his expression impassive, though a flicker of his past life seemed to catch in his eye. In the past, I was nothing more than a dirt-treading monk in the Great Illumination Temple without even a Dharma name. He tightened his grip on his staff. Since you know my origins, do you still intend to obstinately persist? Chu let out a sharp, jagged laugh. Obstinately persist. He shifted his weight, fingers white-knuckled around his sword hilt. The fear that should have been there was replaced by a defiant predatory edge. A set of the tiger taming demon subduing staff technique cannot scare me. In a flash, they collided once more. The clearing erupted in a symphony of violent sparks as sword met staff. They moved in a lethal dance, the clang of their weapons echoing through the trees. Li Jiang's jaw tightened, his brow furrowing as he struggled to track the chaotic rhythm of the fight. This Chu Shio's blade technique is simply sinister and bizarre to the extreme. A moment of carelessness and the consequences would be unimaginable. Nearby, the secondary skirmish reached a fever pit. Ma Kui moved like a whirlwind, his blade clashing violently against his opponent's defense. The force of their impact sent sparks flying, the clang of metal on metal punctuating the humid air. Hee brat, leave your life behind, Ma Kui roared, lunging forward with a strike aimed to end the struggle once and for all. His opponent's eyes widened in sheer terror, paralyzed by the sudden lethal shift in momentum. High above the main path, Chu Shio took to the air. He soared over Li Jiang, his blue robes billowing like a hunting hawk's wings. He brought his blade down with focused intensity. The former monk was ready. Li hoisted his heavy staff, catching the edge of the sword with a bone-jarring rattle. Chu landed lightly, pivoting for another strike, but Li was a mountain that refused to be moved. With a guttural shout, the monk swung the staff in a massive sweeping arc. Chu blurred backward, narrowly evading the wooden tip as it tore through the air. The monk didn't stop. He leapt, his massive frame silhouetted against the sun, and brought the staff down in a devastating overhead smash. Chu twisted his body midair a fraction of a second ahead of the impact. The staff slammed into the dirt with the force of a falling boulder, shattering the ground into a web of broken stone and rising dust. Fragments of earth sprayed in every direction. While Li Jiang was still recovering from the weight of his own massive strike, Chu's blade hissed through the air, aimed directly at the monk's vulnerable hand. Li's eyes widened as the silver arc sliced through the space between his fingers and the staff. The precision was terrifying. Forced to choose between losing his fingers or his weapon, the monk instinctively loosened his grip, his hands recoiling as the cold steel grazed path. Chu Shio didn't waste the opening. He lunged forward, his body a streak of blue, and delivered a powerful concentrated palm strike directly into the monk's chest. The impact was surgical. Li Jiang's breath left him in a ragged gasp as he was sent reeling back. Before he could find his footing, a thin, ethereal line of light, a manifestation of Chu's lethal intent, traced a path across the monk's throat. Li Jiang froze, his eyes fixed in a stare of pure shock. As the world tilted, he collapsed heavily onto the dirt path, his body finally failing. Chu stood over the fallen man, his sword lowered, his breathing heavy. He let out a long, weary exhale. "Phew," he muttered, the tension finally bleeding out of his shoulders as he looked down at the defeated master of the blood condensation realm. The impossible gamble had paid off. Chu pressed a hand against his own chest, feeling the dull ache of internal injuries. Several bones are probably already broken. I thought he was just an ordinary martial artist. Who would have thought he was actually a disciple of the Great Illumination Temple? He wiped a smear of blood from his lip, his eyes narrow. Fortunately, he got distracted and switched from defense to offense. After this battle, I am no longer far from the blood condensation realm. Ma Kui approached, dragging a trembling young man in green silk by the collar. He looked down at the dead monk in awe. A monk from the Great Illumination Temple was actually killed by you, young Master Chu. That's incredible. You've also seen monks from the Great Illumination Temple, Chu asked, glancing back. The northern and southern Buddhist sects, who doesn't know them? Ma Kui replied, his tone casual despite the carnage. Besides, the Great Illumination Temple's not too far from our 36 giant bandits. Great Chieftain Pang said they absolutely cannot be provoked. But this guy doesn't even have precept scars, so he shouldn't be an official monk. The captive Li Zio scrambled onto his knees, his face pale with desperation. Young Master Chu, yes, I Li Zio have lost. Let me go just once, and I'll give you whatever you want. Chu looked down at him, his expression unreadable. He slowly raised his sword, the blade gleaming under the forest canopy. To be able to stay calm at a time like this, Li Zio, you can be considered a figure of note. What a pity, what I want is the entire Li family, and you can't give that. You, Li Zio gasped, his eyes widening as the realization hit. A single thought's difference and all is lost. Third young Master Li, have a safe journey. With a swift, clean stroke, Chu ended the conversation. He turned away immediately, sheathing his weapon as he began to walk down the path. Take all the goods, prepare to return to the city. Ma Kui looked at the bodies left in the dirt. What about these corpses? Don't we need to process and disguise them? Chu paused, his gaze lingering on the carnage behind them. A cold, calculating light remained in his eyes as he clutched his chest, nursing the broken ribs he'd sustained. No need. I intended for these bodies to be seen by others. The news of the slaughter reached the Li family compound like a lightning strike. Inside the main hall, the air was thick with grief and brewing fury. Two bodies lay beneath white shrouds, the stillness broken only by sharp, panicked questions. Who is it? Who exactly is it? A man demanded, his voice trembling with sorrow and disbelief. It's Chu Shio. Someone saw Chu Shio returning with a lot of goods, and those carts had my family's mark on. A younger man knelt by the bodies, tears streaming down his face as he stared at the remains of their protector. But Uncle Jiang was clearly there, and he's a martial artist from the Great Illumination Temple. Fury finally overcame the second brother. With a sob of rage, he drew his sword and lunged toward the door. Where are you going? His sibling shouted, grabbing his shoulder. To the Chu family, of course, to demand justice. He roared, his eyes bloodshot. Second brother, calm down. The other pleaded, his voice cracking under the weight of the situation. What justice are you demanding? Would Chu Zongwu really kill his own son? Besides, without Uncle Jiang, I'm more worried that the Li family's enemies will make a move against us. The The room fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. The reality of their vulnerability without their strongest martial artist began to sink. Then what do we do? The younger brother asked, looking at his elder for a way forward. Wait until news comes from the Chu family. Then we'll make a decision, the elder brother stated, his jaw set in a hard line. His eyes burned with dark, desperate resolve. If the Chu family really dares to act, then even if my Li family risks all our family wealth to hire someone, we will definitely severely wound the Chu family's vitality. The storm that had begun on the forest path finally broke within the opulent walls of the Chu family's main hall. High atop his dais, Chu Zongwu sat in a state of simmering fury, his presence weighing heavily on the assembled elders and family members. He slammed his fist against the arm of his chair, the sound echoing like a thunderclap through the cavernous room. This rebellious son, he roared, his voice trembling with indignation. He looked toward the attendant standing at the base of the stair. Call Chu Shio over here. Zongwu's face was a mask of dark frustration. Damn it. I already said this matter was over, but he still made a move. Pity that the most obedient Shanger is crippled. It's this Chu Shio who causes the most trouble. The heavy doors creaked open, and Chu Shio walked in. He moved with a calm, measured pace that only seemed to further irritate his father. As he approached the dais, Zongwu's voice dropped to a dangerous low growl. Chu Shio, do you still have any respect for me as your father? What did I tell you back then? Chu stopped, bowing with a practiced elegance that betrayed none of the physical pain from his broken ribs. Father, please forgive me. Opportunity waits for no one, so I wasn't able to report it. Before his father could erupt again, Chu straightened and gestured toward the courtyard where the spoils of his raid were being inventoried. However, this time I not only took back the Li family's ore, but also seized a large batch of goods, all of which I am willing to hand over to the family. The tension in the room shifted instantly. Beside the dais, two elders stroked their beards, their initial disapproval melting into calculating interest. The sheer volume of wealth Chu had brought back was undeniable. The way Chu Shio handled this matter was actually quite proper. One whispered to the other, their eyes gleaming with the pragmatic greed that fueled the family's power. By framing his rebellion as a massive financial gain for the clan, Chu had turned a potential execution into a diplomatic victory. Chu's elder brother stepped forward, his expression tight with feigned concern. Second brother, I don't mean to criticize you, but Tonga Prefecture is only so big, and our Chu family isn't the strongest. Failing a single move affects the whole body. You are a bit too capable of causing trouble. Chu didn't blink. He turned his gaze toward his brother, his voice cool and challenging. Then, according to eldest brother's meaning, do you want me to return the things or prepare to pay for Li Zio's life with my own? The silence that followed was sharp. The eldest brother stammered, his face flushing with irritation. Enough, shut up. Chu Zongwu's voice echoed from the dais. He looked down at Chu, the anger in his eyes replaced by weary pragmatism. This time will be an exception, but you absolutely must report to me or steward Chen in the future. I will respectfully obey father's teaching, Chu replied, bowing low. Zongwu leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized his son. The Li family's Li Jiang was killed by you. How exactly did you kill him? Chu stood straight, his expression neutral. Although that Li Jiang was at the blood condensation realm, he was already old. Because my subordinate launched a sneak attack and captured Li Zio, it affected his state of mind, and only then was he slain by me. Zongwu signaled the end of the inquiry with a wave of his hand. All right, let's leave this matter at that for now. Everyone dismiss. But Chu wasn't finished. As the others began to filter out, he spoke up again. Father, I feel that with Li Jiang dead, the Li family's morale is unstable, which makes it a good opportunity to attack. Just hand over all the family elders to me, and I guarantee I'll take down the Li family within 3 days. The elders paused, their eyes gleaming with greed as they looked toward the patriarch. I think this matter is indeed feasible. Family head, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zongwu's face darkened. Stop always thinking about stirring up trouble. Annihilating a family is not that simple. Without my permission, you are not allowed to make a move against the Li family. Everyone dismiss. Once the hall was empty, Steward Chen approached the patriarch. Zongwu's gaze was distant, his jaw set. Old Chen, I know what you mean. If I wanted to annihilate the Li family, I could have made a move long ago. However, the research on that thing has reached a crucial moment, and I don't want any accidents. Outside the hall, Ma Kui caught up with Chu as he walked through the stone court. Young master, you've returned. For those 57,000 caddies of ore, should we conduct the transaction first and then split the money with the Chu family? Chu stopped in his tracks, his head snapping toward Ma Kui. Wait, how much ore did you say there was in total? 57,000 caddy, Ma Kui repeated, confused by the sudden intensity in the young master's voice. A dark, predatory grin spread across Chu's face, his eyes flashing with cold, triumphant light. Back then, the second madam said the ore given to Ding Kaishan was 32,000 caddies, but now 57,000 caddies have popped up. He chuckled, a low, dangerous sound that made Ma Kui shiver. And she dares to say she wasn't secretly betraying us. Second madam, I'd like to see what you have to say this time. The heavy courtyard gate stood as a final barrier between Chu Shio and his next step toward power. He turned to his companion, his voice steady as he issued his final commands before the world outside was silenced. Send the ore to the Chu family first. Direct it. Find someone to register who needed it. Get a few more people to inspect it and then bring it to the merchant caravan. The other man frowned, a hint of confusion crossing his features. We are all family. Why go to so much trouble? A thin, knowing smile played on Chu Shio's lips as he looked away. To keep evidence. Of course, I'm going into secluded cultivation. Everything else can wait until I come out. With that, the world narrowed down to the quiet of his chamber. The days bled into one another, marked only by the shifting light against the stone wall. Outside, the sun rose and fell 12 times, the courtyard remaining silent, save for the occasional rustle of the wind. The heavy doors creaked and groaned before swinging wide. Chu Shio stepped out, his presence fundamentally altered. A faint crimson aura shimmered around him, the unmistakable mark of progress. He had reached the blood condensation realm. His companion, who had been waiting nearby, stared in genuine shock. Young Master Chu, you've already reached the blood condensation realm. This cultivation speed is truly enviable. Chu Shio exhaled, the power settling into his veins, making him feel more grounded than ever. It's all right, he replied casually, though his eyes remained sharp. Did anything major happen during this time? The man shook his head, though his expression remained wary. Major, even with people dead, the Li family didn't jump out to cause trouble. What else could be considered major? Chu Shio looked toward the horizon where the sun broke through the clouds in brilliant shafts of light. He wasn't fooled by the temporary peace. It's not that the Li family doesn't want to cause trouble. Just don't dare. However, they probably won't just let this matter drop. Inside the dimly lit hall of the Li family estate, the air was thick with unspoken tension. The two eldest brothers sat in the shadows, their faces grim as they discussed the death of their kin. Eldest brother, third brother is dead. Are we just going to leave it at that? The second brother said, his voice tight with a mix of grief and suppressed rage. The eldest brother remained still, his gaze fixed on the table before them. Of course not, but we need to think carefully about what to do next. It's already very fortunate that the Chu family didn't take the opportunity to attack us. Their grim conversation was interrupted as Li Yin, the fourth son of the Li family, stepped into the hall. He bowed deeply, his expression one of earnest determination. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother is gone, and the family is lacking manpower. I want to step up and work to lead the merchant caravan to the state of Yan once. A heavy silence followed his request. The eldest brother didn't even look up as he delivered a dismissive blow. And you are still young right now. You can only help us by raising your cultivation. He waved a hand toward the door, his tone final. Go back and cultivate. Don't worry, the Li family won't collapse. Li Yan's shoulders slumped slightly, his eyes downcast. Eldest brother, second brother, I will take my lead. As he walked away, his heart felt like lead. Back then, didn't third brother Li Zio also lead the merchant caravan at 18 or 19? Is it because I was born of a concubine while they share the same mother that I am ostracized by? Inside the hall, the door had barely closed before the second brother let out a sharp, mocking laugh. What the hell does he think he can do? Replace third brother just because third brother is dead? He leaned forward, his eyes flashing with disdain. Among the three tigers of the Li family, there will never be a place for him. Don't talk nonsense, the eldest brother chided weakly, though there was no real conviction in his voice. Whatever you say and is still our fourth brother. I don't acknowledge him as my fourth brother, the second brother snapped, his voice rising. Third brother just died and he jumps out demanding power. He really thinks too highly of himself. Enough, the eldest brother sighed, cutting him off. Say a few words less. What are your thoughts on avenging third brother and Uncle Jiang? The second brother's face contorted with a mixture of fury and helplessness. Of course, we must avenge them, but I can't think of a way. I'll listen to you, eldest brother. The eldest brother took a slow, methodical sip of his tea. His eyes narrowed as a plan took shape. Currently, the Chu family is infighting, and Chu Shio is living outside. As long as the second madam of the Chu family can help us stall the messenger, with the two of us plus the entire Li family, could it be that we can't kill a single Chu Shio? A look of realization dawned on the second brother. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Setting his cup down, the eldest brother stood up, his movements heavy with the weight of the gamble he was about to take. Go find Ding Kaishan and pass a message to the second madam of the Chu family. I have to make a trip to the Shen family. The second brother frowned, his confusion returning. What are you going to the Shen family for? Once we kill Chu Shio, the Chu family will absolutely not let us off. The only ones who can protect us is the Shen family. Even if we have to give up half our family fortune, we must seek the Shen family's protection. The gravity of the situation finally seemed to sink in for the second brother. I didn't expect our Li family to come to this, he muttered, his voice cracking with bitterness. All right, the eldest brother replied, heading for the exit. Undue delay may bring trouble. Let's move. As the two high-ranking members of the Lee family hurried down the stone steps of the estate to set their scheme in motion, they were unaware of a shadow lingering near the corner of the gate. Leon watched them go, his face partially obscured by the afternoon sun. The hurt in his eyes had hardened into something much colder. So you don't treat me as family. Ha, then just you wait. That's a dangerous grudge. The afternoon sun hung high over the bustling town, casting long shadows across the upper balcony of a quiet tavern. Inside, Chu Shio sat at a round table, seemingly without a care in the world. He calmly sipped his tea while his companion sat across from him, tearing into a meal with gusto. "This chicken tastes amazing," the man exclaimed, grease shining on his chin. The peaceful atmosphere was shattered by a frantic shout. Leon burst into the room, his breath coming in ragged hitches as he held out a hand as if to stop Chu Shio from taking another sip. "Young Master Chu, you still are in the mood to eat and drink. Do you know that imminent disaster is about to strike?" Chu Shio didn't even flint. He slowly lowered his teacup, his gaze cold and piercing. Being mysteriously deceptive without the strength to back it up is just courting death, he thought, though his expression remained an unreadable mask. Leon straightened up, pressing his hands together in a formal, urgent greeting. "I am Leon of the Lee family, the fourth son. I've specifically come to deliver a message to young Master Chu Shio." His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "My eldest brother and second brother are currently laying out a plan to kill you." Chu Shio leaned back, his eyes narrowing. "Oh, and so what?" He set the cup down with a deliberate click. "Or rather, Leon, what do you want? Aren't you the fourth son of the Lee family?" A flash of bitter resentment crossed Leon's face. "My eldest brother and the others have never treated me as a member of the Lee family. I just want to take back what belongs to me." He stepped closer to the table, his eyes burning with a desperate ambition. "My eldest brother and second brother want to deal with you. Let the two of us join forces and eliminate." He leaned in further, laying out his price. "Afterwards, you help me become the family head of the Lee family, and I'll give you half of the Lee family's properties. How about it?" Chu Shio remained silent for a long moment. The only sound in the room was the distant hum of the street below. He studied the younger Lee brother, measuring the weight of the betrayal. "Are you that confident I can eliminate your eldest brother and second brother?" Chu Shio asked, his voice devoid of emotion. Leon's face twisted into a manic, desperate grin, a purple aura of raw ambition seemingly radiating from his very presence. "I'm not trusting you. I'm trusting myself. I've been waiting for this day." Across the table, Chu Shio remained the picture of absolute composure. He stared at the younger Lei, a small dark smile finally touching his lips. The honesty of Leon's hatred was refreshing in a world of veiled threats. "I like dealing with straightforward deal." Leon didn't hesitate. He grabbed a cup, downed the liquid in one aggressive gulp, and slammed it back onto the table with a resonant thud. The pact was sealed in tea and spite. He turned to leave, his stride purposeful and heavy. "Young Master Chu Shio, when it's time to make a move, you'll realize that your decision this time was very wise." Chu Shio watched him go, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. To not hesitate to give up half of the Lee family's properties, it seems this Lee and truly hates his brothers to the bone. The time for contemplation was over. Chu Shio stood up, the air around him sharpening. He reached out, taking his wrapped blade from his attendant with a firm grip. "All right, stop eating. Get ready. It's time to kill some people." Meanwhile, at the opulent estate of the Shen family, a different kind of transaction was taking place under the bright afternoon sun. The eldest Lee brother sat across from Shen Rong, the head steward of the Shen family. He didn't waste time with pleasantries, his voice low and urgent. "I won't beat around the bush. We want to kill Chu Shio to avenge my third brother, and we hope to become a vassal of the Shen family. Afterwards, for this, we are willing to offer half of the Lee family assets to you as a gift of gratitude." Shen Rong, a man of calculating stillness, didn't immediately accept. He looked at the desperate man before him with a neutral expression. "Good, but words are no proof. Why don't you leave some evidence right now? What do you think?" The eldest brother hesitated, a brush held midair as he looked at the head steward. "This guy doesn't trust me, but it's the only way." With a steady hand, he lowered the brush to the parchment, the ink flowing in sharp, decisive strokes as he signed away half of his family's legacy. He handed the document over, his voice tight. "Head steward Shen, what do you think?" Shen Rong took the paper, a satisfied thin smile creeping across his face as he inspected the signature. "Rest assured, go ahead and kill him boldly. No matter how much Chu Zongwu hates it, he wouldn't dare touch someone my Shen family wants to protect." The eldest brother's eyes flashed with a predatory savage glee as he gripped the edge of the table. "Chu Shio, tonight is your doom." As night fell, the moon hung full and bright over the quiet courtyard where Chu Shio waited. His companion stood nearby, testing the tension of a bow. "So weak and flimsy. It's far inferior to the bows of my Guan Rong cavalry." Chu Shio remained calm, his gaze fixed on the shadow. "Be content. Crossbows are things only the imperial court uses frequently. Very few people in the Jianghu use them." A sudden shift in the air signaled their arrival. Chu Shio's expression sharpened, his voice a low, steady command. They're here, get ready to move. Outside the gates, a small militia of Li family disciples had gathered under the cover of darkness. The eldest brother stood at the front, flanked by his second brother. He gestured toward the entrance with cold indifference. You guys go in and test the water, he ordered his men. The second brother watched them approach the door, his confidence bordering on arrogance. Test what? They only have a few dozen people. Could they possibly turn the sky upside down? The heavy gates of the courtyard creaked open, but it wasn't a panicked servant who met the Li family's advance. Instead, Chu Shio stepped calmly into the moonlight, flanked by his loyal attendant. His presence was so composed, it halted the Li disciples in their tracks. Second young master Li makes sense. If we're killing, just kill them cleanly and efficient. What's there to test? The second brother bristled, drawing his sword and pointing it squarely at Chu Shio's chest. Chu Shio, my third brother, merely moved a batch of your ore. Why did you kill both him and Uncle Jiang? Chu Shio looked at the blade as if it were a mere toy. Second young master Lei, how can you be so naive? Originally, my plan was to take the opportunity to wipe out your Li family, but it was blocked by my father. The eldest brother stepped forward, his face a mask of cold fury. What a pity. The Li family is still here, but you Chu Shio are going to die. He gestured to the empty surrounding. Don't you find it strange? With such a big commotion, not a single person from your Chu family has noticed. I'd like to hear the details, Chu Shio replied, showing no sign of alarm. The eldest brother's grin widened into something sinister. Family infighting, brothers at each other's throats. Naturally, the Chu family deserves credit for your death. Chu Shio's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing as a dark violet aura began to swirl around. It wasn't fear that touched his face, but a predatory amusement. Family infighting, brothers at each other's throats. I don't know if I'll die or not, but your Li family is definitely going to lose someone first. The confidence in Chu Shio's voice sent a sudden chill through the Li brother. The second brother's bravado wavered. What do you mean? He stammered, looking around frantic. The eldest brother's eyes widened as the realization hit him too late. The silence of the courtyard suddenly felt like a trap. Not good, he hissed, his hand tightening on his weapon as the shadows around them seemed to deepen. A sudden, sharp twang tore through the night air, followed by a sickening thud. The eldest brother gasped as a mechanical bolt buried itself deep into his shoulder, the force of the impact spinning him halfway around. Aha, he groaned, clutching the wound as his eyes darted toward the shadow. It's actually you. Leon stepped out from behind the stone wall, a metal gauntlet gleaming on his wrist. His face was twisted into a mask of pure vindictive pleasure. He adjusted the hidden mechanism, the cold clicks of the gears echoing in the tense silence. You, the eldest brother roared, his shock quickly turning to white-hot rage. Why have you actually joined forces with Chu Shio? Even though you are born of a concubine, you are still a direct descendant of my Li family. Direct descendant, Leon echoed, his voice dripping with venomous sarcasm. When did you three brothers ever treat me as a member of the Li family? He raised his arm, tapping the steel casing of his weapon. Still remember this, the Tang sect hidden weapon, soul-snatching nail. Father bought 3 back then, 1 for each of you, and only I didn't get one. The eldest brother's face paled, his teeth bared in a snarl of desperation. Good, really very good. Since that's the case, I will execute you on behalf of our deceased father. Me. Leon's laugh was high and jagged. Right now, you should worry about yourself. I added the sap of poisonous vines from the southern barbarians onto the soul-snatching nail. Below the innate realm, contact with blood means certain death. The eldest brother's eyes went wide with terror, the color draining from his face as he felt the cold numbness of the poison begin to spread through his veins. Beside him, the second brother stood frozen, paralyzed by the sudden, brutal betrayal of his own flesh and blood. Watching from the center of the courtyard, Chu Shio remained perfectly still, his eyes cold and observant. A faint, dark smile touched his lips as he watched the Li family tear itself apart from the inside. This Lian is truly a ruthless character. The air crackled with the sudden, violent shift of power. In the center of the courtyard, the man in the ornate gold and white robes doubled over, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and agony. A sharp "damn it" escaped his lips as a spectral blue energy lashed across him like a physical blade. Big brother, his sibling cried out, his voice thick with desperation as he rushed toward the fallen man. The elder brother let out a guttural sound, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as the force of the betrayal took hold. The injury was deep, but the psychological blow was sharp. Standing over him with a cold, calculated smirk was Chu Shio. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Young Master Li, now you should understand what it means for brothers to turn against each other, right? The younger brother, his face twisted in a mask of grief and fury, didn't hesitate. He swung his blade in a wide arc, the steel singing as it cut through the air toward their tormentor. Bastard, I'll kill you, he roared, lunging forward with a flurry of strikes. The blade moved with lethal intent, fueled by a raw, desperate energy. But Chu Shio didn't flint. He stood his ground, flanked by his men, his expression one of utter boredom. You can't kill me, he stated flatly, as if observing a simple law of nature. The tension reached a breaking point. With a cold, commanding gesture, Chu Shio raised his hand, his eyes narrowing as he signaled his follower. The singular word tore through the courtyard with the finality of a death sentence. Kill. Chaos erupted instantly from the high wall. A line of archers in dark blue robes unleashed a coordinated volley. Their bows snapped in unison, sending a rain of arrows whistling through the night air. The men in the courtyard below had no time to react. Sharp cries of "ah" and "ah" filled the space as the shafts found their marks, tearing through flesh and pinning bodies to the stone floor. Those who weren't struck by the initial barrage scrambled in a panic, but there was nowhere to hide. Amidst the slaughter, a dark figure moved like a ghost through the shadow. A chilling low laugh echoed through the court, followed by a cold promise. "Since you've come, then all of you can stay." With a fluid, devastating sweep of his blade, he cut down the remaining survivors, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Further off, another confrontation reached its boiling point. Chu Shio stood his ground, his silhouette dark against the moonlight tiles, facing down his opponent. The tension between them was a physical weight, broken only by the sharp call of his name, Chu Shio. His adversary didn't wait for a reply. "Go to hell." The man screamed, lunging forward with a desperate, all-out attack. Chu Shio met the charge with an explosion of radiant azure energy. The ground beneath them seemed to shatter as he unleashed a massive shockwave, the brilliant light blindingly bright as it radiated outward. He moved through the center of the blast, a force of nature draped in blue, as the power of his strike tore through the very air. The clash of steel rang out across the courtyard as the duel intensified. Chu Shio's opponent struggled to keep pace, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he parried a relentless stream of strike. Confusion clouded the man's mind. This Chu Shio has clearly just stepped into the blood condensation realm. Why is his strength so powerful? He wondered, his arms trembling under the sheer weight of each blow. The exchange became a blur of motion. Blades locked and slid against one another with high-pitched shrieks of metal. Chu Shio moved with a terrifying cold efficiency, his blue robes fluttering as he drove his adversary back. Panic began to set in for the man in teal. Gritting his teeth, he realized the dire nature of his situation. "No, if this fight continues, even I might end up staying." Sensing the man's hesitation, Chu Shio tightened his grip on his sword. "Today you won't escape," he declared, his voice devoid of emotion. He lunged, his blade trailing a crescent of azure light. The opponent's eyes widened in realization as he saw the incoming strike. "Not good," he gasped, throwing his weapon up in a desperate attempt to block. But it was too late. With a deafening crack, the force of Chu Shio's power overwhelmed the defense. The man's guard shattered, and the sheer momentum of the impact sent him reeling back. He slammed into the stone tiles, his body bouncing off the hard ground as he lay defeated and broken at Chu Shio's feet. Standing over him, Chu Shio remained a silent, lethal silhouette under the moonlight. The tide of battle had turned into a slaughter. "Run, run quick," panicked voices cried out as the remaining men scrambled to flee the court. Their terrified screams echoed against the stone wall. But there was no escape from the calculated trap. Watching the chaos with a manic grin, Lian couldn't contain his triumph. "Haha, so what if you all look down on me?" he gloated, his eyes bright with a long-awaited vengeance. He stood tall, relishing the sight of his enemies scattered and broke. "In the end, the one who wins is still me." Chu Shio approached him, his blue robes swaying in the night breeze. "You're very happy?" he asked, his voice disturbingly calm amidst the surrounding carnage. Lian turned to him, beaming with pride. "From now on, the Li family will be mine. Of course, I'm happy." He looked at Chu Shio with newfound respect, or so he thought. "Young Master Chu Shio, I told you before, cooperating with me was a wise decision." "Well, I wasn't wrong, right?" Thin, predatory smile played on Chu Shio's lips. "That's right. It was indeed a very wise decision." Before Lian could process the shift in tone, Chu Shio's hand moved with lightning speed, stabbing Lian in the chest. The triumph in Lian's eyes vanished, replaced by a paralyzing terror. Why is this?" he gasped. Chu Shio leaned in close, his voice a chilling murmur against Lian's ear. "Because my appetite is bigger than you imagined. You're willing to give me half of the Li family, but I want the entire Li family." He tightened his grip, the power in his hand absolute. "Remember, strength is the only real truth in this world. Lian, don't make the same mistake." Without a shred of hesitation, Chu Shio cast the gasping man aside and looked toward his own men. "Get rid of the remaining people," he commanded coldly. As his subordinates moved to finish the job, a final desperate "ah" cut through the air, signaling the end of the Li family's short-lived victory. The final execution was swift and merciless. A bright arcing blade light cut through the air, silencing any remaining resistance with a series of wet, heavy thuds. The courtyard grew still, the ground now a grim mosaic of fallen bodies. One of Chu Shio's subordinates jogged toward him, stepping over the corpses. "What about all these corpses?" he asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Chu Shio didn't even look back. "Don't worry about it. Head straight to Kaishan Martial Arts Hall," he ordered, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. The subordinate hesitated, a look of concern crossing his face. "You're still planning to make a move on Ding Kaishan. That's your second mother's biological father. He's technically part of your Chu family." Chu Shio's expression remained a mask of cold indifference. "Relative, soon he won't be, just kill him. I'll handle things on the Chu family's side." Under the pale, indifferent glow of a full moon, the group arrived at the gates of the martial arts hall. A heavy rhythmic knocking rang out, disturbing the silence of the night. Inside, a man in green robes grumbled as he pulled the heavy doors open. "Damn it. Won't you even let people rest?" he complained, blinking against the darkness. He never got his answer. Before he could even register the dark silhouette standing at his threshold, a flash of blue energy tore through the doorway. The man's eyes widened in a final silent moment of shock as Chu Shio's strike ended his life before he could even draw a breath. Chu Shio stepped over the threshold of the Kaishan Martial Arts Hall, his boots clicking rhythmically against the stone tiles behind him. His men followed in a grim procession, leaving the lifeless body of the gatekeeper slumped near the entrance. The silence of the hall was short-lived. Chu Shio, a voice thundered. Ding Kaishan emerged from the inner courtyard with several disciples trailing behind him. His face was a mask of disbelief and burgeoning rage as he took in the sight of the intruder. Chu Shio, what do you mean by this? Coming to my Kaishan Martial Arts Hall to kill? Aren't you afraid of being punished when you return to the Chu family? The older man's face flushed a deep crimson, his eyes bulging as he shouted, I am your elder. Chu Shio didn't break his stride. He drew a short, wicked blade, the metal catching the pale moonlight. An elder who wants me dead. He tilted his head, his gaze devoid of any familiar warmth. Old thing, since you're blocking my path, then go die. With an explosive burst of speed, Chu Shio lunged. He leaped into the air, his blue robes billowing like a storm cloud, and brought his blade down in a devastating vertical arc. Arrogant, Ding Kaishan bellowed, raising his own weapon to intercept. Did you really think that after learning a few days of martial arts, you become invincible? The two forces collided with a bone-jarring impact. A shower of sparks erupted as their blades met, the screech of sliding steel filling the court. Despite his age, Ding Kaishan held his ground for a fraction of a second, his hands gripping his hilt so tightly his knuckles turned white. Ding Kaishan sneered, his face inches from Chu Shio's as their blades remained locked in a dead heat. You think that just because you could kill that Li Jiang of the Li family, you can kill me? Ridiculous. That Li Jiang suffered internal injuries years ago. He's already half crippled. With a sudden violent smack, Chu Shio disarmed the older man, his palms striking with precise bone-shattering force. Ding Kaishan's eyes bulged in pure shock as he realized too late that he had vastly underestimated the youth's speed. Chu Shio didn't give him a moment to recover. He moved like a blue specter, his fingers curling into a lethal claw. With a sickening squelch, he plunged his hand directly into Ding Kaishan's chest. A choked ah escaped the elder's lips as blood sprayed across the stone tile. Chu Shio stood over the dying man, his expression as cold as the moonlight overhead. Gao Bai, go buy 4 coffee. Tomorrow morning I'll send a big gift to the Chu family. Yes, his subordinate replied, bowing deep. As the sun began to set on the bloody scene, Chu Shio turned toward the exit. Young Master Chu, where are you going? One of his men called out. It's still early. I'm going back to sleep, he answered casually, as if he hadn't just dismantled a martial arts hall. The next day, the sun rose over the grand estate of the Chu family, but the atmosphere inside was thick with tension. In the main hall, the family elders had gathered, their faces grim. They're actually calling another meeting again, one muttered. Chu Shio better have a good reason, another growled, leaning forward. Otherwise, this time we definitely won't spare him. The heavy doors creaked open, and the sound of steady footsteps echoed through the silent hall. Chu Shio walked in, flanked by men carrying heavy wooden crates. He spread his arms wide, a sharp knowing smile on his face. Father, Chu Shio announced, his voice ringing with mock filial piety. Your son has a few gifts he'd like to present to you. The heavy silence of the great hall was broken only by the low, flickering light of torch. At the far end, seated upon a high throne, the patriarch stared down at his son with a gaze that could wither iron. Before him, a series of dark wooden coffins lined the floor, a grim testament to the morning's reports. I received reports this morning that many Li family elites died in front of your court. Was this your doing? The young man stood tall in the center of the hall, his expression unreadable. It was, he replied, his voice steady. The patriarch's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing in a flash of irritation. Last time I told you not to move against the Li family for the time being. Do you take my words as a joke? Father, I didn't provoke the Li family. They made the first move. Against me, I couldn't have gone to the Li family, killed everyone, and then dragged them back to the front of my estate, could I? The patriarch leaned back, his anger momentarily replaced by a calculating stillness. Rest assured regarding this matter. I will make the Li family give you an explanation. A faint, sharp smile touched the son's lips. There's no need to trouble you, father, because I've already taken that explanation. He raised his hands and delivered 3 sharp claps. At the signal, several attendants stepped forward, their muscles straining as they heaved the heavy lids off the remaining coffin. The wood groaned against the floor. Inside lay the silent, still forms of high-ranking men, the leadership of their rival. These are the 3 brothers, Li Cheng, Li Yun, and Li Zio. I've already sent my men to take over the Li family's businesses. From now on, there are only 2 great families in Qing Prefect. Shock and awe rippled through the assembled elders. Behind the patriarch, the family leadership exchanged stunned glances, their faces pale as they processed the magnitude of the young man's ruthlessness. That's a power move. The son stepped forward, pressing his palms together in a respectful salute toward the throne. Father elders, I am willing to hand over 2/3 of the Li family's assets to the clan's management, he declared, his voice cutting through the tension. The atmosphere in the hall shifted instantly from trepidation to avarice. The elders' eyes lit up, their previous hesitation vanishing. "Excellent. This is a grand occasion," one elder exclaimed, his face breaking into a wide, toothy grin. "Indeed," another added, nodding vigorously to his peer. "With this, the Chu family's status in the city will be more stable than ever." "Well done," came the chorus of approval from the side. From his high seat, the patriarch's expression softened into a look of grim satisfaction. A faint, knowing smile played on his lips as he looked upon his heir. "It seems that Chu Shio has finally learned some sense," he thought, pleased by both the strength and the political savvy his son was displaying. However, the patriarch's gaze soon drifted to the back of the hall. "You still have one box left. What's inside that?" Without a word, Chu Shio walked over to the remaining dark wood container. With a sharp click, he threw the lid aside. Inside lay a man dressed in green silk robes, his eyes closed in the finality of death. A piercing scream shattered the newfound celebratory mood. A young woman in the crowd collapsed, her hands flying to her tear-streaked face, her eyes wide with horror as she stared at the body. "Father," she wailed, the realization of the final victim striking her with the force of a physical blow. The celebratory atmosphere evaporated, replaced by a cold, suffocating tension. The young woman scrambled toward the open casket, her knees hitting the floor as she gazed in horror at the lifeless face within. "Chu Shio, you're insane. Why did you kill my father?" she shrieked, her voice cracking with grief and disbelief. The patriarch's satisfaction vanished in an instant. He lunged to his feet, his hand slamming down onto the arm of his throne with a resounding crack that echoed like a thunderclap. "Chu Shio," he roared, his face contorted with rage. "Just what exactly are you trying to do?" Chu Shio didn't flint. He stood his ground, his gaze meeting his father's fury with ice-cold logic. "Father, Ding Kaishan was related to our Chu family by marriage, yet he bit the hand that fed him and conspired with the Li family. Does he not deserve death?" The woman turned to the patriarch, clutching at his sleeve with trembling hands. "Master, even if my father had no great achievements, he worked hard for the Chu family for years. You must give me justice." Chu Shio's eyes narrowed as he looked at her, his voice dropping to a dangerous edge. "I won't say much about why no one from the Chu family came when I was being cornered by the Li family. But last time Ding Kaishan took 37,000 caddies of ore from our mines and claimed it was only 22,000. For embezzling that much, does he not deserve death?" "You're lying," the woman sobbed, her head shaking in frantic denial. "How could my father ever do such a thing?" Chu Shio remained unmoved by her tears. He gestured toward the administrative wing of the estate. "If you don't believe me, you can check the Chu family's ledger. Furthermore, the managers who delivered the ore can testify." The patriarch's face dark, his eyes burning with a renewed, cold fury. The evidence was no longer just of bodies, it was a breach of his own authority. "Bring them in," he commanded, his voice low and vibrating with menace. At his word, the managers were brought before the dais. Trembling under the weight of the patriarch's gaze, one of them bowed low, his voice shaking, reporting to the family head. "At that time, Ding Kaishan indeed forced us to alter the ledger." The revelation struck the young woman like a physical blow. Her hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with a mix of betrayal and fresh grief. "To think my father has actually been scheming against me," she thought, her world crumbling. "If he needed money, he could have just asked. Why would I have refused?" The patriarch looked down at her, his expression hardening into one of cold pragmatism. There was no room for tears in a house of power. "Someone, escort the second madam back to rest. She is overcome with grief and is unfit to leave her room for the time being." As guards stepped forward to lead the weeping woman away, a man in purple robes rushed toward the throne, his hands raised in a frantic plea. "Father, listen to me. I truly knew nothing about any of this." "Shut up," the patriarch roared, cutting him down where he stood. "All these years you've done nothing but scheme behind the scenes, neglecting your martial arts entirely." He pointed a finger toward the exit, his judgment final. "From now on, stay out of the family business. Stay in the courtyard with your mother and focus on your cultivation." The hall fell into a heavy, expectant silence as the disgraced family members were cleared away. Finally, the patriarch turned his gaze back to Chu Shio, who remained standing calmly at the foot of the stair. The anger had faded into a stern authoritarian warning. "Chu Shio, you must report to me before acting next time. Otherwise, you'll be sent to the ancestral hall for reflection as well." Chu Shio bowed deeply, his hands clasped before him in a sign of total submission. "Understood, father." The patriarch let out a long, weary sigh, rubbing his temple as the weight of the morning's chaos finally settled on him. He gestured dismissively toward the exit. "All right, elders, Manager Chen, send the men to take over the Li family's property. You are all dismissed." With the council concluded, Chu Shio stepped out from the oppressive atmosphere of the great hall and into the crisp open air of the courtyard. The sun beat down on the stone tiles as his loyal subordinate, a young man with a sharp eye for detail, caught up to him. "Young master, we've hit the jackpot this time. Not counting real estate, our liquid assets exceed 1,000,000 tael." Chu Shio stopped, a look of mild surprise crossing his face. A family as large as the Li family only had that. Subordinate nodded quickly. "Young master, that's already plenty. After the old Li family head passed away, their people lost their unity. It wasn't easy for them to even last this long. Chu Shio hummed in thought, glancing at the man. Fine, you'll be in charge of managing my 1/3 share of the Li family assets. The subordinate's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, young master. Oh, right. I found 3 bottles of pills hidden very securely among the Li family's resources. I've brought. He reached into his robes and produced 3 small, elegant porcelain vials. Chu Shio took one of the vials, pulling the stopper to inspect the contents. A faint ethereal glow emanated from the bottle, and the air around him seemed to hum with concentrated energy. These are Jasper pills, a specialty of the state of Yan. He knew their value well. They possessed the rare ability to nourish true qi and cleanse the marrow. The kind of treasure that money simply couldn't buy on the open market. Good work, you may go. As the man bowed and hurried off to begin his new duties, Chu Shio remained in the courtyard, the spoils of a fallen house now firmly in his grasp. Seated in quiet seclusion, Chu Shio swallowed one of the Jasper pills. He could feel the medicinal energy blooming in his chest, a warm tide beginning to wash through his meridians. Moving from the blood condensation realm to the innate realm is a massive leap. My body isn't ready. For now, I'll focus on improving my cultivation base. As he sank into a meditative trance, a faint blue aura began to shimmer around his form. He knew his current vessel's natural talent was mediocre at best, but he harbored a dark, ambitious secret. He intended to use his knowledge of the heavens to reshape his destiny and eventually become the next leader of the demon sect. Half a month later, the morning sun broke over the courtyard as Chu Shio practiced his form. With a sudden explosive movement, he thrust his blade forward, the sheer force of his chi shattering the stone tiles beneath his feet. Dust and debris swirled in the wake of the strike. Young Master Chu, did you finish your secluded cultivation? Your power seems to have improved again. Chu Shio turned to see a young man approaching, a look of genuine admiration on his face. Chu Shio offered a faint, knowing smirk. You're not doing bad yourself. Looking at you, you're about to step into the blood condensation realm, aren't you? The man bowed deeply, his eyes bright. It's all thanks to you, young Master Chu. I wouldn't be here today without those pills you gave me. He straightened up, his expression turning serious as he leaned in closer. By the way, 3 experts recently arrived in Tonga Prefect. They're staying at your family's inn and they're all quite strange. Chu Shio's interest sharpened instantly. Experts, how strong? The man hesitated, a shadow of trepidation crossing his face. I can't tell for sure, but they're definitely above the innate realm. Chu Shio placed a hand to his chin, his mind already calculating the possibility. Then they must be in the 5 stages of Qi mastery above the 3-body tempering realm. They are indeed experts. The young subordinate looked at Chu Shio with wide, curious eyes. Since you know about them, young master, why don't you explain it to me? Chu Shio raised a finger, his expression professorial yet distant. Qi mastery is divided into 5 stages: internal astral, external astral, 3 flowers gathering, 5 Qi converging, and heaven-man unity. Their defining trait is the ability to harm others using astral Qi. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he studied the cracked stone underfoot. You said they were strange. What did you mean by that? The subordinate leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. They booked the inn for several days and have been asking everywhere about a martial artist surnamed Jiang from the state of Qi. They said this person practices an internal art that seems mediocre at first, but once mastered, the internal strength is as vast as a boundless sea. Chu Shio's breath hit. Isn't that the Chu family's vast sea heart method? The gears in his mind began to turn rapidly. He recalled that in the original timeline, the Chu family had undergone a massive upheaval before the original owner of this body gained his opportunity. Those 3 could certainly bring that upheaval. Take me to see these 3 martial artists. Yes, sir. They traveled to a bustling part of the city, eventually settling into a 2nd-story tea house that overlooked the main thoroughfare. As they sat by the railing, the subordinate leaned over and pointed toward the crowd below. Young Master Chu, those 3 on the street are the... Down in the road, 3 men walked with a disciplined, predatory grace, their presence unmistakable. They moved through the crowd like wolves among sheep. Young Master, do you want to meet them? Chu Shio watched them through the wooden slats of the balcony, his face a mask of calculated caution. Not for now. Have some brothers stay at the inn long term. Keep an eye on their movements, but don't get too close. As he spoke, one man on the street suddenly halted. He tilted his head back, his gaze locking onto the exact window where Chu Shio was hiding. Even from a distance, the intensity of the man's stare felt like a physical weight. Chu Shio felt a jolt of adrenaline spike through him. Oh no, I've been spotted. He ducked back slightly, his heart hammering against his ribs. What terrifying eye. Even with his knowledge of the future, the raw power emanating from the stranger was enough to make his blood run cold. These weren't the kind of enemies you could out-scheme. They were the kind you ran from until you were strong enough to fight. This is where the real game begins. And that's where we leave it, bro. Chu Shio's got the Li family's assets, the Jasper pills, and a growing reputation. But now 3 mysterious experts have arrived in town, and one of them already locked eyes with him through a window. The storm is coming. Let's wait for the next chapter. After that, his second companion asked, "Second brother, is there some kind of problem?" In response, the man said, "It's nothing. It should just be someone curious about us." At that moment, Chu Shio quietly withdrew his gaze and tried to hide his presence. He thought to himself, the gap between me and the fifth stage of chi control is too huge right now. It's better not to interact with them. If we anger the other party, it will definitely be courting death. Soon after, the scene shifted to another location. There, Shenrong clenched his fist tightly and slammed it onto the table in anger. Damn it, that Chu Shio actually wiped out the Li family. The half of the family assets that were originally supposed to fall into our hands is just gone. So many people still couldn't deal with that brat. The Li family is truly useless. As he angrily took a sip of tea, he immediately spat it out because it was far too hot. Then he vented all of his anger on his servant. "Do you even have a brain serving such hot tea? Are you trying to scald me to death?" The servant hurriedly replied, "Master Shen, please calm down." This servant will immediately go and prepare a new cup. But Shenrong stopped. "Forget it. Nothing is going smoothly late. Just what kind of dumb luck did that Chu Shio have to actually wipe out the Li family?" The servant then said, "Those people under Chu Shio kill without even blinking an eye. It's completely normal that the domestic servants raised by the Li family couldn't defeat them." Shenrong frowned. "Those people under Chu Shio are bandits. How can you be so sure?" The servant explained, "Because this servant couldn't even afford food before, so I once worked as a bandit in Shangmang Mountain for a period of time. Our boss was named Lin Lin. He once tried to rob and kill Chu Shio, but he was killed by Chu Shio instead, who later allied with another group of bandits under Ma Kui. Now, Chu Shio's subordinates are Ma Kui and his people." Shenrong suddenly understood and muttered, "So that's how it is." He then began thinking deep. No wonder Chu Shio managed to reach an agreement with the bandits during his first merchant trip. While Chu Shan immediately ran into trouble the moment he left, Chu Shio actually allied himself with bandits to secretly harm his own brother. This is definitely a huge leverage point. He immediately stood up and ordered his servant, "Let's go. Come with me to meet that Chu Shio. I absolutely must pry 2/3 of the Li family assets out of his hands." Soon the scene shifted again. Gao Bai arrived before Chu Shio and respectfully informed him, "Young Master Shenrong of the Shen family has come to visit." At that moment, Chu Shio was practicing his swordsmanship. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Shenrong, who is that?" Gao Bai explained, "Young Master Shenrong is the head steward of the Shen family. Both Shen Bai, who joined the Sunlang sword sect, and the family head Shen Mu were raised by him. Therefore, his status within the Shen family is extremely high." After hearing that, Chu Shio asked, "What is he looking for me for?" Gao Bai shook his head and replied, "This servant also does not know. He only brought one servant with him and specifically requested to meet you, young master. I have already arranged for him to wait in a private room." The scene then directly shifted to the private room where the two men sat facing each other. Chu Shio calmly said, "Steward Shen is a distinguished guest. I wonder what advice you have for me by coming here personal." Shenrong casually took out a paper and placed it on the table. "Take a look." Chu Shio examined it carefully before saying, "This is a cooperation agreement between Steward Shen and Li Cheng. What do you mean by showing this to?" Shenrong smiled faintly and answered, "My meaning is very simple. The half of the family assets promised by the Li family were ruined because of you. Therefore, you need to compensate. But not just half, 2/3. Chu Shio immediately laughed coldly. "Steward Shen, have you gone senile with age? You helped the Li family try to kill me, and now you still dare to demand things on what grounds?" However, Shenrong simply gave him a strange smile and replied, "On what grounds? On the grounds that I know your secret. You colluded with the bandits of North and South Shangmang Mountain to rob and kill merchant caravan. You even robbed and slaughtered the Chu family's own caravan and crippled your younger brother, Chu Shan." Hearing this accusation, Chu Shio's expression instantly darkened. He stood up and coldly said, "Steward Shen, you can eat carelessly, but you cannot speak carelessly. I'm not insane. How could I possibly do something so mad?" Shenrong then gestured toward his servant and said, "Wanner, it seems young Master Chu Shio has no impression of you anymore. Say a few words and help young Master Chu Shio properly recall things." The servant immediately stepped forward and said, "Young Master Chu Shio, do you still remember the incident where you severely injured Lin Linhin with a single blade strike?" At those words, Chu Shio suddenly realized something. This person could actually be one of the surviving bandits. The servant sneered strangely and continued, "Back then it was Ma Kui who helped you kill. I ran fast enough so I survived. And now look at you, you actually brazenly brought Ma Kui to your side. Truly bold." Chu Shio secretly cursed inwardly. To think there was actually a bandit who survived back then. I'm really unlucky. Then Chu Shio calmly asked, "So Steward Shen's intention is to ask me for hush money?" At that moment, Shenrong also sensed the sudden change in Chu Shio's demeanor and thought to himself, he calmed down so quickly. He really is quite a character. He then said proudly, "That's right, Chu Shio. I advise you to be sensible. Otherwise, if this matter gets exposed, your fate will probably become even more miserable than your fourth brother, Chu Shan's." Chu Shio replied helplessly, "Steward Shen, you are making this overly difficult. I already handed over the Li family properties to the family, keeping only 1/3. Where am I supposed to get another 2/3 for you? But Shen Rong coldly replied, I don't care about that. I only look at results, not the process. I'll give you 10 days, otherwise you know the consequences. Chu Shio narrowed his eyes and asked, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Shen Rong then placed his hand on Chu Shio's shoulder and said arrogant, others may negotiate, but you, Chu Shio, are the only one without the qualifications to negotiate. Don't forget, your leverage is now in my hand. At that very moment, Chu Shio's hand slowly moved toward the hilt of his sword. In the next instant, with a single flash of steel, the sword pierced directly through Shen Rong's chest. Shen Rong didn't even have the chance to react before the blade had already stabbed through him. Blood poured out from his chest as his eyes widened in disbelief. I am the steward of the Shen family, and you actually dare to kill me. Even while dying, he still tried to use the Shen family's name to intimidate Chu Shio. But Chu Shio remained completely unmoved. Shen Rong's body collapsed onto the floor, his eyes still wide open in death. On the other side, when the servant saw that Chu Shio had killed his master, his mouth fell wide open in terror. Before he could even scream, Chu Shio's sword had already reached his neck. With a single strike, his life also came to an end, and his body dropped lifelessly onto the ground. Afterward, Chu Shio calmly sheathed his sword and thought to himself, human greed is limitless, so this Shen Rong had to die. Just then, Gao Bai rushed into the room and threw open the door. Young master, how could you kill someone from the Shen family? But Chu Shio gave no immediate response. He simply held his sword calmly, his head lowered in silence. Seeing this, Gao Bai thought in panic, why did you have to kill someone from the Shen family? The Shen family is not like the Li family. This time you've truly stirred up a massive disaster. Then Chu Shio finally lifted his cold gaze toward Gao Bai and said in a chilling voice, they were courting death themselves. They threatened me with the matter involving Ma Kui. If I didn't kill them, then I would have been the unlucky one. Gao Bai anxiously replied, but you killed the head steward of the Shen family. It won't be easy to get through this situation. At that moment, Chu Shio picked up the agreement Shen Rong had brought and showed it. Someone already delivered the perfect excuse right to our doorstep. If we want to get through this, it's actually quite simple. Clean up the bodies and follow me back to the Chu family. Now, even Gao Bai's expression changed completely. After witnessing Chu Shio cause one disaster after another, he couldn't help but think the young master's ability to handle affairs is strong, but his ability to cause trouble is even stronger. Soon afterward, the scene shifted to the Chu family hall where the family head sat together with several elders and Chu Shio stepped. Clearly, another huge turning point was about to happen. The family head rubbed his forehead in exhaustion and asked, Chu Shio, what is it this time? Didn't I warn you last time not to recklessly stir up trouble? By now, even the family head was starting to get headaches from Chu Shio's endless incidents. Then Chu Shio calmly declared, I killed the Shen family's head steward. The moment those words were spoken, his father completely exploded in rage. Even the teacup in his hand shattered onto the floor. The entire Chu family hall instantly fell into shock and silence. Everyone stared at Chu Shio in disbelief, wondering what kind of catastrophe he had caused this time. His father pointed directly at him and roared, Chu Shio, what exactly are you trying to do? You dare kill just anyone now. If you were given enough strength, would you even dare kill the sect master of the Sunlang sword sect? Chu Shio then calmly took out the paper and handed it over. Father, please look at this. It wasn't that I wanted to kill Shen Rong, but he went too far. Shen Rong was an accomplice in the Li family's attempt to kill me, but afterward, he actually demanded 2/3 of the Li family assets. That is why I took action and killed him. A servant immediately stepped forward and handed the document to the family head. The family head carefully read through it while the elders began discussing among themselves. This really was Shen Rong going too far, but Shen Rong personally raised Shen Bai and Shen Mu. He is the #1 figure beneath the Shen family head. Another elder sighed heavily and said, yes, this matter will probably be very difficult to resolve peacefully. The family head continued staring at the paper with a grim expression before saying, do you know what kind of status Shen Rong held within the Shen family? Now that he's dead, how will the Shen family deal with our Chu family? You filial son, do you realize you've put the entire Chu family in danger? Those words, even Chu Shio felt pressure. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead as he secretly thought, the family head is acting a bit too cowardly. Even if the Shen family is stronger, they shouldn't be feared to this extent, right? Still, he calmly replied, Father, there is no need to panic. The Shen family's foundation is indeed somewhat stronger than our true family, but it hasn't reached the point where they can completely crush us. What they truly rely on is merely the Sunlang sword sect. Your son already has a way to deal with. His father immediately frowned. The Sunlang sword sect is the #1 major sect in Wei Commandery and ranks among the 7 sects and 8 factions. Are you certain? Chu Shio smiled confidently and answered, of course. And then Chu Shio's stepbrother suddenly stood up and shouted, Chu Shio, tell me, what backer could possibly be big enough for you to act this recklessly? Sooner or later, you will bring disaster to the family. Chu Shio calmly replied, is the Northern Yan Imperial Court a backer big enough? The family head frowned and said, the Northern Yan Imperial Court. Are you sure? Chu Shio answered without hesitation. Although the commandery is normally Northern Yan territory, it obeys orders but not summons. However, as long as we defect to the Northern Yan Imperial Court and act as a precedent and an example, the Northern Yan Imperial Court will absolutely not allow anything to happen to us. Even the Shen family would not dare to touch us. The elders exchanged looks. One elder nodded and said, "This method actually seems feasible." Another elder added, "At the very least, the Shen family probably would not dare to act recklessly. The second young master is truly smart." The family head lowered his head and began thinking deep. Meanwhile, Chu Shio silently thought to himself, although this plan is feasible, it also carries risk. The Chu family will very likely be isolated by the other martial arts faction, but that is a matter for the future. It has nothing to do with. A few moments later, the family head raised his head and said coldly, "Chu Shio, I warned you, yet you treated my words like wind passing through your ear. As for how you will be dealt with for this incident, it still depends on the Shen family's opinion. For now, go to the ancestral hall and reflect on your actions." After hearing his father's words, Chu Shio sneered inwardly. To think Chu Zongwu would be this cowardly in an incident like this. Regardless of everything, it was the Shen family that provoked us first, and I am his biological son. Is he not afraid of people laughing at it? The family head then ordered, "Someone take Chu Shio to the ancestral hall. Send people to guard him and make sure he properly reflects on himself." As soon as the order was given, 2 guards stepped forward and stood behind Chu Shio. Chu Shio said coldly, "I can walk by myself." As he walked, he thought to himself, "I calculated everything, yet I still miscalculate. I never expected Chu Zongwu to be this cowardly and so afraid of trouble in this matter." Meanwhile, his stepbrother secretly grinned to himself. "Originally, I thought I had no chance at the position of heir. I never expected those 3 idiot younger brothers to scheme so much only to end up plotting against themselves. This victory is practically already in the bag." At that moment, the family head turned toward old Chen and ordered, "Take a trip to the Shen family. Keep a low profile, and ask them exactly what it will take to let this matter pass. The Chu family absolutely has no intention of clashing with the Shen family." Old Chen lowered his head and replied, "Yes." The scene then shifted to the Shen family mansion. Inside, Shen Mu, the family head, was in an extremely foul mood. He angrily shouted at one of his servants, "You know very well that I have been staying in seclusion, wanting to join the Sunlang sword sect and become an inner sect disciple, so I won't embarrass my elder brother, the sect master's closed-door disciple. So you better truly have something urgent." The servant nervously lowered his head and said, reporting to the family head, "Young Master Shen Rong has been killed by Chu Shio." The moment Shen Mu heard those words, his expression changed completely. He immediately roared, "What did you just say? Has the Chu family gone mad?" The servant quickly replied, "Family head, people from the Chu family are waiting outside. They said it was an accident, and that they absolutely have no intention of clashing with our Shen family." Shen Mu coldly said, "Let the Chu family people in." A few moments later, old Chen entered and respectfully said, "Family head, my Chu family." But before he could finish, Shen Mu immediately interrupted. "Save your breath. Chu Shio will cripple his martial arts and teach him a lesson." The moment old Chen heard this, his entire expression changed. Crippling his martial arts, that is even worse than killing. Shen Mu clenched his teeth and coldly declared, "Your Chu family has no right to refuse. I have already been very magnanimous. Chen Ming is only a few days away. If my elder brother returns and finds out about this matter, he will not be easy to talk to." Old Chen immediately lowered his head. "I will return at once and report this to the family head." Then the scene shifted back to the Chu family mansion. Old Chen reported everything to the family head. The moment he finished, the family head slammed his hand onto the table in rage. "The Shen family is truly bullying us too much." Old Chen carefully said, "Family head, how about we do as the second young master suggested and defect to the Northern Yan Imperial Court?" But the family head immediately shouted, "Absolutely not. Old Chen, you know about my affair. Right now, my research on that thing has reached a crucial moment. Go tell Shen Mu that I agreed to the condition. Invite him to a banquet tonight, and I will publicly cripple Chu Shio to give him an explanation." Old Chen hesitated, but the second young master's talent is actually quite good. "In the future," the family head interrupted. "That is the future. I cannot care about things that are still far ahead. Quickly prepare to welcome Shen Mu." Old Chen could only bow his head. "Yes." Then the scene shifted to the Chu family ancestral hall. Suddenly, Gao Bai came running inside in panic. "Young master, this is bad. Family head Shen wants you to cripple your own martial arts to atone for your crime." And the master agreed. "Shen Mu will come here tonight." Chu Shio's expression remained calm. "This master of mine can really bring himself to do it." Gao Bai was trembling with fear. "Young master, do you want me to find Ma Kui and have him gather people?" Chu Shio calmly shook his head. "It's useless. Shangmang Mountain is too far from here. There is no time at all." Then he suddenly picked up a brush and began writing something on a piece of paper. After finishing, he handed it to Gao Bai and ordered, "Go give this piece of paper to Ma Kui. Have him deliver it to those 3 bearded men. Once they get the item, they are to immediately return to Shangmang Mountain. After giving this letter to Ma Kui, you should also immediately take a caravan to Qinyuan Town and never come back. Gao Bai instantly understood. Understood. Afterward, Chu Xiao calmly sat down and began eating dinner as if nothing had happened. Inside his mind, he quietly thought, plans can never keep up with changes. I will never be able to sit in the position of heir in the Chu family, because this Chu family is about to die out soon. Later that night, Shen Mu had already arrived at the Chu family mansion. To personally welcome him, the Chu family head stood outside the gates and greeted him respectfully. Family head Shen, your presence today truly brings light to my humble Chu family. The banquet has already been prepared. Please come inside. Shen Mu let out a cold snort. Family head Chu, you are too polite. Soon, the two entered the banquet hall together. The Chu family head forced a smile and said, Family head Shen, that useless son of mine killing Shen Rong was truly a misunderstanding. Tonight, right in front of you, I will personally cripple him and give you an explanation. Shen Mu nodded slightly and said coldly, nothing can be accomplished without rule. Thank you for your understanding, family head Chu. The Chu family head immediately ordered, go and bring Chu Xiao. Not long afterward, the guards escorted Chu Xiao into the banquet hall. The moment the Chu family head saw his son, he became slightly stunned. Does he not know that his martial arts are about to be crippled? Why does he not look afraid at all? Frowning deeply, he suddenly shouted, Chu Xiao, aren't you going to apologize to family head Shen? Chu Xiao calmly looked ahead and replied, it should be about time. The Chu family head froze. What are you talking about? His expression instantly turned confused. At that moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he immediately stood up. What exactly is going on? Just then, a guard rushed into the banquet hall in panic. Family head, this is bad. Someone is attacking our front gate. The moment the family head heard this, his expression darkened. He immediately stood up and began walking toward the gate. Who dares to be this bold? Shen Mu also frowned and followed him outside. Soon they arrived at the Chu family gate. The moment they reached it, they saw three men standing there. These were the same three men Chu Xiao had noticed before. Several Chu family guards had already been killed and were lying on the ground. The man standing at the front suddenly shouted loudly, Zongwu, no, I should call you Chu Zongwu instead. You shameless and despicable villain. You didn't expect this, did you? We're still alive, and we even found this plate. The moment Shen Mu heard those words, his expression changed. Meanwhile, Chu Zongwu's face turned serious. Chu Xiao quietly stood nearby, calmly watching the drama unfold beneath the moonlight. Then the leader of the three men shouted again, for more than 20 years, we searched the entire Eastern Qi, but could not find a single trace of you. So it turns out that when you joined the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard back then, you actually used a fake name. The moment Shen Mu heard the words, Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard, his eyes widened in complete shock. He immediately turned toward Chu Zongwu. You actually came from the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard. Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes. The Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard is the royal army of Eastern Qi. Even their weakest member is in the innate realm. Compared to the head of a small family in Tonga Prefect, this identity is completely beyond comparison. For Chu Zongwu to hide here, he must have a very deep motive. The Imperial Guard sneered. It seems none of you know Chu Zongwu's background. Fine. Today I'll tell you exactly what kind of person this Chu family head really is. He raised his sword and pointed it straight at Chu Zongwu. Our Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard operated in squads of 5 more than 20 years ago. When Chu Zongwu joined the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard, he was assigned to our squad. We later received an order. A large force was to infiltrate the Miao region and snatch a supreme treasure for the second prince. After the treasure was acquired, our 19 squads were tasked with mixing the real treasure among fake ones and scattering in different directions to confuse our enemy. It just so happened that our squad ended up with the real treasure. The man's eyes burned with rage, but just when we were desperately carrying out our mission, this shameless and despicable villain, Chu Zongwu, actually ran away with the treasure. As a result, our eldest brother was brutally beaten to death by 100 strikes of the blue dragon whip. The rest of us were left permanently injured and could only remain stuck forever in the inner astral stage of the Qi control realm. Hearing this, Chu Xiao's brows slightly furrowed. So Chu Zongwu endured this much, and the destruction of the Chu family in the original plot was all because of this. The man suddenly pointed his sword directly at Chu Zongwu and roared with killing intent. Chu Zongwu, today is the day you die. Then one of the man's companions stepped forward and shouted angrily, when you first joined the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard, you were the weakest among us. Our eldest brother took the greatest care of you. Yet in the end, you got everyone in the squad killed. You want to kill us now? Do you truly have no guilt in your heart? Chu Zongwu slowly stepped forward and coldly replied, every man for himself, heaven and earth destroy those who hesitate. A treasure that allows one to reach the heavens in a single leap was right in front of me. If it were you, would you not also have been tempted? The leader's eyes instantly filled with rage. You betrayed us back then, but do you know who sent us the message that allowed us to find you? Chu Zongwu clenched his teeth and furiously asked, Who was it? At that exact moment, taking advantage of the perfect opportunity, Chu Xiao slowly stepped forward. It was me. The moment Chu Zongwu realized that the person who betrayed him was actually his own son, his anger exploded even further. He pointed at Chu Xiao and roared, "You ungrateful bastard. Do you even know what you have done? Doing this will destroy the entire Chu family." But Chu Xiao remained calm. "You forced my hand." His expression turned ice cold. "Do you know what crippling martial arts means to a martial artist? I do not want a life worse than death. Since someone has to die, it can only be all of you." The leader of the three men suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Chu Zongwu, you betrayed us back then, and now you have been betrayed by your own son." He laughed, mocking. "This is karma." And there it was, the family's darkest secret, laid bare under the moonlight. Chu Xiao had played the long game, and he just checkmated everyone at the table. The Chu family was about to burn, but he wasn't going down with it. Chu Zongwu's expression immediately changed. "I was wrong that day," he hurriedly said. "I am willing to bring out the treasure and share it with all of you. Can you let me go?" The man standing behind the leader instantly grew furious. "Second brother, use it already." But the leader raised his hand and stopped. Slowly, he pulled a blade out from its sheath. This blade is called the Red Sleeve Blade. We three brothers gathered everything we had to obtain the second prince's forgiveness. His eyes filled with killing intent. "By killing you today and taking back the treasure, we can return to the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard and stop living like hunted dogs." At that moment, Shen Mu suddenly panicked. His face turned pale as fear filled his eyes. "You three, I'm not part of the Chu family. Kill whoever you want, I'll take my leave now." But the leader coldly snorted. "Those who flock together with jackals like Chu Zongwu are no good either." He raised his blade. "You will die all the same." At that moment, Chu Xiao calmly stepped forward. "Three heroic men. I am already irreconcilable enemies with Chu Zongwu. Furthermore, I understand the Chu family better than anyone and can help search for the treasure." He respectfully cupped his fists. "I hope the three of you will spare my life." The leader glanced at him before nodding. "Fine, we'll spare this kid for now." Then he turned his head and ordered, "Fourth brother, go kill everyone else in the Chu family." His voice became terrifyingly cold. "I want the entire Chu family buried with him." The fourth brother nodded and immediately stepped forward. The moment Chu Xiao's stepbrother and stepmother saw this, fear completely overtook their faces. His stepbrother's body trembled violently. "What kind of situation is this? I was just about to become the family head. How did things suddenly turn out like this?" But before he could even react, the fourth brother rushed forward at terrifying speed. Slash! In a single movement, his head separated from his body. Blood sprayed everywhere. Meanwhile, the leader directly charged toward Chu Zongwu. His attack carried terrifying force. Chu Zongwu barely managed to block it and was pushed dozens of steps back. When he lowered his eyes to look at his sword, his face instantly changed. Half of the blade had already shattered. Fear slowly appeared in his eyes, but before he could react, another attack came crashing toward him. This time, Chu Zongwu barely dodged at the last second. Meanwhile, Chu Xiao quietly hid nearby, watching everything unfold. These two have cultivation bases above both Chu Zongwu and Shen Mu. Their chances of winning are extremely high. Soon, the leader and Chu Zongwu clashed in an intense battle. Their swords collided violently again and again, but during the next exchange, crack, Chu Zongwu's sword completely shattered. Yet at that moment, he suddenly swallowed a pill. Fresh blood immediately spilled out of his mouth. Then he directly spat the blood toward the man's face. The moment the blood touched him, the man screamed in horror. It's the blood-melting divine poison of the five venom cult. Poison instantly entered his eyes. Without wasting time, Chu Zongwu hurriedly swallowed an antidote pill. Then he struck out with a palm attack. Boom! His palm slammed directly into the man's chest. The leader coughed up blood and crashed heavily onto the ground, seriously wounded. Seeing this, the fourth brother rushed forward in panic. Big brother, without hesitation, he immediately attacked Chu Zongwu to protect. Chu Zongwu barely dodged the incoming strike. Then he suddenly shouted toward Shen Mu. "Family head Shen, if you have a trump card, use it now. If you don't take it out immediately, it'll be too late." Hearing this, Shen Mu gritted his teeth. Blood was already dripping from the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, fine. In the next second, he unleashed a terrifying slash attack. A burst of spiritual energy erupted outward. The third man was blasted back, then slash. In a single instant, his body was cut in half. He died on the spot. The fourth brother's face instantly turned pale. "Impossible." His voice trembled. "That's Astral Kai. How is that possible?" Meanwhile, Shen Mu lowered his gaze toward his half-broken sword. "Thanks to the sword-stealing dagger eldest brother brought back from the Sunlang sword sect, but I don't know how many more times this thing can still be used." The remaining man immediately turned around and tried to flee. But Chu Zongwu's expression became extremely ugly. "No, I absolutely cannot let him go. If the Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guard finds out about this, I'm finished." Without hesitation, he rushed after him and attacked from behind. But the man noticed it in time and thrust his spear back. Chu Zongwu instantly grabbed the spear with one hand. Then he signaled Shen Mu. Now, Shen Mu immediately understood. Without hesitation, he activated the dagger again, but this time its target was both of them. Whoosh. The terrifying astral kai pierced straight through the fleeing man's chest and continued forward, piercing directly through Chu Zongwu's chest as well. A massive bloody hole exploded open in his chest. Chu Zongwu's eyes widened in complete shock. Why? But before he could even finish speaking, his body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Shen Mu slowly stepped forward. That is a supreme treasure. His eyes burned with greed. A treasure that even the second prince of Eastern Qi desired. He smiled cold. I wanted it just the same. Inside his mind, greed surged endlessly. Perhaps with that treasure, I will no longer have to look up to my eldest brother. Instead, he will have to look up to me. But suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Knock, knock. Shen Mu's face changed. Who is it? A calm voice replied. It's your father. Before Shen Mu could react, whoosh, 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 a hidden weapon suddenly exploded toward him. The attack came from the 1000-mechanism hidden weapon, 1000-leaf plume. Standing in the shadows, Chu Shio looked at him cold. Goodbye, family head Shen. But at that exact moment, Shen Mu quickly swung his sword and began destroying all of the incoming hidden weapons. Clang, 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 his expression dark. The 1000-leaf plume, how could he possibly possess something like this? But he had no time to think. In the very next moment, crack, his sword suddenly shattered. Shen Mu's expression instantly changed. Oh no, without hesitation. He gathered chi into 2 fingers and charged directly toward Chu Shio at terrifying speed. You're courting death. But strangely, Chu Shio stood completely still. He did not dodge. He simply stood there calmly, as if waiting to take the attack head-on. Seeing this, Shen Mu was completely stunned. Why isn't he dodging? Then a strange grin suddenly appeared on Chu Shio's face. In the next instant, he activated Blue Dragon inside the sleeve. Shen Mu's attack struck first. Bang. The strike landed directly on Chu Shio's shoulder, instantly injuring. Blood splattered. Yet Chu Shio did not panic in the slightest because in the next moment, slash, his blade flashed like lightning. Before Shen Mu could react, Chu Shio's sword sliced cleanly across his neck. In one strike, Shen Mu was beheaded. His head rolled across the ground. His body collapsed heavily beside it. Chu Shio calmly wiped the blood from his blade and coldly said, "You were right." His eyes flickered with greed. Everyone wants the supreme treasure. A faint smile formed on his lips, and I want it just the same. After that, Chu Shio walked toward the bodies of the 3 former Dragon Cavalry Imperial Guards. He crouched down and began searching them. I need to gather the spoils and leave quickly. His eyes narrowed. I can't stay in this commandery any longer. He searched every corpse carefully. Tokens, valuables, martial items. Anything useful, he immediately took. Then another thought flashed through his mind. Next, that supreme treasure. Without wasting another second, Chu Shio entered the Chu family mansion and began searching every corner, every room, every cabinet, every hidden compartment. But no matter where he searched, he could not find it. He frowned deeply. I found all the purple gold banknotes, but where would Chu Zongwu hide the supreme treasure? Then suddenly his eyes lit up. Realization struck on his body. Something this important would definitely be kept close. Without hesitation, Chu Shio rushed back to the court. After searching Chu Zongwu's corpse, he finally found it, a small box. The supreme treasure was hidden inside. Chu Shio narrowed his eyes. Then he glanced around at the countless corpses. I still need to deal with the scene. He frowned slightly. Starting a fire probably won't work. It would only attract attention. After thinking for a moment, he immediately tore apart parts of his clothes and took out rope. Then he began rearranging swords, corpses, and battle marks. He deliberately manipulated the evidence, carefully creating a false picture. This way, it'll look like they all killed each other. After finishing everything, Chu Shio tied a bundle over his shoulder and prepared to leave. There's no time for more arrangements. I should leave first. His eyes narrowed. Hopefully, this is enough to fool Shen Mu's elder brother, Shen Bai. That man is the real trouble. Then with a leap, Chu Shio jumped over the courtyard wall and disappeared into the darkness of the night. The next day, the scene shifted north toward Shangmang Mountain. Near a hidden cave, Chu Shio slowly stepped inside. After entering, he sat down and finally began checking the treasures he had obtained. The very first thing he looked at was the supreme treasure. He stared at the small box thoughtfully. I'm carrying a heavy treasure and cannot trust anyone. Let's open this thing first. He narrowed his eye. This looks like the style of the Western shoe mechanism. Luckily, I know how to open it. Without much effort, he unlocked the box. The moment it opened, he froze. Inside was an insect, a golden silkworm. Chu Shio narrowed his eyes. A golden silkworm. Since this is a supreme treasure, it should have been mentioned in the original plot. Then suddenly, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Realization hit. This is the miraculous goo insect refined by the moon worship cult of the Miao region. Born from the glazed Buddha bone of an eminent monk from the Great Illumination Temple, the only one of its kind in the entire world, the glazed gold silkworm goo. His breathing became slightly heavy. It can completely transform a person's body and bones. Then his expression became mock. It seems Chu Zongwu spent all these years trying to refine it using true qi. What a country bump. High-grade treasures naturally require high-grade methods. Using true qi alone, even after 100 years, it would still be useless. Without hesitation, Chu Shio raised his blade. Slash, he directly cut open the center of his chest. Blood slowly flowed out. Suppressing the pain, he carefully pushed the golden silkworm into the wound. The moment it entered, the insect immediately burrowed inside. Pain surged through his body. Yet Chu Shio endured it. He didn't even scream. Moments later, his wounds slowly began healing on their own. Chu Shio let out a slow breath. A smile finally appeared on his face. Rapid healing is merely a minor effect of the glazed gold silkworm goo. Its true power is the complete transformation of a martial artist's foundation. It can turn even trash into a peerless genius. His eyes dark, however, it must be nourished with heart's blood. The goo shares a symbiotic relationship with its master. It can help me, but I still need to cultivate step by step. He shook his head. Chu Zongwu fantasized that refining it would allow him to reach heaven in a single leap. He really overthought it. Then Chu Shio pulled out several cultivation man. Just placing the goo near my heart has already pushed me to the peak of the blood condensation. Its effect truly isn't bad. He opened the books and began studying them. The accompanying blade technique is probably between the 4th and 5th transformation grades. The grade of the great abandoned palm crippling hand is even higher. Then he noticed another small silver box. He picked it up. This seems to be a secret item, but it has already been opened. What's the point of carrying it around? Casually, he tossed his sword nearby, but suddenly whoosh, the sword disappeared. Chu Shio instantly froze. His eyes widened. The sword had somehow entered the silver box. He quickly picked it up and opened it. Inside, his sword had shrunk into a tiny size. Shock flashed across his face. This is actually a spatial secret box with a mustard seed sumaru formation, truly a rare and valuable item. Immediately, he placed all of his martial manuals inside. Then he closed his eyes. I'll go into seclusion for a while. First, to heal my injuries and break through to the innate realm. Second, to avoid attention. Shen Mu is dead. Shen Bai will definitely come. 7 days later, at the gates of the Shen family, Shen Bai finally returned. Elder hurriedly ran toward him. Eldest young master, you finally returned. Shen Bai's face was ice cold. My younger brother is dead. His killing intent surged. Then why are all of you still alive? The moment those words landed, the elders immediately dropped to their knees in fear. You eldest young master, it truly has nothing to do with us. The family head insisted on personally going to the Chu family. We didn't dare stop, Shen Bai replied. Take me to the body and the crime scene. The elder quickly nodded, though fear still covered his face. A short while later, they arrived at the Chu family mansion. There, a constable named Qin greeted him. Sorry for the trouble, young Master Shen. Constable Qin respectfully replied, Young Master Shen is too polite. This is my duty. After that, he carefully began reinvestigating the bodies in the battle. Hours later, Constable Qin slowly stood up. His expression turned serious. Young Master Shen, the second young master's death is not as simple as it appeared. His eyes narrowed. Someone staged this entire scene. Shen Bai's expression instantly changed. Who? Constable Qin looked straight at him and spoke one name, Chu Shio. Shen Bai nodded and said to the constable, Please explain everything. The constable agreed and immediately began his analysis. The entire Chu family was wiped out, and the ones who carried out the massacre were these 3 people. Judging from the cocoon-like scars and cultivation marks on their hands, they all came from a military background. Based on my examination of the corpses and the testimonies of the servants from your noble household, the Chu family used the 5 venom cult's blood-melting divine poison to eliminate the strongest opponent. Meanwhile, the head of the Chu family and another person died after being attacked by your younger brother's strike. Shen Bai frowned and asked, According to what you're saying, shouldn't my younger brother have perished together with those 3? The constable shook his head. No, this is a carefully crafted illusion. There was another person present at the scene. Looking at the blood and the wounds on your younger brother's fingers, he should have used the meridian severing sword finger technique. It struck someone, but not a single corpse here bears injuries matching that technique. Hearing this, Shen Bai became visibly confused. The constable continued, Therefore, another person must have been injured by the meridian severing sword finger at that time. That individual was the one who created the illusion, making everyone believe they had all died together. Still puzzled, Shen Bai pointed at the mangled remains and asked, Then why is the head of Chu's corpse damaged so badly? It's almost impossible to recognize. After examining the body again, the constable replied, Among all the corpses, only the supposed body of Chu Shio has been completely destroyed and reduced to a bloody mess. That alone is highly suspicious. Furthermore, the servants of your noble mansion stated that Chu Shio had only reached the blood condensation. However, this corpse's cultivation is far too weak, and it also appears to have used a spear. Shen Bai immediately understood. So he deliberately made us believe this corpse belonged to Chu Shio. That's correct, the constable answered. Shen Bai cupped his fists respectfully and said, Many thanks, Constable Qin. I will immediately report this to the king and request that a full wanted warrant for Chu Shio be issued throughout the commander. Soon afterward, Chu Shio's wanted posters were distributed everywhere, and an enormous reward was announced for anyone who could capture him. The news spread like wildfire, and people across the region stared at his portrait, determined to track him down no matter what. 3 months later, the scene shifted to northern Yan, inside Yanyang Prefect. We finally saw Chu Shio again. His appearance was pitiful, dressed like a poor wanderer, yet he still wore a satisfied smile on his face. 3 months. I've finally broken through to the innate realm. I've also cultivated the drizzling light red sleeve blade and the great abandoned prison grasp to the minor completion state. After arriving at a certain place, he quietly muttered to himself, "This location is far away from Wei Commandery, and an ancient ruin will soon appear." He walked inside, found a bath, and began washing himself. "I haven't contacted anyone from my past, including Gao Bai and Ma Kui. My identity shouldn't be exposed anytime soon. If everything goes according to plan, I should be able to re-enter the Jianghu as nothing more than a wandering martial artist." After bathing and changing into clean clothes, Chu Shio casually wandered through the streets. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a young man publicly confessing his love to a beautiful girl. Curious about the unusually large crowd gathered around them, Chu Shio stopped to watch. The girl's name was Lin Senyu, and the young man was presenting her with a precious black pearl that he had specially purchased from the southern sea. However, despite his efforts, the girl rejected him without hesitation. The man's name was Zhang Ba. Curious, Chu Shio turned to a nearby bystander and asked, "Is proposing in public a common custom in northern Yan?" "Everyone seems very open-minded." The man laughed. "Little brother, you're obviously not from Yanyang Prefecture, are you? The customs here are indeed quite open, but this isn't a marriage proposal. It's simply one-sided love that has caused quite a commotion." Chu Shio asked again, "Is it because this lady comes from an extremely influential family and looks down on that man?" The bystander smiled and explained, "Her name is Lin Senyu. Her family background is actually quite ordinary, but many people consider her the #1 beauty of Yanyang Prefect. As for that man, he's Zhang Ba Chen, the second young master of the prestigious Zhang family. Unfortunately, he's nothing but a useless rich fool. His elder brother, on the other hand, is truly extraordinary, having joined one of the 7 great sects at a very young age. It's a pity that Zhang Ba Chen himself is such an idiot. No matter how desperately he pursues Lin Senyu, she simply refuses to accept." Chu Shio quickly realized that the man making the confession was a complete fool, and the entire spectacle bored him. At that moment, Lin Senyu firmly looked at Zhang Ba Chen and declared, "Stop pestering. I already have someone I like." Shocked, Zhang Ba demanded, "Who is he?" Lin Senyu glanced around until her eyes landed directly on Chu Shio. She pointed straight at him, secretly thinking that this handsome blade martial artist might be enough to scare Zhang Ba Chen into giving up. Meanwhile, the bystander standing beside Chu Shio whispered, "Brother, you've been hiding this. Well, I didn't know you were involved with the #1 beauty of Yanyang Prefect." Naturally, he had no idea that the girl was simply using Chu Shio as an excuse. Lin Senyu confidently walked over to Chu Shio, looked at her in confusion and asked, "Do we know each other?" She leaned close to his ear and quietly pleaded, "Young master, please help me this once. I'll never forget your kindness." Then she turned toward Zhang Ba Chen and loudly announced, "This is my boyfriend. From now on, stop bothering. You may not care about your own reputation, but the Lin family certainly cares about ours." However, before anyone could react, Chu Shio suddenly pulled his hand away from hers and slapped her hard across the face. Crisp sound echoed through the crowd. Everyone froze in absolute shock. Lin Senyu fell onto the ground, staring at him with complete disbelief. Chu Shio coldly said, "I generally don't hit women, but for a snake-hearted woman like you, I won't hold back. You're being harassed by an idiot, so you decided to use me as your shield. Did you ever stop to think about how the local tyrant, the Zhang family, would treat me afterward?" The surrounding spectators immediately agreed. "That's right. This woman is truly vicious." Another person muttered, "She really is shameless." At that moment, Zhang Ba Chen hurried over to help Lin Senyu stand up. Then he pointed furiously at Chu Shio and shouted, "How dare you slap Senyu? Are you looking for death?" When the surrounding crowd witnessed his reaction, they became even more convinced that Zhang Ba Chen truly had no brains whatsoever. Without wasting another second, Zhang Ba Chen ordered his bodyguard, "Take revenge for Senyu." The bodyguard obeyed and quickly approached Chu Shi. "Kid, you have one last chance. Surrender peacefully or you'll regret this for the rest of your life." The moment he finished speaking, he threw a punch straight at Chu Shio, but Chu Shio effortlessly caught his fist. Then with a sharp twist, he snapped the man's arm. The bodyguard let out a blood-curdling scream from the unbearable pain before Chu Shio kicked him away, sending him flying across the ground. When the spectators realized that Chu Shio was actually an innate martial artist, every single one of them was stunned. Seeing his bodyguard defeated so easily, Zhang Ba Chen and Lin Senyu turned pale with fear and immediately fled the scene. The bystander standing beside Chu Shio anxiously warned him, "Young master, the Zhang family is the local tyrant of Yanyang Prefect, and you're completely alone. You'd better leave this place as quickly as possible." Chu Shio calmly replied, Thank you for the reminder, but my business here isn't finished yet. Meanwhile, the injured bodyguard, clutching his broken arm, desperately begged, "Young master, please forgive me. I failed to recognize your strength. I only ask that you spare my life." Chu Shio looked at him indifferently. "Do I look like someone who enjoys killing people? Relax, I won't kill you. Instead, take me to the Zhang family." The bodyguard stared at him in complete astonishment. "That's right," Chu Shio continued. "I have some business to discuss with your family head." The bodyguard was completely confused. He thought to himself, is this man trying to get himself killed by walking straight into the Zhang family? After all, Zhang Bachen's father, Zhang Songling, was also an innate martial artist. Chu Shio looked at him calmly and said, "Did you hear what I just said?" The frightened bodyguard quickly nodded and reluctantly agreed to lead Chu Shio to the Zhang family. Soon the scene shifted to the Zhang family estate. Zhang Bachen rushed into the residence in panic and ran straight to his father. Zhang Songling looked at him with confusion and asked, "What are you doing here? Why are you so flustered? Weren't you supposed to be studying with your elder brother?" Ba Chen hurriedly replied, "Father, I did go to study, but I almost lost my life today." The moment he heard those words, Zhang Songling's expression turned serious. "Who dared to attack? Weren't you protected by Han?" His son immediately answered, "That man is an innate martial artist. He crippled Han with a single move." Hearing this, Zhang Songling became even more solemn. "An innate martial artist? Is he an outsider? How dare someone act so recklessly within Yanyang Prefect?" Just then, Chu Shio arrived at the Zhang family residence, accompanied by the injured bodyguard. The moment he entered, he smiled and said, "The Zhang family head truly possesses great prestige. It seems that in all of Yanyang Prefecture, the Zhang family covers the sky with a single hand." Before Zhang Songling could respond, Zhang Bachen pointed at Chu Shio and shouted, "Father, that's him. He's the one who tried to kill me in crippled hand." Zhang Songling glared at Chu Shio. "What audacity! How dare you harm a member of the Zhang family? And after that, you still had the nerve to walk into our estate so openly. Do you really think the Zhang family will let you leave alive?" Ignoring the threats entirely, Chu Shio calmly walked toward the family head and said, "A broken arm can always be reattached. I didn't come here to fight. I came to discuss a business deal worth 100,000 taels of silver." Those words immediately caught Zhang Songling's attention. "Very well," he replied. "Tell me about it." Although Zhang Bachen continued shouting he wanted revenge, his father completely ignored him. Chu Shio explained, "In a few days, Lin Commandery will hold a secret box auction. There's an item I want, but as someone who isn't from Lin, it would be inconvenient for me to participate directly. Therefore, I'd like to ask a local powerhouse like yourself to bid on my behalf. Once the matter is settled, you'll be generously rewarded." As he spoke, Chu Shio took out a piece of purple gold and handed it to Zhang Songling. "This is the deposit. After the transaction is completed, I'll pay an additional 20 taels of purple gold." The moment Zhang Songling held the purple gold in his hands, his heart trembled. 10 taels of purple gold are worth 100,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, purple gold isn't something an ordinary wandering martial artist could ever possess. Only major powers have access to it. This man's identity is definitely not simple. After a moment of thought, Zhang Songling agreed and asked for Chu Shio's name. Without hesitation, Chu Shio gave him a false identity. "My name is Lin Ye." Having finished speaking, he turned around and left. Watching his departing figure, Zhang Songling muttered to himself, "So he truly is an outsider." Zhang Bachen immediately protested again. "But father, he hit me. I nearly died." His father silenced him with a stern glare. At that moment, Hane was questioned about what had happened. The bodyguard explained everything in detail from beginning to end. After hearing the full story, Zhang Songling grew furious, not at Chu Shio, but at his own son. "All of this happened because of Lin Senyu. Stay away from that woman. She's only playing with you. You're an absolute fool. She's nothing but a femme fatale." Then he turned to Hane and ordered, "However, this matter cannot simply be ignored. Go to the Wind Pavilion's Lin Commandery branch and spend whatever money is necessary to investigate this Lin Ye." Hane immediately accepted the order. Several days later, the day of the secret box auction finally arrived. Guests from every direction gathered at the venue, and the steward warmly welcomed everyone before officially opening the auction. The first few treasures included goods from the southern barbarians and various military pills and cultivation items. Bidding quickly became intense. At one point, Zhang Songling quietly asked Chu Shio whether he was interested in one of the displayed items. Chu Shio silently recalled the events of the original storyline. "I only know about a handful of treasures that will appear in this auction. I'll spend my money only on the items I know are truly valuable." Hours later, the object he had been waiting for finally appeared. It was a mysterious secret box said to have been created by the demonic Dao sect. The auctioneer announced, "It is said that the cultivation techniques practiced by the demonic Dao sect revolve around blood and the extreme path of evil demons. Please bid with caution." Without hesitation, Chu Shio instructed Zhang Songling, "This is the box I want." The family head immediately raised the bid. However, a bald man seated nearby also entered the competition. The two continued increasing the price until the bald man finally turned around and looked directly at Zhang Songling. "Are you trying to oppose the Black Tiger Gang? Have I ever offended you before?" Hearing those words, Zhang Songling's expression changed. Gang leader Chayo, please don't misunderstand. My second son's cultivation is progressing too slowly, so I merely wanted to try my luck in obtaining a demonic Dao cultivation technique. The bald man sneered. Fine then, old Zhang. I won't make things difficult. For 100,000 taels of silver, I'll voluntarily withdraw. Zhang Songling glanced toward Chu Shio before turning back to gang leader Chayo. Very well. Meanwhile, Chu Shio silently calculated the cost. The price of the secret box has exceeded my expectation. The 500,000 taels of silver I obtained from the Chu family have almost been completely spent. After the auction concluded, Zhang Songling informed him. According to the auction rules, the secret box will be delivered directly to the Zhang family residence tonight. Chu Shio nodded. Very well, I'll come tonight with the remaining purple gold, collect the box, and complete our transaction. He thanked Zhang Songling and left while thinking, the most valuable item in this entire auction is already mine. There's no reason to stay and watch the rest. 2 hours later, Han returned to the Zhang family with fresh intelligence. He immediately reported to Zhang Songling. I investigated through the Wind Pavilion. Lin Yi is a fake identity. Based on all the available information, he bears an astonishing resemblance to Chu Shio. At that moment, Chu Shio's true identity had effectively been uncovered. Han continued. Chu Shio is currently a wanted fugitive. Shen Bai, the eldest disciple of the Sunleng sword sect, has been searching for him everywhere. Hearing this report, Zhang Songling was greatly shocked. Are you certain? Han shook his head. Not complete. The wanted poster describes Chu Shio as being in the blood condensation realm, while Lin Yi has already reached the innate realm. Therefore, the Wind Pavilion is only 80% certain. But even 80% certainty was enough to excite Zhang Songling. He suggested, Family head, perhaps we should report Chu Shio's whereabouts to the Sunleng sword sect. However, Zhang Songling shook his head. Wei Commandery and Northern Yan have always been hostile toward one another. More importantly, Lin Yi appears to have no backing whatsoever. A greedy smile slowly appeared on his face. The Chu family has already been annihilated. That means Chu Shio most likely carries all of their wealth and assets. Taking those treasures for ourselves would be far more profitable than selling mere information. Han hesitated. But for Chu Shio to be hunted by the Sunleng sword sect, he's probably no ordinary person. No matter how extraordinary he may be, Zhang Songling replied coldly. He's still only one man. Nevertheless, there's nothing wrong with being cautious. He immediately issued another order. Arrange for our people to remain hidden outside the estate. If anything goes wrong, they'll move in at my command. Han nodded and left to prepare the ambush. That night, Chu Shio returned to the Zhang family as promised. Smiling faintly, he said, "One hand pays, the other hand delivers. That's the best kind of business." After that, the Zhang family head spoke frankly. Look, I don't want to fight, but young Master Chu, if you're willing to hand over something truly valuable in exchange for your life, then I can help. I can suppress all news about you within Yanyang Prefecture, cover up your tracks, and ensure you're safe. Chu Shio looked at him calmly and replied, "You already think I'm as good as dead, don't you?" The family head laughed. "Your entire family has already been wiped out. You're the only survivor left. That means all of the Chu family's wealth and property must be in your possession. Hand it over to me, and in return you'll keep your life." Chu Shio smiled faintly. Family head Zhang, you certainly have quite an appetite. Aren't you afraid of choke? At those words, Zhang Songling also drew his sword and answered coldly. I admit that you're an innate martial artist, but do you really believe your background is powerful enough to make the Zhang family fear offending you? Unfortunately, you're nothing more than a stray dog. Sooner or later, the Sunleng sword sect will find you and kill you anyway. Chuckling softly, Chu Shio responded, wealth is merely a worldly possession. Only your life truly belongs to you. Unfortunately, you failed to understand that simple truth. The instant he finished speaking, he launched an attack straight at the Zhang family head. Reacting quickly, Zhang Songling erected a defensive barrier and blocked the strike. However, the barrier failed to hold. Chu Shio's attack shattered it with overwhelming force. Seeing this, Zhang Songling immediately shouted to his subordinates, all of you attack together. The members of the Zhang family charged simultaneously. Chu Shio turned around and rushed directly into the crowd. His sword flashed through the air as he struck down one man after another. Within moments, numerous enemies had already fallen beneath his blade. When Zhang Songling witnessed his clansmen being slaughtered so effortlessly, he could no longer endure the losses. He attacked Chu Shio from behind with his own sword, but Chu Shio calmly intercepted the incoming strike with his blade. The pressure forced Zhang Songling to grit his teeth as he struggled to overpower him. Then Chu Shio suddenly pushed him backward, sending him stumbling several steps away. At that very moment, Hane launched a sneak attack from behind. Without even looking, Chu Shio grabbed Hane's arm and coldly said, I already gave you one chance. You chose to waste it. With a violent twist, he broke Hane's arm once again. Immediately afterward, Chu Shio slashed across his throat. Hane collapsed on the spot, dying instantly. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Zhang Ba Chen panicked and turned to flee. His father desperately shouted, Don't run, come back. But before Ba Chen could escape, Chu Xiu appeared before him in an instant and seized. At that moment, Zhang Songling was filled with regret. If I had known things would end like this, I never would have provoked this merciless monster. Swallowing his pride, he hurriedly pleaded, "You can take the secret box. I'll compensate you for everything that happened today. I'll cover up this entire incident and make sure no one ever learns about it. Just spare my son." Chu Xiu looked at him without the slightest emotion. "Do you think someone can rob me of my own belongings and still walk away unharmed? There's no turning back." As soon as he finished speaking, his sword flashed. In a single strike, he severed Zhang Ba Chen's head. The young master's body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Seeing his son die before his eyes, Zhang Songling exploded with rage. He immediately charged at Chu Xiu with his sword raised high. But compared to Chu Xiu, he was far too weak. Chu Xiu effortlessly blocked the attack, seized Zhang Songling's arm, twisted his body, and in one clean motion cut him down with his blade. The Zhang family head fell dead instant. The remaining members of the Zhang family completely lost their courage. Terrified, they abandoned the battlefield and fled in every direction. Afterward, Chu Xiu walked over to Zhang Songling's corpse and calmly retrieved the secret box from his body. Looking down at the dead family head, he quietly muttered, "Why did you have to choose this path?" Just then, another group of people arrived. The leader stepped forward and shouted, "How dare you commit such a heinous crime in Yanyang Prefect? Do you really think there's no one here capable of stopping you?" Chu Xiu turned toward the newcomer and asked, "And who exactly are you?" Someone answered, "That is Tao Xuanwu, a member of the Tao family from Shuqin Prefecture and a practitioner of the mountain-cleaving blade." Chu Xiu replied without hesitation, "My grudge was only with the Zhang family. It was purely a personal matter. I have no desire to make enemies of everyone else in Yanyang Prefect." However, Tao Xunwu coldly responded, "The Zhang family is one of Shining Prefecture's affiliated forces. Do you think you can slaughter them and simply walk away without consequences?" Hearing that, Chu Xiu merely smiled. "I see." The next instant, he unleashed a sword strike directly at Tao Xunwu. Caught off guard, Tao Xunwu barely managed to block the attack. Even so, the overwhelming force drove him backward across the ground. His sword trembled violently under the pressure until cracks spread across the blade. Then, with a loud snap, the weapon shattered into pieces. Chu Xiu calmly sheathed his own sword and asked, "Is that explanation sufficient?" The once arrogant Tao Xunwu immediately lowered his head like an obedient servant and respectfully replied, "Please go ahead." With that, Chu Xiu leisurely walked out of the Zhang family estate. None of the people who had gathered to stop him dared stand in his path. One after another, they stepped aside and opened a road. After leaving the estate, Chu Xiu arrived at a quiet and secluded place. There he finally opened the secret box. A brilliant light burst forth from within, illuminating the surroundings. Smiling with satisfaction, Chu Xiu murmured, "Although it took some effort, I still managed to get my hands on it." A faint smile spread across his face as he gazed at the treasure inside. After that, Chu Xiu looked at the secret box and thought to himself, the secret transformation cultivation technique of the ancient demonic Tao, the major art known as the Blood River. Once when qi piercing the sun and moon condenses killing intent, it can draw upon the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth and erupt with limitless power. My next destination should be Mount Lang. The ancient ruin is about to appear there. The following day, the Zhang family estate was shrouded in mourning. At that moment, the Zhang family's eldest son, Zhang Bao, returned home. As he stepped inside, he called out, "Father, Ba Chen, I'm back." However, the moment he saw the funeral atmosphere and the grieving servants throughout the residence, he froze in shock. What happened? Who died? A member of the Zhang family hurried over and said, "Eldest young master, you finally returned. The family head and the second young master have both been killed." Zhang Bao's face instantly darkened. "Who did this?" The servant answered without hesitation. It was Chu Xiu. His strength was terrifying. He killed the family head, and even the blood condensation realm martial artists of the Zhang family were no match for him. Tao Xunwu also tried to stop him, but Chu Xiu forced him back with a single slash. The moment Zhang Bao heard Chu Xiu's name, overwhelming rage filled his heart. He swung his sword violently, splitting apart a nearby burning ceremonial pot. "Where did Chu Xiu go?" The servant quickly replied, "Someone saw him heading toward Mount Lang." Zhang Bao thought to himself, if even Tao Xunwu was forced back, my chances of defeating Chu Xiu are extremely slim. Should I simply return to the sect for secluded cultivation? No, absolutely not. Suddenly, an idea crossed his mind. That's right. I can seek help from the young villa master of Jai Villa, Nai Donglu, one of the 6 great gang. Their soaring clouds and spreading rain techniques are famous for punishing evil and eradicating demons. Perhaps he'll be willing to help. The servant hesitated before saying, "Eldest young master, Nai Donglu is ranked 6th on the Dragon and Tiger list, one of the 3 great rankings alongside the Wind and Cloud list and the Supreme Dream list. The Dragon and Tiger list represents the strongest martial artists under 40 years old and carries enormous prestige. Will you really be able to invite someone like?" Zhang Bao answered confidently, "I'll give it a try. He should still show some respect to the beast sword sect." The scene then shifted to Jai Villa. There, Nai Donglu personally welcomed Zhang Bao, Brother Zhang, welcome. It has been many years since we last met after you joined the Beast Sword Sect. How is Elder Chun, your master? Zhang Bao returned the greeting. My master is doing well. Young Villa Master, I've come this time to ask you for a favor. If you're willing to help me, I will be endlessly grateful and will gladly serve you like a horse. Nai Donglu smiled politely. Brother Zhang, please have a seat. If you're facing difficulties, just tell me. If it's within my power to help, I certainly won't refuse. Afterward, Zhang Bao explained the entire situation from beginning to end. When he finished, Nai Donglu fell into deep thought before replying. Brother Zhang, rest assured I'm willing to help. However, as you can see, there are many matters requiring my attention at the villa. How about this? I'll give you my answer tomorrow. Zhang Bao agreed and left. That very night, Nai Donglu ordered a complete investigation into the matter. Before long, one of his subordinates arrived carrying a detailed report. Young Villa Master, these are the investigation results concerning the Zhang family, including intelligence obtained from the Wind Pavilion. After reading the documents, Nai Donglu only shook his head and said, a man whose greed knows no bounds is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Those old fools of the Zhang family tried to steal another man's treasure and ended up being killed instead. His servant cautiously asked, does that mean Jai Villa won't involve itself in Zhang Bao's affair? Of course not, Nai Donglu replied. Does he think Jai Villa exists just to clean up the messes created by people like the servant nodded? I understand. Then I'll send Zhang Bao away immediately. But Nai Donglu stopped. You're mistaken. His connection with the Beast Sword Sect is still valuable. However, Jai Villa cannot openly assist. Go and invite Zhang Bao to tonight's banquet. I'll introduce him to a few friends instead. The next day, the banquet was held. Nai Donglu invited several distinguished guests, and Zhang Bao was also present. He introduced everyone one by one. This is Zhang Bao, the personal disciple of Beast Sword Sect Elder Chun. And these three are the life-snatching twin spears, Xinggu, the cold mountain blade Li Mo, and the chief escort of the Hui Escort Agency, Lu Yunfei. He then continued, Brother Zhang has encountered some difficulties and has come to Jai Villa seeking assistance. Unfortunately, the villa has too many responsibilities at the moment. I wonder whether the three of you would be willing to help him instead. Afterward, Nai Donglu explained the entire situation to everyone. When he finished, Zhang Bao stood up, clasped his hands respectfully, and declared, if the three of you are willing to help, I'll offer part of my resources as an inner disciple of the Beast Sword Sect as a token of gratitude. The moment they heard that offer, the three immediately became interested. We won't refuse. My escort agency is willing to assist the young hero. We'll help track down Chu Xie. Seeing this, Nai Donglu secretly smiled to himself. Excellent. Lu Yunfei and those two troublemakers are always coming to Jai Villa looking for opportunity. This is the perfect chance to send them elsewhere. The scene then shifted to Lang Town. There, Chu Xio sat peacefully at a table, leisurely drinking while quietly observing his surroundings. He thought to himself, ever since the strange phenomenon appeared at Mount Lang a few days ago, countless martial artists have been gathering here to test their luck. Just then, the group led by Zhang Bao arrived carrying their weapon. Chu Xio noticed them immediately but continued drinking as though nothing had happened. Even so, he sensed the overwhelming killing intent radiating from the approaching innate realm martial artists. Whether they're targeting me or not, I should strike first and seize the initiative. With that thought, Chu Xio slowly drew his sword. Before making his move, he casually threw the wine cup in his hand toward one of the attackers. The man instinctively raised his weapon and smashed the cup apart. But at that exact moment, Chu Xie unleashed one chi piercing the sun and moon. His sword flashed toward one of his enemies with astonishing speed. The target barely managed to block the strike and was blasted upward by the impact. Without giving anyone time to react, Chu Xie stepped forward and cut another opponent down with a single attack. The man died instantly. His companion stood frozen in disbelief, completely dumbfounded. He muttered in horror, Lu Yunfei died just like that. At the same time, Zhang Bao's heart sank. No wonder father and Ba Chen were killed. Chu Xio's strength is absolutely terrifying. Suppressing his fear, Zhang Bao charged forward and roared, the hatred for murdering my father can never be erased. Chu Xio answered coldly, if it can never be erased, then I'll send you to reunite with your dead father right now. The two swords collided head-on. However, Chu Xio's power was overwhelmingly superior. The impact blasted Zhang Bao backward, smashing him straight through the wooden wall into the neighboring room. He landed heavily on the ground and immediately coughed up blood. Looking at his remaining companions, he shouted, what are you still standing there? Attack! Don't forget what you promised in front of the young Villa Master earlier. Hearing those words, the two surviving fighters clenched their teeth. That's right. We absolutely can't bear the shame of betraying our promise before Nai Donglu. With their resolve strengthened, both men rushed forward together and launched a coordinated assault against Chu Xio. Now all three enemies charged at Chu Xio at the same time, launching a relentless assault from every direction. Chu Xio immediately steadied himself and prepared to fight back once again. Even with his incredible strength, facing 3 skilled opponents at once forced him onto the defensive. Under the constant barrage of attacks, he was gradually pushed backward into a corner. Xinggu saw the opening and his eyes lit up. This is the perfect chance. Without wasting a second, he lunged forward with his sword, aiming straight for Chu Xiu's heart. But Chu Xiu calmly raised his own blade, blocked the strike, and sent Xinggu stumbling back. Before Chu Xiu could counterattack, Li Mo rushed in with another deadly slash. Chu Xiu barely dodged it by the narrowest margin. Immediately afterward, Lu Yunfei joined the assault. Clang! Their swords collided as Chu Xiu blocked the incoming attack with his own weapon. Seeing Chu Xiu trapped in the corner, Xinggu laughed arrogantly. Chu Xiu, you're dead meat. At that moment, Chu Xiu suddenly unleashed his technique, one chi piercing the rainbow. A terrifying burst of sword energy erupted outward, forcing all 3 enemies several steps back. However, during the exchange, one attack still landed on Chu Xiu. Blood sprayed from his mouth. Even while injured, he desperately blocked another incoming strike with his sword. But before he could recover, another slash crashed into his chest. The immense force sent him flying straight through a wall, smashing the doorway apart as he crashed outside. The 3 attackers rushed to the opening and looked outside. Chu Xiu was already fleeing. Xinggu's expression twisted with rage. He escaped. All 3 immediately chased. After him, however, the moment Li Mo stepped outside, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Chu Xiu had never run away. He had been hiding beside the broken wall, patiently waiting for the perfect opportunity. The instant Li Mo lowered his guard, Chu Xiu exploded forward. Li Mo's eyes widened. He wasn't running. Before he could react, Chu Xiu grabbed his arm. Using the great abandoned palm grappling hand, he violently twisted it. Crack! The arm bent at an impossible angle. Li Mo screamed in agony. Chu Xiu immediately grabbed his neck. Twist, crack, his neck snapped instantly. Li Mo died on the spot. Seeing one of his companions killed so effortlessly, Xinggu froze in disbelief. What's going on? Chu Xiu didn't answer. Instead, he immediately activated another martial technique, Blue Dragon inside the sleeve. Powerful burst of energy shot directly toward Xinggu. Xinggu hurriedly raised his sword to defend himself. Crack! His sword shattered into pieces. The remaining force sliced across his chest, leaving behind a deep, bloody wound. Panicking, he shouted toward his last companion, "Attack him! Buy me some time while I prepare the thunder pattern shocking thing." But Lu Yunfei had already lost all courage. Terrified beyond reason, he turned around and ran for his life. Seeing this, Xinggu cursed furiously, "You cowardly bastard." Unfortunately, he didn't even get the chance to finish speaking. Chu Xiu suddenly appeared in front of him. With lightning-fast speed, he grabbed Xinggu's finger. Crack! He snapped it in half. Xinggu let out an agonizing scream. Looking straight into his terrified eyes, Chu Xiu coldly said, "Go reunite with your father and your brother. No need to thank." The next moment, his sword flashed. Slash! The blade tore straight through Xinggu's chest. With that single strike, Xinggu's life came to an end. Meanwhile, Lu Yunfei continued running through the crowded streets. The surrounding spectators finally realized what had happened. One person exclaimed, "Cold Mountain Blade Li Mo and the life-snatching twins, they're all dead. Even that martial artist from the Beast Sword sect has been killed." Another person stared in shock. "Who is this young man? He's unbelievably powerful and completely ruthless." Among the crowd, an experienced martial artist quietly watched everything. After observing the entire battle, he murmured, "He killed a disciple of one of the 7 sects and 8 factions this easily. This young man is definitely no ordinary person." Lu Yunfei frantically swung his sword while fleeing. "Everyone, get the hell out of my way." As he slashed wildly, his sword was about to strike a young woman standing nearby. Just then, a mysterious man suddenly stepped between them. Clang! He blocked the sword with his own weapon. The impact instantly shattered Lu Yunfei's blade. Lu Yunfei stared in complete disbelief. He opened his mouth to curse, but before a single word could come out, Chu Xiu silently appeared behind him. His sword was already resting against the man's neck. Chu Xiu calmly said, "Time to hit the road." Slash! Lu Yunfei's head fell as his body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Afterward, Chu Xiu thanked the mysterious man for stepping in. The man simply smiled. "No need to thank. With your strength, he never would have escaped anyway." Curious, he asked, "By the way, why were they trying to kill you?" Chu Xiu slowly returned his sword to its sheath before answering. "I wiped out an entire martial artist family's lineage. Grudges and favors should always be settled. Naturally, their remaining family wanted revenge." After saying that, Chu Xiu handed the inn owner a bundle of silver to compensate for all the damage caused during the fight. The inn owner was overjoyed. Watching everything, the mysterious man silently thought, decisive in killing, yet clear about debts and gratitude. Not bad at all. He then walked over and politely greeted Chu Xiu. "I wonder if I could invite young master to share a drink with me. My name is Lu Fingsheng from Yuyang in Western Yan. Fing as in blossom, Sheng as in flourishing." Chu Xiu nodded politely. Chu Xiu. Chu as in beginning, Xiu as in all things eventually come to an end. The moment he heard that name, Chu Xiu couldn't help thinking to himself, after transmigrating into this world for so long, I've finally met someone from the original storyline, one of the major figures destined to shake the entire world. the future inheritor of the demon god, the jade-faced Marquis, Lu Fingsheng. I absolutely have to become friends with him. Sometime later, Chu Shio and Lu Fingsheng were sitting inside an inn, enjoying a drink together while Chu Shio poured the wine. Lu Fingsheng looked at Chu Shio and said, "I heard people say that a great treasure appeared at Mount Lang. But after going up the mountain myself, I found absolutely nothing. I wonder if it was just a rumor." While serving the drinks, Chu Shio calmly replied, "No rush. Once the people from the 7 sects and the 8 factions arrive, it will be about time." Lu Fingsheng nodded. That indeed makes sense. At the same time, Chu Shio thought to himself, this assassination matter is most likely related to Nai Donghua, the young villa master of Jai Villa. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Zhang Bao to gather 3 capable experts so quickly. According to the original plot, the next thing that happens is Lu Fingsheng getting scammed by Nai Donghua. Just then, a man suddenly rushed into the room. The moment he spotted Lu Fingsheng, his face lit up with joy because he had been searching for him all along. The man immediately dropped to his knees and pleaded, "Please save the Qin family." Lu Fingsheng recognized. "This man's name is Qin Tong," he asked. "Weren't you traveling overseas? Why are you here? What exactly happened to the Qin family? Speak without worry. If there's any way I can help, I absolutely won't refuse." Qin Tong quickly explained. "It's like this. Some time ago, my Qin family bought a batch of defective secret boxes. Unexpectedly, one of them contained a 6 transformation speed medicine, the purple leaf dog. Unfortunately, the servants accidentally leaked the news. As a result, the 3 Mountain sect, the Black Tiger gang, and the Wu family all want to snatch it away. Fortunately, they're all wary of one another, so none of them have made a move." Lu Fingsheng comforted, "Rest assured, I may not be able to help you eliminate those 3 factions, but I can certainly protect the Qin family." Qin Tong immediately clasped his hands together respectfully. "There is no need for Big Brother Lu to take action personal. I only beg you to make a trip to Jai Villa and ask young Master Nai Donghua to step forward. As long as he says a single word, this matter will be resolved." The moment Lu Fingsheng heard the name Jai Villa, he fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Chu Shio quietly drank his wine while thinking. So this really is the incident where Lu Fingsheng gets deceived by Nai Donghua in the original story. Chu Shio then looked at Qin Tong and asked, "Brother Qin, why don't you simply invite Nai Donghua yourself?" Qin Tong sighed, "My Qin family is only a small family. My father is our only innate realm expert, and he cannot leave. However, Big Brother Lu has a great reputation throughout Western Yan. Nai Donghua will definitely show you respect." As Qin Tong spoke, Chu Shio secretly winked at Lu Fingsheng, giving him a meaningful glance. Understanding the hint, Lu Fingsheng smiled. "Brother Qin, since those 3 factions won't make a move for now, stay here for 1 day. After I finish handling my business, I'll personally come find you." Qin Tong gratefully replied, "All right, thank you very much, Big Brother Lu." After Qin Tong left, Lu Fingsheng turned toward Chu Shio. "Brother Chu, that look you gave me, did you notice something?" Chu Shio nodded. "Brother Lu, this matter is probably not as simple as it appears. 3 factions are all fighting over the treasure. If they truly couldn't protect it, they should simply hand it over instead of dragging you into this mess. Furthermore, asking you to visit Jai Villa means they get the benefits while you're the one who owes Nai Donghua a favor. I think it's better to cut ties with such calculating friends." Hearing Chu Shio's analysis, Lu Fingsheng also became thoughtful. After a moment, he replied, "It's normal for someone not to want to hand over a treasure after obtaining it. Besides, I can also afford to owe Jai Villa a favor." Chu Shio calmly answered, "Jai Villa isn't that simple. Most of the people who tried to kill me before were actually backed by Nai Donghua. If one day he casually asked you to help him kill someone like that, would you do it?" Those words made Lu Fingsheng fall into even deeper thought. Chu Shio continued, "So-called loyalty is mostly unreliable. The only thing that truly exists is profit. Let me handle this matter. You can also use this opportunity to see whether Qin Tong truly wants your help, or whether he's simply trying to use you." Lu Fingsheng smiled slightly. "You just said only profit matters. Are you helping for profit too?" Chu Shio answered honestly, "That's right. I also want the 6 transformation speed medicine, the purple leaf dogwood. If Qin Tong has no hidden motives, I'll help. If he does, then we'll simply divide the purple leaf dogwood equally. What do you think?" Lu Fingsheng nodded. "All right, Qin Tong and I have only known each other through acquaintances. If he truly intends to use me, then there's no need for me to be polite." Chu Shio smiled. "Then listen to my arrangements." The scene then shifted. Chu Shio and Lu Fingsheng met Qin Tong once again. Qin Tong hurried over and asked, "Big Brother Lu, have you finished handling everything on your side?" Before Lu Fingsheng could answer, Chu Shio smiled. "Rest assured, brother, my name is Chu. Brother Lu and I have decided to join forces and help your family together. There's no need to go and beg Nai Donghua anymore." Qin Tong was stunned. "Brother Chu, wouldn't it be better to ask Jai Villa for help? Those 3 great forces together have nearly 10 innate realm experts. They're not opponents to be underestimated." Chu Shio laughed. "Merely 10 innate realm experts. Brother Lu and I can wipe them all out with ease." Lu Fingsheng nodded confident. "That's right, let's go." Hearing the confidence in their voices, Qin Tong finally agreed. then I'll trouble you both. A short while later, they arrived at the Qin family residence in Lint Commandery, Hujing Prefect. Inside the main hall, several people were discussing the situation. The elderly man seated at the head was the Qin family head, Qin Yu. He silently thought, I wonder whether Qin Tong negotiated successfully. If we can hand the treasure over to Jai Villa, we'll still gain some benefits, but if it's snatched away by force, we'll lose everything for nothing. Just then, a servant hurried inside. Master, the young master has returned. He also brought back 2 innate realm experts. The Qin family head's eyes immediately lit up. It seems he succeeded. Hurry, welcome them. He personally walked outside to greet them. With such a trivial matter, we've troubled 2 outstanding talents from Jai Villa. This old man truly feels ashamed. Chu Shio smiled. This trivial matter shouldn't trouble Jai Villa at all. That's exactly why the 2 of us came instead. Qin Tong then introduced them. This is my good friend, the little Marquis Lu Fingsheng, and this is big brother Lu's good friend, young hero Chu. The Qin family head was visibly surprised. For the 2 of you to personally come help my Qin family, this old man is endlessly grateful. However, I still feel it would be safer to invite Jai Villa. Chu Shio's expression turned cold. Family head Qin, what exactly do you mean by that? Brother Lu and I came here out of goodwill to lend a hand, yet you seem rather unwilling to accept our kindness. Inside, the Qin family head frowned. That idiot Qin Tong, instead of inviting Jai Villa, what kind of people did he bring back? However, he quickly forced a smile. Young Master Chu must be joking. Since that's the case, then I'll trouble both young hero. Chu Shio nodded. Very good. Brother Lu and I have already planned everything. Since the 3 factions are keeping each other in check, we'll simply break that balance. However, before that, we need to borrow the purple leaf dogwood for a moment. The Qin family head was startled. What does young hero Chu intend to use it? Chu Shio answered, without enough profit, those 3 factions won't attack one another. If you don't trust me, do you not trust Brother Lu either? Lu Fingsheng stepped forward. Family head Qin, if you're uncertain about my character, you may ask Brother Qin yourself. The Qin family head quickly shook his head. Of course, that's not what I meant. He then secretly gave one of his servants a meaningful glance. Go and bring the purple leaf dog. A short while later, the servant returned carrying the precious medicine and handed it over to the family head. The family head then said, this is, after all, my Qin family's matter. I can't simply let the 2 young heroes take action alone. Qin Tong, you should accompany them and assist however you can. Chu Shio merely smiled. Meanwhile, Lu Fingsheng thought to himself, this family head Qin really doesn't trust us. Chu Shio then spoke again. I've never seen a 6 transformation speed medicine before. I wonder if family head Qin would be willing to broaden my horizon. Family head Qin smiled apologetic. Letting you see it naturally isn't a problem. However, the purple leaf dogwood possesses very unusual medicinal properties. Once it's opened, a large portion of its medicinal essence will quickly dissipate. I'm currently searching for someone who can preserve it properly. Chu Shio nodded. In that case, forget it. Tell us about the strength of those 3 factions. Instead, Qin Tong immediately explained. Among the 3 forces, the 3 mountain sect has 3 innate realm experts. The Wu family has 2. The strongest of them all is the Black Tiger Gang. Their gang leader, Chayo Dihai, is at the 8th level of the innate realm. They also have 2 vice gang leaders in the innate realm along with thousands of gang members. The moment Chu Shio heard the name Chayo Dihai, he immediately remembered the man he had encountered overseas. So the Black Tiger Gang, their gang leader fought me over the secret box before. Without another word, Chu Shio stood up. If that's the case, then take us to the Black Tiger Gang first. Soon afterward, the 3 of them arrived at the Black Tiger Gang headquarters. The gang leader sat proudly on his chair and sneered. What is the meaning of this, Qin family? You found 2 innate realm experts, and now you think you can walk sideways in the city. At that moment, Chu Shio stepped forward. Gang leader Chayo, don't you recognize me? The instant Chayo Dihai saw Chu Shio, his expression completely changed. You're Chu, the one who annihilated the Zhang family. Chu Shio chuckled. Oh, has my reputation already spread this far? Chayo Dihai narrowed his eyes. What exactly is your purpose in coming here? Are you planning to stand up for the Qin family? Chu Shio smiled indifferently. Of course not. The Qin family can't even protect the purple leaf dogwood themselves. So why should I protect it for them? The moment Qin Tong heard those words, he was completely stunned. Meanwhile, Chu Shio looked at everyone calmly before speaking. An innocent man becomes guilty the moment he possesses a priceless treasure. Without strength, greed is nothing but courting death. I'm here today to discuss a partnership with gang leader Chayo. Gang leader Chayo leaned back in his chair. Let's hear it. What kind of cooperation are you proposing? Chu Shio smiled faint. It's very simple. We'll join forces with the Black Tiger Gang and wipe out both the 3 Mountain Sect and the Wu family. The purple leaf dogwood will belong to gang leader Chayo. The wealth of the 3 Mountain Sect and the Wu family will go to the Qin family. As for brother Lu and me, we only want the cultivation resources of those 2 families. Hearing the proposal, gang leader Chayo burst into laughter. It sounds tempting, but my Black Tiger Gang is already the strongest force around. So tell me, why should we cooperate with? Behind Chu Shio, brother Lu and Qin Tong exchanged confused glances. At that moment, Chu Shio slowly stepped forward. He casually waved his hand. Boom! A massive wooden pillar beside him exploded into pieces with a single strike. Everyone present was instantly stunned. Chu Shio calmly said, "Of course, this cooperation is based on strength. If you refuse, we'll simply cooperate with the Three Mountain Sect and the Wu family instead. Brother Lu and I are only one side. I wonder, is that explanation sufficient?" Gang leader Chayo immediately scratched his bald head with an awkward smile. "Brother Chu, don't misunderstand. I was only joking. Please tell me the details." Chu Shio nodded. "Tomorrow, family head Qin will invite all three major families to the Qin residence. When the time comes, I'll make the first move, and gang leader Chayo will lead his men in a surprise attack. Those 5 people will definitely die." Gang leader Chayo clapped happily. "No problem. We'll do exactly as you say, Brother Chu." Chu Shio extended his hand. "Then here's to a pleasant cooperation." Gang leader Chayo shook his hand. "To a pleasant cooperation." After leaving, Qin Tong finally asked, "Brother Chu, didn't you say we were going to eliminate those 3 families ourselves? Why are we cooperating with the Black Tiger Gang?" Chu Shio laughed. "I lied to him, and he actually believed. Once we've destroyed the Three Mountain Sect and the Wu family, Brother Lu your father, and I will immediately turn around and wipe out the Black Tiger Gang as well." Brother Lu laughed helplessly. Brother Chu really doesn't tell a single truthful sentence. But as long as the Qin family isn't lying to us, that's good enough. Meanwhile, inside the Black Tiger Gang headquarters, one subordinate asked cautiously, "Boss, are we really going to cooperate with Chu Shio? Can that man actually be trusted?" Gang leader Chayo snorted. "Trusted, my ass. I was only pretending and he actually believed. We're only stalling him so he doesn't ally with the Wu family or the Three Mountain Sect. Just in case I'm going to find another help." The subordinate looked surprised. "A helper? Are there still any experts left in Hujing Prefect?" Leader Chayo smiled. "Did you forget about Su Kong? He was driven away by the Joint Spirit Gang. He's an inner realm expert." The subordinate suddenly remembered. "Right, but didn't he already wash his hands of the martial world?" Gang leader Chayo sneered. "Wealth moves people's hearts. He won't resist the temptation." A short time later, inside the Su family villa, gang leader Chayo met with Su Kong personally. Without wasting time, he spoke direct. "I won't beat around the bush. My Black Tiger Gang has encountered some trouble. I'd like to ask Senior Su to help us kill someone." Su Kong calmly replied, "I've already decided to retire from the martial world." Gang leader Chayo smiled. "Don't worry, Senior. The person we're dealing with is merely an innate realm martial artist. Once it's over, I'll offer you 1 million taels of silver and 10 500-year-old ginseng roots." Su Kong silently thought, "There are only expenses at home and no income. I really do need silver. Those ancient ginseng roots could also slow the decline of my qi and blood." After a brief silence, he nodded. "Fine, I accept." Gang leader Chayo immediately smiled. "Thank you very much, Senior." However, deep inside, gang leader Chayo couldn't help thinking, Senior Su doesn't seem to have made any break, yet he's still acting this confident. He didn't even bother asking about his opponent's background. Perhaps he believes anyone in the innate realm is easy to deal with. The next day at the Qin family estate, representatives from the 5 major factions and the 3 great families had all gathered. The sect master of the Three Mountain Sect, Xinglin, frowned. What is the Qin family trying to do? Are they handing over the purple leaf dogwood or not? At that moment, Chu Shio walked into the courtyard carrying the purple leaf dogwood. Sect Master Xing, please calm down. Today's matter has nothing to do with family head Qin. Isn't this exactly what you want? The head of the Wu family, Wu Chahai, frowned. Who are you? What exactly is the meaning of this? Without answering, Chu Shio slowly drew his sword. You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know one thing. I came today to send you on your final journey. The instant he finished speaking, his sword shot straight toward Wu Chahai. Gang leader Chayo's eyes widened. He attacked immediately. Wu Cha instantly drew his own sword to block. Clang. But the moment the blades collided, his sword shattered into pieces. Chu Shio's slash continued forward, cutting across his body and sending him crashing onto the ground, seriously wounded. Everyone present froze in disbelief. Gang leader Chayo secretly broke into a cold sweat. Good thing I invited Senior Su. Otherwise, if Chu Shio decided to betray us, I wouldn't be able to stop him at all. Just then, another family expert charged toward Chu Shio. Before he could reach him, Brother Lu stepped forward. With a single strike, he shattered the man's sword. The opponent coughed up blood. A second slash ended his life instantly. At the same time, gang leader Chayo launched his own attack, Tiger Roaring Slash. His opponent barely blocked the strike before being forced several steps back. Gang leader Chayo, what is the meaning of this? Chayo sneered while attacking relentlessly. My meaning? I'm too lazy to explain. Go become a confused ghost in the afterlife. The next moment, Chu Shio, Brother Lu, and gang leader Chayo attacked together. The 3 joined forces and quickly killed the remaining expert. After that, they turned their blades on everyone else. Within moments, the remaining members of the Three Mountain Sect and the Wu family were completely wiped out. Once the massacre ended, Chu Shio and gang leader Chayo slowly turned to face each other. Their eyes met. Both understood their alliance had ended. Clang, their swords collided head-on. After exchanging one blow, both men retreated. Gang leader Chayo sneered. I knew from the beginning, you couldn't be trusted, kid. Chu Shio smiled coldly. Aren't you exactly the same? With all due respect, even if family head Chin doesn't interfere, the three of you together are still no match. Not far away, family head Chin quietly watched the battle. A smile slowly spread across his face. Excellent. Once they finish killing each other, my Chin family will become the only dominant force left. However, just then, an old man slowly walked into the battle. His aura instantly suppressed everyone present. He looked at Chu Shio and said calmly, "A junior from the younger generation. How arrogant. The three of them may not be enough. But what about this old man? Would you like to give it a try?" The moment family head Chin saw the newcomer, his face turned pale. An inner realm expert, Su Kong, has arrived. Gang leader Chayo looked at Chu Shio with a cold smile. "Chu Shio, you and your friend are both talented. It would be a pity for young heroes like you to die. Leave the purple leaf vermilion jade behind. Leave Hujing Prefecture immediately, and I'll pretend none of this ever happened." Chu Shio's eyes turned sharp. "Gang leader Chayo, the thing I hate most is people trying to snatch something from my hands. You can't do it, and neither can that old man you brought with you." The moment those words fell, gang leader Chayo's face darkened. Senior Su gritted his teeth in fury. "You really don't know what's good. You're just a junior in the martial world. Being called a young hero a few times has made you forget the immensity of heaven and earth. This old man will personally teach you what true strength means." As soon as he finished speaking, Senior Su charged forward like a raging beast. Chu Shio immediately raised his sword to block the incoming strike. Boom. The collision echoed through the hall. However, Senior Su suddenly used his other hand, unleashing even greater force. The overwhelming power pushed Chu Shio's sword aside before a powerful punch shot straight toward his chest. Chu Shio barely managed to dodge at the last second. The fist missed him by inches and slammed into a massive stone pillar behind him. Bang! The pillar exploded into countless fragments. At that moment, Brother Lu rushed forward to support Chu Shio. Seeing this, gang leader Chayo's three subordinates stepped in to intercept. The man standing in the middle pointed his weapon at Brother Lu. "Your opponents are us." Without hesitation, Brother Lu rushed toward the three experts, and another fierce battle instantly erupted. Meanwhile, Chin Tong quietly watched everything unfold. He turned toward his father. "Father, should we intervene now?" His father calmly shook his head. "Let's wait and see how things develop first. If Chu Shio loses, we'll seize the opportunity to take the purple leaf vermilion jade and leave." Hearing that, Chin Tong was slightly surprised. The purple leaf vermilion jade, father actually wants it as well. Could it be that he already made preparations before coming back on the battlefield? Chu Shio and Senior Su continued exchanging blows at incredible speed. Punch after punch rained down upon Chu Shio. Although he managed to dodge most of them, it was becoming increasingly difficult. Seeing this, Senior Su laughed confident. "Previously, gang leader Chayo claimed your strength wasn't weak. But now that I've seen it for myself, it's nothing more than a joke." A cold light suddenly flashed across Chu Shio's eye. Without saying a word, he unleashed his sword technique, one chi piercing the rainbow. A dazzling beam of sword energy exploded forward. Senior Su's expression changed instantly. "What terrifying explosive power. Unfortunately, it's still not enough to kill me." Instead of retreating, he reached out with his bare hand and grabbed the sword blade direct. Joint Spirit Martial Script, 7th form, 3rd pulling hand. With immense force, he locked Chu Shio's sword in place before throwing a devastating punch toward him. At that exact moment, Chu Shio suddenly released his sword. A flash of light shot towards Senior Su's hand. Crack! Senior Su's expression froze. Chu Shio had already seized his wrist. Senior Su immediately threw another punch with his free hand. However, before it could land, Chu Shio violently twisted the arm he had grabbed. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed through the battle. Even so, Senior Su ignored the pain and slammed a heavy punch directly into Chu Shio's chest. Boom! Chu Shio was forced back, but in the next instant, he suddenly opened his mouth once again, one chi piercing the rainbow. This time, the sword energy burst out directly from his mouth. The unexpected attack struck Senior Su straight in the eye. Senior Su screamed in agony, instinctively releasing Chu Shio while clutching both of his bleeding eyes. That tiny opening was all Chu Shio needed. He immediately gathered chi into both palms. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violent. With a single decisive movement, he thrust both palms forward. The concentrated chi shot directly towards Senior Su's neck. Slash! The attack pierced straight through his throat. Senior Su's eyes widened until they almost popped out of their socket. Blood poured uncontrollably from his mouth. His body trembled for a brief moment. Then he collapsed onto the ground with a deafening thud. Bang! Dead. The entire battlefield fell silent. Gang leader Chayo stared at the corpse in complete disbelief. Senior Su, he's dead. At the same time, Brother Lu was overwhelming the other three opponents by himself. One after another, they were beaten back miserably. However, the prolonged battle had exhausted a tremendous amount of his spiritual energy. The two remaining enemies noticed his heavy breathing and exchanged glances. One of them immediately charged toward Brother Lu. The other quietly turned around and attempted to escape. When the attacking man realized his companion had abandoned him, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, weren't we supposed to deal with this bastard together? Before he could complain any further, Brother Lu had already appeared in front of him. The frightened man hurriedly raised his sword to block. Clang! The moment the weapons collided, his sword shattered into countless pieces. Brother Lu's weapon continued forward without losing any momentum. Slash! It pierced straight through the man's chest. The man's eyes instantly lost all signs of life before his body collapsed onto the ground. After witnessing the complete defeat of gang leader Chao's forces, family head Chin stepped forward with a warm smile. Thank you both for saving the Chin family. As for the purple leaf vermilion jade, please allow my son to keep. To have two outstanding friends like you is truly the fortune of 3 lifetimes for our Chin family. Chu Shio simply looked at him calmly. Family head Chin, do you really think I'm an idiot? Family head Chin forced an awkward smile. Why would young hero Chu say such a thing? Of course you're not an idiot. Chu Shio's expression remained completely indifferent. If I'm not an idiot, then do you really think we fought to the death just to hear a few words of thanks? Family head Chin's smile gradually stiffened. Young hero Chu, could it be? You also want the purple leaf vermilion jade. I never expected even you to possess such wolfish ambition. After a brief silence, he sighed. You two are powerful. If you truly want it, then take it. Consider it the Chin family's mistake for misjudging. Chu Shio slowly let out a deep breath. Family head Chin, I already told you. Don't treat me like an idiot. The truth is, you never trusted us from the very beginning. As he spoke, Chu Shio reached into his robes and took out the wooden box. He calmly opened it before Brother Lu. The box was completely empty. Brother Lu's eyes widened in shock. What? Chu Shio smiled faint. Brother Lu, I told you before, your judgment of people isn't as good as you think. Do you believe me now?